Welcome to Northland MUFON's UFO Marathon. All right, first up, we're going to talk with Grant Cameron. Grant Cameron's got an excellent presentation for us today called Boys and Their Toys.
Today's guest, Grant Cameron. He's going to talk about boys and their toys, hopefully disclosure. So a real quick bio on Grant. Grant is a recipient of the Leeds Conference International Researcher of the Year and the UFO Congress Researcher of the Year. He became involved in ufology as the Vietnam War ended in May of '75 with personal sightings of a UFO-type object, which locally became known as Charlie Red Star. And there's a book called Tales of Charlie Red Star, so check that out. These sightings led to a decade of research into the early work done by the Canadian government into flying saucer phenomena. Grant became the authority on the program, and from here, Grant proceeded to do almost 3 decades of research into the role of the presidency of the United States in the UFO mystery. He's one of the foremost authorities on Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump and their UFO connection. Most of that research is found at the president's UFO website, which is presidentialufo.com, or in 2 recently released books, the Clinton UFO Storybook and Managing Magic, the government's UFO disclosure plan. After experiencing a mental download event in February of 2012, Grant turned his research interests away from the nuts and bolts research to the role of consciousness in the UFO phenomenon. This new research has expanded out to the possible involvement of extraterrestrials in modern music and in the aspects and inspirations and downloads in science discoveries, inventions, Nobel Prizes, music, art, books, near-death experiences, meditation, and with individuals known as savants and prodigies. Grant's lectured widely in Canada, the United States, and in Europe. He was one of the 40 witnesses that testified in front of 6 ex-senators and congressmen in Washington for the Citizens Hearing on Disclosure. And he has appeared on many television documentaries on UFOs and has been interviewed by nearly 100 radio shows and clearing a series of appearances on Coast to Coast AM. And with that, Grant Cameron, thank you very much for being here today. We really appreciate it. And the floor is yours.
Okay. You can't see my background here. Where's my background?
Yeah, we got your background.
Oh, you got the background. Okay. Yeah, the pyramid. Do you know what the pyramid is? That's a North Dakota story. That's it's called Nixon's Pyramid. It has to do with my original sightings in 1975. I had no interest in UFOs at the time. The only reason I went out to this small town called Carmen, Manitoba, was the fact that UFOs were being seen all the time there. This is February 1975 it started. And I went out there because they had got this thing on film. If you're familiar with the Nimitz story where the UFO goes from 80,000 feet down to sea level, a TV crew here in Winnipeg actually caught the thing going from the ground to 5,000 feet in 3 frames of film, so 1/8 of a second. When I saw that, I said, come on, let's go see what they're looking at. We went out there and I saw this object. So the object behind me, and many years later, it'd be 30, 35 years later, I was going to do a lecture on Charlie Red Star in the United States. I went to the guy who owned the airport in the town. I said, Bob, what the heck? Why would they come to Manitoba? Why would aliens be interested in Manitoba? He said, you know why they're here. I said, no, Bob, I don't know why they're here. It's been 35 years. I have no clue why they went to this small little town, 2,000 people, grain farm, nothing of any interest, no military, no industry, nothing. And he said, I told you in 1975. I said, Bob, I do not remember. He said, the missile silos. I told you it was the missile silos. Go, oh, yeah. And of course, and we used to travel to the United States. Nobody really travels to the United States anymore. A lot of Winnipeggers used to come down to Grand Forks and to Fargo. In fact, my first night of my honeymoon was in Fargo. But don't get too excited because that marriage didn't work out. So we used to go to North Dakota and people would buy cheap cigarettes and cheap booze. And now everybody goes to Mexico. It's not really cheap to go to the States. But anyway, what happened was he told me it's the missile silos, but we had always gone down to North Dakota and we would drive along and you'd see the missile silos in a field. There'd be a fence and what the heck is that in the fence, and you go along. And so when Bob told me it was the missile silos, I went, oh yeah, the missile silos. So the idea was that in February of 1975, this thing behind me, it's called Nixon's Pyramid. It's in Tacoma, North Dakota, which is about 20 miles south of the border. and it was the first. It was the only anti-ballistic missile unit that ever went operational in the United States. There was going to be three of them: one in Malmstrom, one at Warren Air Force Base, and I think one in Nakoma. And the idea was that if you're going to the nuclear exchange with the Russians, they wanted to catch the Russians at that
Wasn't
time.
that
Like
what Ukraine?
was that?
Wasn't the exchange with Ukraine, not Russia?
Well, no, the nuclear exchange. Like, so we're talking nuclear war back in 1975. The whole idea that
Okay, okay.
So what you're doing is you're protecting. Everybody thinks that if what you want to protect is Washington, New York, Los Angeles. Nobody could care less about those cities. What you want to do in a nuclear exchange is you got to protect the missiles. And if you don't protect the missiles, it's game over. I mean, you're game. So North Dakota at 1975 had 300 nuclear missiles. The story was that if North Dakota had been a country, it would have been a nuclear superpower. There was 300 nuclear missiles, Minuteman III nuclear missiles with 10 warheads on them. There was the one field was the Grand Forks field, which had 150 nuclear missiles. That has all been disassembled, but the Minot base is still operational, and it's got 150 nuclear missile silos, and they're spread over North Dakota. So that's what you want to do. So what they had was this radar site behind me, which is called Nixon's Pyramid at Nakoma, North Dakota. And what it would do is he would try to pick up the Russian missiles as they were coming over the horizon, coming from over the Arctic. Now we have satellites and stuff like that, so you really don't need it. And so this went operational. And what they did is they put 100 new nuclear missiles into North Dakota. So you had 300. Then they put 100 in this field near this Nixon's Pyramid at Nakoma, North Dakota. And the idea was that to protect the missiles. So if the Russians launched a missile, they're going after North Dakota. So you guys are gone. And even now, I mean, if there's a nuclear attack, you guys are finished because they're going to take out your missiles. You guys have the missiles, so you're number one target. And what they would do is they would have these missiles, and they would have the 5 megaton ones that would try to intercept the Russian nuclear missile in outer space. If that one missed, then they would have these small sprint missiles that would go up and detonate above the site and create this flak. So the Russian missile coming in, the nuclear missile, would get shredded. And this is the idea. They would protect the missiles by launching these other missiles to try to intercept the missiles as they're coming in. Then it'd be November of 1975, there was negotiation with the Russians, and they realized that because you could send, phony missiles, every 10th one had a missile in it. There was no way you could protect the missiles. So they signed an agreement in 1975 to take this only operational anti-ballistic missile unit out of North Dakota. And what happened was they put the missiles in February of 1975. That's when the sighting started on our side of the border in Carmen, Manitoba. And in November 75, that's when they shut the missile site down. And by February of 76, they had all the missiles out of there, and the UFOs all stopped. So that was where Bob was saying that's why they were here. They were here, and he said, well, the Americans were chasing them, and so they were trying to get away from them. And then they would come across the Canadian border, which we always made the joke. It's like, why would they come here? And it was like because Canadians at that time, the beer was much stronger alcohol content. And we said they're coming for a beer run. They're coming from the United States. They're picking up beer and they're going back to the United States. But so that's how this whole thing started. And I had a lot of engagement with North Dakota. And I'll go over a couple of sightings that I dealt with in North Dakota, and then we'll go to. I had a bunch of. I was trying to think which presentation. I've got 4 presentations I've never given, but the one I'm going to do is what does the government know about UFOs? So of course I'm a Canadian, so I'm going to tell you Americans exactly what's going on with the government. And they always said that about the president. Said, how come the expert on the U.S. presidents happens to be a Canadian guy? I said, well, and I told him the story about how I was looking for the highest level officials I could find, because when I saw the UFO the first night, it was like, oh my God, there's miracles. There are actually these damn UFOs. I was just blown away. I couldn't believe it was actually for real. And then the second night, the thing came right at me, and it sort of flew back where it came from, and I'm going like, wow, as this thing was slowly flying away, and I went, wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. But the thing was, I'm going, well, what's it doing? It's not doing anything. It's just flying along. And so I started on this thing. I said, well, I don't know what's going on here, but somebody's got to know what's going on. And that's when you did the bio. What I did is I first went to the Canadian government, through a synchronicity. A guy worked in my father was a pilot for the Canadian government. A guy in the office had worked on the program, which was very bizarre synchronicity. I went to the Canadian government, what the Canadian government knew, and then they squealed on a guy by the name of Dr. Eric Walker, who is the highest level official that's ever talked about UFOs. He's a former president of Penn State University, had 14 honorary doctorate degrees. And we actually wrote a book called UFOs Area 51 and Government Informants, which talk about all the conversations we had with Dr. Walker in the 1980s and the early 1990s. And he basically told us exactly what was going on. And he basically said, you're up against the windmills, you're wasting your time, you're never going to figure this thing out, you're not going to be given the answer, what are you going to do with it when you get it, all these kind of things. And then he popped the big question, which came to me in this download in 2012. He said, let me ask you a question. So when you figure it out, what are you going to do? I've asked that to lots of people and nobody has an answer. They say, well, we need to know. And it's like, well, no, it's like, you don't have a need to know. It's like, because if it gets released, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to sell it to your friends? I mean, it's, if Lockheed loses the contract, and what, you're going to take the contract and give it to somebody else when Lockheed put a bunch of money in it and stuff like that. So I was following all this stuff and went to the president, and then had this download experience, which basically, I was basically told, this has got to do with consciousness. This has got nothing to do with nuts and bolts. This is not really aliens. This is consciousness. And if you get down that road, and that's turned out to be true. I've worked on that now for 12 years. I've been in this as of next May. It'll be 50 years that I've got in it. And I can absolutely guarantee people that this has got to do with consciousness. This is not what people think it is. But today I'm going to go through some of the sightings in North Dakota that I dealt with, and then this whole idea of this chase of trying to find the highest level officials I could in the United States and listen very carefully to them or talk to them and see what they're saying in terms of what does the government actually know. So I did the one with the Nakoma thing. I put that in the Tales of Charlie Red Star, that whole thing. And now I've just talked to a producer out of Toronto, and apparently the whole story about the nuclear missiles in North Dakota and Charlie Red Star is perhaps about to appear on Netflix. They put it to Netflix, so you may see the story about North Dakota and the missiles and what happened in 1975. So I had that. The other thing that I had in 1975 when I had my experience is there was a very famous abduction. I used to deal with the National Enquirer at the time. Bob Pratt was the National Enquirer. He had come up to Manitoba, and he had they were going to call Manitoba the UFO capital of the world. We just had so many sightings. And he came up, so I got to know him fairly well. Actually, for one or 2 days, I actually worked for the National Enquirer. I had to do an interview for them. They, instead of flying the guy back, they gave me the job to go and interview some people. And one of the sightings that they were very interested in from the National Enquirer was the Sandy Larson case. And that happened out of Fargo. If you know the story, she was going Fargo, Bismarck. She was at Beaver, North Dakota. And I actually went there, and I've been there a number of times to try to locate. What I discovered when I discovered the nuclear missile connection is I went to Beaver, North Dakota, and if you actually look on the old maps of where the missiles were in the Grand Forks days, there was actually two nuclear missiles within about 2 miles of where she was abducted on Highway 94 going towards Bismarck. So that was a big case. You got to remember, back in 1975, there was really no abductions. There was the Betty and Barney Hill, there was the Schumer case in 67, this police officer in Nebraska, and there was the Pascagoula 73, then the Sandy Larson one in 75. So those were the 4 big cases. Then Travis Walton happened at the end of 1975. And I always point out to people, you got to realize the synchronicities of this whole thing, that the phenomena is running the show and that everything links together. When you start looking at it, it links together. For example, Travis Walton, it was taken in November, beginning of November 1975, same year as me, the same year that Bud Hopkins got hauled down the rabbit hole, the first year that Stephen Greer did a C5 encounter, and the same year that Linda Howe got involved with the UFOs over Maelstrom in 1975. So all of us got dragged into this thing. So Travis Walton in 1975 was gone for 5 days. What most people don't realize, and I pointed this out, and it hasn't got much attention, but every single day that Travis was abducted, every day that he was gone, there was a UFO over a nuclear missile silo or a nuclear weapon storage area on the northern tier bases in the United States and Canada. Most people don't realize that. So there's this connection. So 75, we were basically following the Sandy Larson story. And then in what we had in 75, we had the big sightings here. In 76, we started to get what we call ground lights. So now they call them orbs, and you'll see the Skinwalker Ranch, and they have the orb story, and they go like, it's like they discovered orbs, and it's like, come on, give your head a shake, man. You guys are like just fell off the turnip truck, man. This has been going on forever. In fact, if you go back to the first the Kenneth Arnold sighting, you will see that Kenneth Arnold described these objects as being alive, that these things were alive, they were flying. And then when he went home, there was orbs in his house. So the orb connection, and this is a book that I've got coming out called, it's going to be called The Big Game. I was going to call it the Super Bowl, but somebody told me I would be sued. But it's going to be a 2-part book, and it should be out within a month or two. And basically, it looks at all paranormal phenomena. It shows you how all paranormal phenomena are connected. And basically, what it says is, you think this is just nuts and bolts UFOs? No, it's paranormal. It's all the things. It's all paranormal. And I call eventually going to do a book called The Theory of Wow. And the Theory of Wow basically says that the UFO phenomena, what they're doing is what I call the Jesus circus. So they go and they walk on water, and everybody goes, oh my God, they're walking on water. And then it raises someone from the dead. They go, oh my God, he raised somebody from the dead. And then they feed 5,000 people, and they go, oh my goodness. And everybody's all embedded in the story and what's going on and how's this happening. And then they give you the message, the Sermon on the Mount, or the whatever you've done unto the least these my brothers of Matthew 25. That's when they give you the whole sermon. But you got to get people's attention before you give the message. So that's what they're doing. They're doing all this. They're not doing anything. They're just doing this weird stuff to get you to go, what is going on? How is this possible? How can people go through walls? What are they abducting people? And why are they going around the military planes? They're just trying to get everybody's attention. That's what they're doing. They're raising consciousness, because the more we talk about it, the more the consciousness rises, and people are going to figure it out. They're not here to be Big Brother. They're not here to give us stuff. This is not socialism. They're not here to give us anything. They're here to make us curious, to get us to figure this thing out. So in 1976, we saw these ground lights, and I know they were orbs because the first night I got very close. I got within about 50 feet. There's a famous story that I was actually going to jump on this thing. I had an 8mm movie camera. I was filming. I was 50 feet away from this thing. It was on a bridge. And after that, we never really got that close. We got a little bit close one other time, but for a year we watched these we called them ground lights, these things, and they would be reflective. People will make fun of Stephen Greer because he flashes lights at them. Let me actually assure you that when you flash a light at a UFO, it will reply. It's very responsive to lights. So we'd have these things on the ground, and we'd flash lights at them, and they'd flash back, and we would photograph with infrared film, and we're doing all this kind of stuff. And then in 1977, I got a call from north of Bismarck, North Dakota, that people in the town were being followed by these white lights. These white orb lights were following cars around. And I said, well, that's exactly what's happening on our side of the border. So I actually went down there. I can't remember the name of the town was. It was maybe 25 miles north of Bismarck. And it was like a small town with like one building where people met, and there was one store or whatever. And this place was jammed. I mean, it was like, you couldn't get in the place. There were so many people who were interested in this sort of thing. Now, you got to remember that when you're north of Bismarck, that's the Minot missile field. So it was very active, and these lights were there around the missiles. And so the last case I want to refer to is this used to be the MUFON director of North Dakota a few years back. His girlfriend, they brought me down, and she had an encounter with a nuclear missile. And this happened at Koolsruth, North Dakota. You can look it up. It's still there. It's still an operational silo. In fact, the head of MUFON from North Dakota, we were there, and of course I'm a Canadian, and it actually has on the fence, if you go to Area 51, on the fence, they've actually taken off the lethal force is authorized off the fence at Area 51, but it's still on the fence at Koolsruth, North Dakota. It says, if you get in here, we can shoot you. And so the head of North Dakota MUFON was photographing, and he's waving at the camera, and I'm going, what the hell are you doing? You're an American. I mean, I'm a Canadian. I mean, if they grab me, man, I'm never coming out of jail. Like, what are you doing? They quit waving at the camera, and I was just petrified. But what happened was this happened in 1988, and what they used to do in the town is the kids would go to the missile silo, and what they would try to do, if you've been to one of these missile silos, they have sort of a tall white sort of pole there, and there's I think it's a yellow light on top of the pole. They would try to get the light to go off. So the boys would climb over the fence, and they would make the alarm go off, and then they would climb back over the fence, and they'd run like hell back to town, because it was only about half a mile to town. And then they'd all laugh when the security forces would come to the missile silo. The girls wouldn't they would throw stones at the fence to try to get this thing to go up. So these three girls were at the fence, and they were throwing stones at this at the fence. And then what happened was the one girl said, she said the UFO came out of that it came up, and it was about 25 feet in the air. It was copper, and it looked like it had burn marks on it. And I said, where did it come out? She said, came out of that.
Sorry, guys.
It comes out of that missile thing, that metal thing. So the UFO would come right out of the missile silo. This is an operational U.S. missile base. And then she wet her pants. She was totally petrified. And she went home, and she suddenly became precognitive. She was able to predict people's deaths. It was just a fascinating case. So that happened in Coles Group, North Dakota. And so you have this very clear missile connection. The other thing that a lot of people don't want to talk about is Stan Romanek. Very famous. He's now sort of, nobody wants to talk about him anymore. But Stan's father worked on the missile silos outside of Fargo, North Dakota. That's where, and there's actually some documents that were leaked to him from a general talking about UFOs in North Dakota and stuff like that. So I've got my connections to North Dakota. But what I want to show today is I want to show this presentation that I've never shown before, and it's got to do with what does the U.S. government actually know about. Oh, I need my screen. Somebody has to give me permission to share screen here. It says I'm disabled. There we go. Okay. So now let me put my glasses, my binoculars on here and get the right. And so here we go. Let me close this window so I can see here. Not that it matters. So there's not much you can do about it anyway. But anyway, this is the book I wrote called Tales of Charlie Red Star. You can see that. And this one that tells the story about North Dakota. Wilbur Smith. Wilbur Smith was the first thing that I went to. My father had this synchronistic connection to a guy who worked on the Wilbur Smith program. Wilbur Smith ran the Canadian government UFO program from 1950 to 1954. They will say, no, he was part-time. We got actual documents. He was the actual official guy who ran the program. He's the guy that wrote the top secret memo that said UFOs are real. It's the most highly classified secret in the United States. There's a small group headed by Dr. Vannevar Bush who are trying to figure out how the UFOs are operated. And the Americans have said it's of tremendous significance to them. And then the line that came in my head in 2012 in this download experience, and we were also told by American officials that other things might be associated with the flying saucers, such as mental phenomena. That's extremely important because already in 1950, the Americans knew to tell the Canadians that mental phenomena was involved with the UFO phenomenon. How would they know that? The first contact with an alien wasn't until 1952, a couple of days after the detonation of the hydrogen bomb, when Adamski had the encounter in California. So how would the Americans know that mental phenomena was involved? And later on, we realized that the crash in Roswell had involved a live alien. The live alien was talking in people's heads. So if you're U.S. military or intelligence, you go, oh my God, it's talking in our head. Would we love to be able to do that? So the Americans knew, they knew how to control it, but they knew that mental phenomena was involved because they had a live alien that was talking in their heads. And now this is the book I wrote about the Canadian government UFO story, and I tell the whole story about what Wilbur Smith did, about how they opened a base for UFOs to land. They were dealing with an alien by the name of AFA, who also was involved with the CIA and Navy intelligence and the FBI. And there was an encounter that I'll be talking about in an upcoming book in July of 1959, where at the National Photographic Interpretation Center, where they analyze all the U-2, the SR-71, all the spy photographs at this building, they actually had an encounter where they channeled an alien by the name of Alpha, the same one the Canadians were dealing with. And that was the beginning of this government communication program in the United States, trying to engage the UFOs. And this book will include that, and I will tell the full story of the Hoffman Air Force Base story, which is an actual real event. It was confirmed by President Bush Sr., and it happened in May of 1971, and this is where the UFO lands. There's an encounter between officials at the base. Generals were flown in from the United States into Hoffman Air Force Base, and I was very good friends with the producer, whose name is Bob Emenegger. And Bob was given access to all this by government officials. He put it in a documentary called on the internet. If you want to look at it, it's called UFOs. It Has Begun, 1979. You'll see this whole idea. And I remember telling Bob, I said, Bob, this is kind of weird. You got this Hoffman story, you got these 3 UFOs come, they hover, 2 of them go away, the one lands, the aliens come out. I said, if it weren't for the location, if it weren't for the time of day, you said it happened in the morning, if it weren't for the time of day, this sounds just like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And he said, what, I didn't tell you? I said, no, you didn't tell me what? He said, I didn't tell you I gave a copy to Steven Spielberg in 1975. I said, no, you didn't tell me that. So Steven Spielberg had a copy, and he said, I told you, Annie Spielberg worked for me. Annie Spielberg was Steven Spielberg's sister. She worked for us. She was a line producer in our production company, and they did hypnosis and UFOs and all this kind of stuff. And she had said Steven wanted a copy of the documentary. So after Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, Bob told me that Steven Spielberg's mother came to him and said, Steven, Bob, I've seen your version of the landing, and I've seen Steven's version of the landing, and I like Steven's version better. So that's where Close Encounters of the Third Kind comes from. It's an actual event that happened in May of 1971 at Hoffman Air Force Base. So I'm going to tell that whole story in a book, along with this other contact that was done at the CIA. So the government's been busy trying to interact with these intelligences, and that's one of the things you'll identify as to what they knew. This is a famous letter. It was written in Canada in 1959. This is Wilbur Smith writing to Caswell. He says, I have no objection to your efforts to have my articles published in your local paper, but I would request that all biological material concerning myself be omitted. For your information, every nation on this planet has been officially informed of the existence of the spacecraft and their occupants from elsewhere. And as nations, they must accept responsibility for any lack of action or for any official position which they may take. There is nothing more to be done along these lines, and effort in this direction is wasted. He ran the Canadian government UFO program. He was a contactee. We kept this very secret for many years. He had radio communication with beings. Fascinating story, and I tell it in this book, the Canadian government UFO story. Here's another document that was written about this, and they talked to him about he died in 1962, near the end of his passing. He was being asked by a lot of people about hardware. What about the hardware? And Smith replied that it was not the U.S. Air Force, but a small group high up in the government who controlled the material. Upon further questioning, Mr. Smith refused to identify the group to which he had referred and quickly led conversation into other channels. So Wilbur, what was happening was the Americans were sending material into Canada to be analyzed. And I talked to the metallurgist who worked on the program, and his name was Art Bridge. And I said, Art, how much material did you actually handle? And he said, tons of it. There was all sorts of material coming in from the United States, and Wilbur, they were analyzing this material. And at one point, when I showed him the MJ12 document and this reference to the memory metal that was recovered at Roswell, he said, I think we analyzed that. I think we actually handled that piece of metal. So the Canadians were very involved. And then what happened was AFA, this alien in this encounter that was happening at the CIA, they said, we want you to, if you watch the documentary, they say, well, we want some proof. And then the guy he's doing automatic writing, this Navy intelligence guy, he goes from automatic writing to talking. He said, what do you want? And then Art Lundahl, who ran the Weird Desk, he was the top UFO guy in the CIA, said, we want you to show yourself. And the guy replies, when? He said, now. Go to the window. And they go to the window, and you'll see Robert Friend, who ran Project Blue Book, on this documentary looking out the window. And he said this UFO flew, middle of the day, flew right over the Capitol. And and so Wilbur Smith wanted them to fly over Ottawa, which is the Canadian capital. They had a flying saucer observatory set up there on government property, on high secure property there. And it was supposed to happen August the 1st, 1954. It actually happened a week later. And Wilbur Smith said they were there at the station, and suddenly all the bells and whistles went off, that something was flying over top, and they went running out. And it was overcast. They couldn't see it. Wilbur Smith went on the record. He said, well, if there's nothing wrong with the equipment, we've just detected the first flying saucer over Ottawa, Canada. That was it for the government. Game over. Shut the program down. We didn't discover anything. And Mr. Smith is not allowed to make any more statements on behalf of the Canadian government. So Smith was a major figure back in the 1950s. They shut him down in 1954. He died in 1962. He made a lot of statements, and a lot of that, I put my my entire collection of files without editing anything is on the internet. If you people want to search it out, it's all there. All Smith's material. We recovered his files. When he died, he told his wife, they're going to come for my files. I don't care who it is. Don't give them the files. They're going to try to destroy my files. And she said, as soon as he died, the Americans came, the Russians came, the Canadians came, all asking for the files for research purposes. She said, I burned them. And she said, at that point, they started breaking into the house. And she had moved them to her son's place, whose name was James. And James actually tells me the story in an interview that I've shown on some broadcasts, where he said at the end of his life, he went to his dad, and his dad was dying of cancer and knew there's nothing more they could do to him. He said, Dad, did they have the craft? And he said, yes. He said, I was taken to a base outside of Washington, D.C., and I saw the craft and I saw the bodies. And of course, I asked James, I said, well, were the bodies grays? He said, no, they weren't grays. As far as I remember, they were just small people. And because Wilbur had said they could pass on the street. He would know them, but you wouldn't know them. They could pass on the street. So very interesting story that the Canadians were way ahead of the Americans in terms of, and Wilbur Smith was very open. He didn't really hold anything back. He basically said, yes, we've handled tons of material. And so I went after a bunch of people. Salant was one of the main people. He was the guy, the sort of the top weapon guy in the United States. And I'm asking him at this point, I'm asking him about Suffield. He said, I recall that we also indicated that UFOs would be welcome if they landed at Suffield. Now, Suffield is this is the story I went to Wilbur Smith's wife, because there was a story that Paul Hellyer had told in 1967 in Canada. He said, you know, they were building a base outside a city, and it was sort of like a tourist base for UFOs to land. It was a tourist type trap. And he said, this is the first time we built a UFO landing base. We actually had one in 1954 at Suffield, Alberta. Nothing ever landed, therefore UFOs don't exist. So I and another researcher started in the 1970s going after Paul Hellyer and say, well, Paul, how did the UFOs know where to go? How did they know to go to Suffield? Suffield is a base in the middle of nowhere. How did they know where to go? Somebody had to have communication. So when I went to talk to Wilbur Smith's wife, who's still alive in the 70s, I went to her and I said, I showed her the article. I said, hey, was Wilbur involved in this? And she read the article. Said, yeah, it was Wilbur. And I said, so what happened? She said, well, Wilbur told them, if you stop trying to shoot the thing down, I'll land it at a base. And they said, oh, okay. So they made the agreement that AFA, this alien, would land at Suffield, Alberta, which is like an Area 51, no fly zone, this sort of thing. And it went to the military, and it went to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which is the federal police force, and it went to the Canadian cabinet. And they made the agreement they were allowed to land. And then Smith said, well, Alpha wants an agreement that once you talk to him, that he will be allowed to take off again. And it went to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They said, yes, this will be allowed. The military said, yes, this will be allowed. And it went to the cabinet, and they said, no, we can't give a 100% guarantee we were allowed to take off. Wilbur said, that's it. Nothing's landing. That's why it was called off. Wilbur Smith called it off. The government didn't call it off. That's why nothing ever landed there, because they wouldn't give a guarantee that they would allow this thing to take off again. But here's the top weapon guy in Canada actually admitted that, yes, he remembers some story about them being at Suffield. No one appeared exactly, but they sort of jammed the story. Here's Wilbur and his wife, and I interviewed his wife. She was ready to talk. She said that, you know, they'd stolen patents from him, they embarrassed him and stuff. So when I finally went, I was a young guy at the time. She was so impressed that this guy flew across the country to come talk to her that she put me in contact with all the people who had worked on the project. There was only about, after he died, there was only maybe 6 people, and they were very hidden as to who they were. They were government officials in different departments who were working with Wilbur, and they were working on gravity control experiments. They had this plate that they were spinning at 17,000 revs a minute to try to produce anti-gravity. So you can see that this goes back a long way, and that we've had a lot of answers for a long time as to what's going on. Let's skip this. This is a lot of people will say, if you go back to the original story about the Aztec crash, and I don't know how long you people have been in this game, but this goes back to 1950 when there was a book written about the Aztec crash, and they said, oh, it was hoaxed, and this Silas Newton was he was selling this thing to find oil, and he was a fraud and all this sort of stuff. I found this in one person's research at the University of Arkansas, which was very important. And this talks about Newton became acquainted with several high-ranking geophysicists who had actually seen downcrafts and occupants. And according to Sherman, through the intervention of Wilbur Smith, electronics expert and organizator of Project Magnet in 1950-54, the official Newton later actually saw the humanoids himself. Now, the important part of this is everybody said Newton was a hoaxer, but how did Newton know that Wilbur Smith had access? Because Wilbur Smith, nobody knew that Wilbur Smith had seen the bodies, knew where the bodies and the crafts were until 1962 when his son talked to him. This is already, Newton is walking around, which means that Newton actually saw the body, that Newton's story is probably true. The whole Aztec thing may have been changed. It may have been the Roswell crash and they changed it to Aztec, or they get, phony information. But it's kind of interesting that you would find this document later on that showed that Wilbur Smith had actually given access to somebody in the United States to see the bodies. Now, this has to do with your government. You have three branches of government. You have Congress, executive, and the judiciary branch of government, which has to do with how this thing is being covered up. This is Jim Semivan. He's one of the people that I say, you listen to everything he says, you listen to the interview 5 times. Take everything this guy says to the bank. This is a guy who had the beings in his room in the early 1990s. He's very upset about it. And he says very clearly, and I'm the only person that talks about this. So he says, and he had 3 briefings. He talked, if you listen to his interviews, he said he had 3 briefings. He actually had a briefing where an official came to him at CIA and said, we'd like you to get a conference room for 6 to 8 hours. And he said, these guys walked into this room and they had this briefing for the whole day. And he said, these guys scared the living daylights out of me. And he said, these guys were scientists and guys from contractors, and they had as many clearances, many tickets as I had, and they had a do not escort patch for the CIA. They could walk around the CIA. He said these guys were high-level people, and they gave him a briefing which went on for hours and hours and hours, and he talked about 2 to 3 briefings. So this guy's been briefed. He said he knows about the communication program, which I'm going to write about in this book, about the government trying to communicate with the aliens. And he also says he knows what the legacy programs are, but he's not going to talk about it because it's classified material. So here's what he said happened. I'm the only one that's sort of pointing this out. So he said, so I think what happened in the very beginning, I think what happened is probably Eisenhower in the early 50s got this whole topic of UFOs and UAPs under control, probably executed a presidential executive emergency action document, which is pretty interesting. Now, if you look it up, it's actually called a presidential emergency action document. And what it is not many people know about these, but the president has rather extraordinary powers where under extraordinary circumstances, he can come out and say, okay, we are going to do X, Y, and Z. And this is who we are going to tell. And this is who we are not going to tell. That is pretty much it. That has pretty strong legal precedence. So there apparently has been 20 of these things written. None of them has leaked. None has ever been declassified. And basically a lot of this stuff has to do with what's called continuity of government. So if you were sum up where I say this is being run, it's being run out of it's being run out of Mount Weather. It's being run out of the Special Facilities Division. Mount Weather is the headquarters of FEMA. So if you were going to have a nuclear attack, you're going to have an alien invasion, the people that need to know is FEMA. These are the people who are emergency action people. So these are the people that have to be briefed. And the story was told by one of Stephen Greer's witnesses that Mount Weather is where the UFO program was run. And when we've found some other material that indicates, yes, it was the Special Facilities Division inside Mount Weather. So when there's a nuclear attack, this happened in 9/11, it happened a couple other times, where you immediately move the president and the cabinet into Mount Weather because you've got to protect them. And so even if say the White House is taken out by a nuclear attack, there's a government in waiting. People don't know this. There's government in waiting. And what they do is they move all these people to Mount Weather, which is nuclear proof. And Mount Weather, of course, because if there's a nuclear attack and it takes out Washington, well, then you've got no communication from the White House anymore. Mount Weather is set up so there's communication with all the military, all the ambassadors around the world, all the CIA people, all the intelligence people. It's all wired in there for the president to run the World War III out of Mount Weather. So this is what he said. It's probably an executive emergency action document, which would be a FEMA document. And this is what it's about. So what Semivan says is now you have this whole thing of Congress is saying, oh, we got the right to oversee this, and Semivan says no, not necessarily. If it's not a congressional thing, if it's run by the executive office of the president, then you have no oversight on this. If it's one of these presidential emergency action documents. So this is something that people are sort of missing. They're sort of thinking that there's this illegality, and I'll show you Semivan and others point out, no, there's no illegality here. This has all been set up many years ago, and it's been challenged in court, and that's the way it works. So you have two different things. You have security clearance and you have need to know. So security clearance, people don't realize this. So need to know is what I say. People say, oh, we need to know about the whole program. No, you don't. You need to know if you're working on the program, if you're guarding a flying saucer. But if you, as George Bush told Jimmy Carter, curiosity is not sufficient need to know. Just because you want to know, that's not reason for you to know. And security clearances is different. So the Congress was talking about, oh, this is illegal. What you got to realize, and people don't realize this, all security clearances in the United States are controlled by one thing. It's not controlled by law. Everything is a law, security clearance. Security clearances are all issued out of the executive office of the president. So in 1942, Roosevelt started secret and confidential. Then Eisenhower added top secret. Then he added the code word, the special compartmentalized information code word, and all that kind of stuff was added on. It's all run out of the White House. So you'll hear people saying, oh, I've got a security clearance 19 levels higher than the president. BS, you do. The president doesn't have a security clearance. The president can do whatever he wants. That's what the Donald Trump thing was about. Donald Trump said, I can declassify documents in my head. The president has total control over documents. He can declassify whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. And this is the whole idea. He runs the security clearance. So if you've got a security clearance and you're working in some facility, it comes out of the office of the president. It doesn't come out of the Congress. So you got to keep this idea that security clearances are different than laws. This is Wilson. I missed the thing here, but Wilson, this is one of the things that I always point out. I'm the only guy that's actually leaked documents. I mean, you got a lot of people who they're talking about cover up, and then you get the UFO people, they're covering up as well. I leaked the Wilson leak document. I leaked the alien autopsy document. I leaked the advanced physics theoretical working group notes. I leaked the document on the UFO study for President Johnson. I leaked the document on the study that was done by Douglas Aircraft in 1968 on UFOs, spent $500,000. I leaked all this stuff. Nobody's leaked anything. I mean, this stuff is all there. And so the Wilson leak document was Wilson coming up against this program and being told you don't have a need to know. So you may be the head. He was the head of intelligence for Joint Chiefs of Staff, but that doesn't mean your program doesn't involve UFOs. You don't need to know. And this is where this need to know thing comes from. That unless you're working on the program, the more highly classified it is, the less people you're going to have on the bigot list, the less people are going to have access to the program. So one of the big people that's pushing this whole thing is Tim Burchett. So he's talking about this thing. There are tens of millions of dollars that are being spent investigating these things. We've had departments tell us that they have recovered units. They won't release full documents. Everything's covered up. This is not the first time Burchett has accused the Pentagon of withholding information from Congress that would prove the existence of extraterrestrial life. What you got to realize, as Jim Semivan points out, that people like Burchett, if you're in Congress or in the Senate, you are briefed at a secret level. It's a very low level, unless you are the Appropriations Committee, Armed Services Committee, or Intelligence. Those people have top secret clearances. They may have code word clearances. They may have a nuclear Q clearance. But if you're Burchett and you're being briefed at a secret level, this is the equivalent of you flying around at 2,000 feet. And what he's saying is people aren't being briefed. How the hell would you know that? What I point out, and there's a guy by the name of is a CIA guy that dealt with Hollywood, and he said the CIA only has one job. The CIA's job is to provide the best intelligence possible for the President of the United States, the executive branch, and the Gang of Eight in Congress. That is all. They don't sell steaks. They don't sell cars. That's all they do. And they provide the best intelligence they can for the people at 60,000 feet. So if you're Burchett flying around at 2,000 feet, how would you know who's been briefed at 60,000 feet? The only people that are going to know the people that were briefed at 60,000 feet are the guy who gave the briefing and the guy who got the briefing. And the guy who got the briefing at 60,000 feet, if it's the president or the Secretary of Defense, is not going to be telling people at 2,000 feet what's going on. This is the whole idea. People have these assumptions. They're just making stuff up. They don't know. They're making these accusations, and they really don't even understand how the security program works. Again, and what I say is, he's talking about the Illuminati. And I say that what the government would want, the people, or not the government, the people who are controlling this cover-up, what they want you to do is they want you to believe in the Illuminati. They want you to believe that there's some deep organization that's running the government. That's what they want. They don't want you looking in the right place. They want you down some dark alley in France looking for the Illuminati, because then you're going to spend the rest of your life and you're going to waste your time because you're looking at the wrong thing. That's what they want. So Schratt they're using this sort of thing. And basically it came down to the fact that if Schratt or Luna or any of these other people in the House who are complaining and say, we want hearings and we want this thing covered up, what you got to realize in this, how the government works in the United States, the President of the United States does not write law. The President of the United States enacts the law. The laws of the United States are created by Congress. So if you don't like the UFO cover-up, get off your fat butt, write a bill and get it passed, put it through the Senate. It'll be vetoed by the president. You override the veto and it becomes law. That's how law is passed. It's not by the president. If Schratt and his partners who want this thing disclosed write a law and get it passed, the president of the United States has to follow the law. But what they're doing is they're sort of blaming the president of the United States when they are the Illuminati. They are the people who are writing the law, and they have, and I will state, they have written this into law. This did not happen. It's like the whole idea about the crafts. We want the crafts back from the Lockheed and all these contractors. And the question is, how did the contractors get the crafts? It's the government gave them the crafts, because the government is not into building flying saucers. They don't know how to build a flying saucer. They don't know, so they bring in the contractor that is an expert at aviation and try to figure it out. So you gave them now they spent billions of dollars, all the contractors on this, and now you're going to say we're going to take it back, and we're going to give it to our friends, or we're going to sell it, or what are we going to do? So what you got to realize is that if the law is going to be changed, if you don't like the law, get it changed but what's happened, if you remember the Schumer-Rounds amendment, it was passed 18-0 in the Intelligence Committee in the Senate, and it went to the House, and 3 guys in the House, the 3 mics, blocked the bill. They said, we're killing the bill, and they can kill the bill. And because what happened, it went to the House Speaker, and it became a party vote. So he said it's a party vote, which means if you don't vote along the lines of what I'm saying you're going to vote, you're out of the party. So everybody had to vote, and the bill was killed. So they killed the bill. But basically, the whole idea was that there were 6 more Democrats in the House in 2022. We would have full disclosure today, because these 3 mics that blocked the bill would not have been the head of the armed services, the intelligence, and the Speaker of the House. They would not have had any power. The whole thing would have gone through, and we would have had disclosure. 3 guys, end of story. 3 guys blocked disclosure. And as long as you have this divided House, and they can't, pass a bill to, create a map for the bathrooms, you're not going to have disclosure, because the same 3 guys, like now they have this other bill. They said, we're going to send this other bill to the House. The same 3 guys are going to block it. And for whatever reason they're blocking it, they can block the bill. That's what's happened. One guy can actually block a bill in the House. This is what Eisenhower warned about in the early days. He said, beware the councils of government. We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military, industrial, congressional complex. This is the last speech that Eisenhower gave. What you got to realize is the word congressional was taken out of the speech because they didn't want to offend Congress. What you have now is you have the military industrial congressional complex who are running the show. And what happens is the example I use is Lockheed builds the F-35 jet fighter. The F-35 jet fighter is built in 47 different states. Why is it built in 47 different states? Because if there's suddenly a cost overrun and suddenly it costs twice as much money, nobody's going to vote against it, because everybody's got their hand in the cookie jar. Everybody's getting money from Lockheed to run their campaigns, and everybody's got people right in their district. Everybody's got factories, so nobody's going to vote against it. That's what they do. They get everybody in there, and that's what Eisenhower warned. Once you get this circle going where everybody's making money and everybody's in the circle, you can't stop it. So the budget keeps getting bigger. The defense budget, it's like, near $900 billion now. And what I say is, anybody thinks that they're going to shut down the $900 billion defense budget and everybody's going to go get an honest day job, better give your head a shake. It's not going to happen. Once you get that much money and that much power, you can't shut it down, because everybody's making money on this thing. And that's sort of the main problem that you have is that you're up against this behemoth that everybody's compromised, and there's nothing you can do to really stop it. But we were warned about it. And here I said again, how did the contractors get the crown? So initially, the initial contract was given to Battelle. So in 1947, Roswell crash took place, and if you've seen the documents, you'll see that Battelle started to do stuff on nitinol, the metal called nitinol, memory metal. That came from the Roswell crash, and it was done by Battelle outside of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And what you do is use sole source contracts. So what happens is the military or the intelligence will go in and they'll do source contracts. So they'll say, Battelle, you can't. If you're in Roswell, people don't realize how this game is played. So if you're in Roswell and you recover a craft, everybody says, well, we need openness. So what are you going to do? You're going to go to a magazine where they have industry reading this magazine, and what you're going to put an ad in the magazine and say, oh, we recovered a craft at Roswell, New Mexico, a flying saucer, and we'd like people to bid on a contract to look at the craft and back engineer the craft. You can't do that. So that's why they use sole source contracts. And sole source contracts means that you put the contract out to one person, and a lot of times it's going to be your friend. You put it out to one source, and you have a lifetime guarantee that you will never ever release who is working on the contract. So the government is working in secret. The contractors are working in secret, and that's one of the problems you have with disclosure. Is not only you got to get the crafts back, but you have to out the sole source contract. And Elizondo's pointed this out: is if you see that Lockheed got a craft, and you had an aerospace company, and Lockheed suddenly became this massive aerospace company, and you went bankrupt, then it's lawsuit time. There's billions of lawsuits that are going to be filed on people who lost money because you gave the craft to this guy, you didn't give it to me. There's all these complications about how stuff is done, and everything is done. So if the CIA steals intelligence, computer technology from Russia or Taiwan or something, you're going to use a sole source contract again. You can't really say, we stole computer technology from Taiwan and we want people to come and back engineer this stuff. You can't do that. You can't go public. You've got to use a sole source contract, all very secret. And that's how this whole system has been built. And the problem is that you've built the system, and as everybody's mother has probably told them at some point in their life, you made your bed, now lie in it. This is the problem we've got. We've built this system with laws and regulations, and it's just got more complex and more complex. And now how do you turn this thing around? This is one high-level official told me. This is where I say the book I'm going to write is called Secret, the Defense of Non-Disclosure and the Search for Real Disclosure. Real disclosure is going to come from experiencers. It's not going to come from the government. It's going to come from experiencers. And this is something that nobody will touch. Elizondo will not touch it. Milner will not touch it, because we don't want to get painted with the crazy brush of these experiencers. Well, you'll see they won't touch it. You'll see that James Fox will not touch it in his documentaries. Everybody wants to be cool. Everybody wants to talk about technology. We call it the boys and their toys. If you have disclosure panels, you'll never see an experiencer on a disclosure panel. We don't want to hear about the experience. We don't want to hear about your contacts with aliens. Nope. Just talk about metals and technology and stuff like this. So when we get to technology, we're going to have more faster cars and more accurate AR-15 rifles, and we're going to have better bombs that are more accurate, stuff like that. All we're interested in is technology, boys and their toys. And it's not. It's got nothing to do with that. Even the phenomena even warned at one point, do not go down the technology road. It's a trap. Now, here's what a high-level official, I think the highest level official in the Canadian government that briefs the president said, because we cannot track the phenomena. We cannot track the phenomena, so we track the people correlated with the phenomena. The lights in the sky produce no usable information. On the other hand, there are many different types of contactees with many different insights, and maybe there are even visitors. And this is the whole thing. So if you're a contactee, why would they not look at you? Why would they not figure out why they're talking to this person? It is the people who are the contacts who are dealing with the intelligence. You are not going to solve the UFO phenomena. You're not going to get disclosure until you talk to the people who are talking to the intelligence behind the phenomena. Lights in the sky don't tell you anything. Green ones, red ones, who cares how many fast they're going, stuff like that. The idea is you've got to go to the people, and the high level people know that. So, and I think I'll get into Chris Bledsoe with his sort of thing. What is this slide? This is this idea, and Bell Bigelow's talked about this, and so has James Lukaski, who ran the big OSAP program. This is this idea that they've been given technology and they're going to hang on to it. James Sikorsky. We've invested a lot of our personal resources into research. It's going to be difficult to pry loose technology when something's been given over to a private company who has invested their money, their stockholders' money in the research. It's pretty, if this is free enterprise America, you can't just go in and take someone's patents and grab them and give them to someone else. If these guys invested in this stuff, that's what Bob Bigelow said. They asked him, "Are you in favor of disclosure, Bob?" He said, "No, I'm not in favor of disclosure. I'm in favor of confirmation. This is proprietary." So Bob Bigelow was the contractor who ran the OSAP program, and he's got the 100 reports that they did. He knows all the stuff that they did with the Defense Intelligence Agency, and he says, "I now own it. I'm a billionaire. I now own this UFO technology." And as you know, they tried to do another one called Conan Blue, which was not 22 million, it was up to 50 million. They tried to get another thing financed that Bob Bigelow probably would have run. And basically, these contractors get the money from the government. It's like spend the government's money to do all this stuff. And then if you're the contractor and you get this technology, if you're the government, how do you take the technology away from the company? And especially if the company's invested their personal money. So I wrote this book called Beyond Managed Magic, Tangled in Secret. I've written 4 books on UFO disclosure. I've got 2 more coming. And this sort of explains how this is actually done in the background, rather than just whining and complaining about, oh, we need the answer. Why doesn't the government just hand us the answer? And as you'll see in the end, basically, guys, they haven't got a clue. they got bodies and crafts, but they haven't got a clue what's going on. This is Bob Bigelow saying, there are also companies involved and they have proprietary rights to the information. From national security perspective, you cannot blame the government for wanting to protect itself. You cannot fault the leadership for wanting to do what is best in the interest of its people to protect them from worrying about a lot of things. And he says, you get into disclosure and speculation never ends. You have every radio talk show constantly talking, speculating, and trying to raise the temperature about the public angst about the topic unnecessarily. And he says, I've got the technology. We'll take care of it. Just pay your taxes and shut up. Here's Jim sent me that again. I say this is one of the guys you got to listen to. If you gave this to private industry, you would have to form a sole source contract, which are highly protective of individuals and corporations, where the government is not allowed to reveal their identity. And he said he wrote a lot of sole source contracts for the CIA on all sorts of different things, not UFO stuff, but it's all done through sole source contract. You've got to protect the companies that are working with the CIA. You can't out them. And that's what we want. We want to out the contractors and the people who are working for the contractors, so Putin can find them. They got their phone numbers. They know exactly who's working on the project. And if you go back to Area 51, you know, Bob Lazar told the story. In Area 51, there was 22 or 24 people working on the program at Area 51. And he said at one point they issued him a gun, and he had to pay a $500 deposit for this gun. And he said, that's a stupid gun. I've got an Uzi. I don't need your stupid gun. I'm not paying $500 for it. And the gun was because they were afraid, according to Lazar, that the Russians were going to kidnap one of them. The Russians had been part of the program and had been kicked out of the program. And Lazar said that they all had guns so that to protect them from the Russians kidnapping them. Because if you know somebody's working on the contract and you can kidnap them and get them out of the country, then you've got somebody who's worked on the program. And that is like intelligence. All the enemies of the United States are trying to figure this out as well. Roosevelt. So I'm going to go through the presidents very quickly because there's a story that goes around. The president didn't know. Garbage. That's the Illuminati thing. They want you to think the president doesn't know, because then you're going to be down the wrong road for the whole time. So Roosevelt was the first guy that had to handle this thing, and he basically just with the shoot down over L.A. He was talking about who gives the order for the alarm to go off, and it was a UFO over L.A. So he wasn't really that involved. These 2 women told the story. I don't think. Okay, let me play a little bit. These are 2 women in their 80s. They talk about the bodies under the Capitol, and these women are in their 80s. I interviewed them about 10 years ago. They're both now passed away, but their father was taken to the Capitol, and he was shown the bodies and the crafts. So let me play a little bit of this story that they told me about their father telling them about what they saw. This is 1940. This is before 1943. This would have happened.
Hey, Grant.
Yeah.
We can't hear anything. When you shared,
okay, I
did
didn't
you share sound?
Hang on. Let me share again here, and let me do it properly. Share sound. Okay, let me try it again.
The so while he was there,
Perfect, thank you.
I'm not sure how they got together, but he and I think it was third or fourth cousin,
something like that,
Yeah.
but related
yeah,
through the Riley family.
yeah, and he got together with him at the state capitol building. That's where Cordell wanted him to be. I don't know if they went to lunch first or if they just met there. And Cordell said that he wanted to show him something. And he said, but you have to swear that you'll never ever tell anybody. And so Dad did. And so they started down in the building. And finally, my dad said, where are we going anyway? And Cordell said, well, you'll see. And they went down through the regular basement into a sub-basement. And
So it was in the Capitol building.
in the Capitol building. And so anyway, when they got down there, why, there was kind of a long hallway they went through that was lighted, but nothing off to the side in any rooms were lighted. And so when they got to where they were going, Cordell opened the door and he reached in and switched on the light, and he said, now this is something really strange that is down here. And there were, I don't recall whether it was 3 or 4, but there was these large jugs that, glass jugs that were on some kind of a stand that had these little people in them. And he said, well, they were like people, but they weren't. And I said, what do you mean? He says, well, they had all the same things that we have, but he said, well, it seemed to me like their heads were a little too large for their body, and their eyes were shut, but I think their eyes were bigger than ours. And I said, well, how tall were they? And he said, oh, I don't really know. And I said, well, 6 feet? Oh, no. So we kind of went back and forth on how tall they were, and finally settled on about 4 foot tall. And so then Cordell called his attention to some kind of a machine that he said was a flying machine of some sort. And Dad said, well, it doesn't have wings. And this, of course, was right around 1935. And
excuse me, wasn't it wrecked? It wasn't a machine.
yeah, it was in pieces.
A wreck.
And Dad said that there was really, really pretty shiny, like silver, but he said it wasn't anything that he'd ever seen before. So he couldn't say what kind of material it was. And so Cordell said, yeah, but just lift this. And Dad said, that looks heavy. And so Cordell went with his fingers on the edge of it, and it was very lightweight. And so they talked about that.
Yeah, Cordell Hull was the Secretary of State, and we sort of established it wasn't they had a letter from 1935, but we established it was a little bit later. It was probably at least 1939, maybe even as late as 43. So, but these women, why would they tell a bizarre story? So let's go to Roosevelt. This is his air advisor. People say the president is not briefed. Baloney. Truman had an air advisor. His name was Robert Landry. He does an oral history at the Truman Library where I was, and he basically stated that he had been given orders in 1948, February of 1948, to provide a UFO briefing for the President of the United States every 3 months after gathering material from the CIA and other agencies. And later his grandson asked him about Roswell, and he said to his grandson, he promised that before he died he would tell the family about Roswell, but he told his grandson, if you knew what happened at Roswell, nothing in the world would ever be the same again. Truman said this, I can assure you that flying saucers, given that they exist, are not constructed by any power here on Earth. And then I think I got a video of Truman. People say he's not briefed. Here's, I think, Truman talking about UFOs. Oh, this is an interesting one. This is a guy by the name of, he was the biggest broadcaster in the 50s, Frank Edwards. He wrote a couple of books on UFOs. He tells this story about the 1952 overflight of Washington, D.C. and the encounter, this him on the right with Truman and Eisenhower coming to the president, because as you know, the shoot down order was given in 1952, shoot him down, and a bunch of telegrams went to the White House, which I've recovered, that said, Mr. President, don't shoot him down, don't shoot him down. And according to Frank Edwards, who had 10 million listeners in 1950, 55 or 56 when he told the story, said Eisenhower had gone to the president. He said, Mr. President, anybody who can come across millions of miles of space will know how to protect himself once he gets here. Don't start something you can't finish. And that is according to Frank Edwards from what Einstein told him, that he told the president, don't try to shoot these things down.
They didn't go off with their shoot 'em down order for the simple reason.
I told you that.
Oh, yes, we discussed it at every conference that we had with the military. There's always things like that going on. Flying saucers, and they've had other things, you know, if I'm not mistaken.
So Truman was briefed. Then we go to Dwight Eisenhower. There's not much on Eisenhower. He met with Kenneth Arnold. Kenneth Arnold was very, very popular. You saw the first UFO, or the second big UFO sighting was Kenneth Arnold. There was even talk about him running for president. He was a very, very popular guy. Here's him again. This is the story, the 54 story, the nonsense story you'll hear, that the U.S. government, that Eisenhower made an agreement with the Greys in order to abduct people in exchange for technology. Makes no sense whatsoever. Number one, the Greys don't appear till 1961. Number two, if you're the Greys, why would you give them technology which they're going to turn around and try to shoot you down with? And number three is why would the aliens sign a contract or a treaty? What are you going to do if the aliens break the treaty? What are you going to take them to court? Like it makes no sense whatsoever. If you want to know what actually happened in that February 1954 meeting, all you have to do is go a week later, and you will see that there was a test in the Pacific. It was the first test of the Castle Bravo test, and it was the biggest radioactive contamination disaster in the world. They contaminated an entire island. 95% of people on the island got thyroid cancer. They left the people on the island and said, well, let's use this as a nuclear test. Let's see how the natives handle, or how the savages handle radioactivity. And they've paid, I think, $1 billion in reparations for this thing. There was a Russian fishing trawler where everybody ended up dying on it. It was a real disaster. And so if there was a meeting between aliens and Eisenhower, they said, stop the nuclear tests, and Eisenhower told them to get lost. This is the test. Happened about 6 days after that supposed meeting. It was the biggest radioactive contamination test ever done. It was supposed to be 5 megatons. They miscalculated. It was 17 megatons. It was low level, so it was had a lot of contamination. Even the guys 20 miles away, they had to evacuate them off this island under bed sheets. It was just a horrible story. Art Lundahl, this is the story. Art Lundahl was the guy who leaked the story about the channeling the alien at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He was fascinated in UFOs. He was the first guy to run the Weird Desk. So he ran the Weird Desk first with the CIA, paranormal phenomena. The second guy that ran it was Kit Green. Then Ron Pandolfi took over. And he was the guy that gave the briefing to the president in the Cuban Missile Crisis. He was a photographer. He was the guy who came up with the technology for photographic imagery, where they would take the image from the satellite and you would process it, and you could actually use computers to make a better photograph. He invented that. So he was the guy that went into the president's office and said, here's the Cuban missiles, here's a launcher, here's some stuff. He was the guy, but he was also the guy that supposedly briefed 3 presidents on UFOs. Phobos, one of Eisenhower's main guys, one of his main people believed that Phobos was an artificial satellite, one of his officials. Robert Kennedy, there's always a story about Kennedy himself. Kennedy wasn't interested in UFOs at all. Robert Kennedy, his brother, was very interested. There's a whole collection of letters where he was corresponding back and forth with people. The thing is, he was very skeptical. He said, yes, I'm very interested in the subject, but no, he didn't believe it was actually real, which gives you the sort of the indication that you think they've got this all figured out. You read Robert Kennedy's letters, he's basically saying, yeah, UFOs are real, but no, I really don't believe this whole sort of thing. Lyndon Johnson, as one of the documents I leaked, and I was given a manuscript of this is the manuscript here. It was being written. The guy died before the manuscript was finished. I was given 100 pages of a 300-page manuscript, where they basically are briefing the president of the United States. He was under pressure from a guy named James McDonald, who was the top researcher at the time. He was friends with the president, and then he said, okay, you do this report, and shut the guy up. So they did this report. They had very high level people, and the result of the report was, this is the guy that ran it, and this is passes and stuff like that. And here's the guys that ran it. You have Art Lundahl, that guy that I had for the President Kennedy. You have Secretary of the Air Force, retired. You have nuclear physicist. You have all these high-level people, almost the same level people. Kelly Johnson, who ran Lockheed Skunk Works. All the same people that Tom DeLonge had. It was almost the same category that Tom DeLonge just had the later versions of these characters. And basically, the conclusion they came to, the abundant evidence suggests that flying saucers, our crafts, are real. They have intelligence. They are all, often observed with highly reflective metal-looking outer skin surfaces. And basically, it was basically, yeah, exactly what the government is telling you today. Yes, UFOs exist. We do not believe they're extraterrestrial, and that's all we know. We just know this thing's for real, and we don't have any answers. That, I think, is the bottom line to this thing. They really do not have any answers. I'll show you some of the people that talked about this. Jackie Gleason was interested. This is a story that he took. He was taken to see bodies in Florida with President Nixon. That Nixon was very involved, and Nixon actually, with the Hoffman Air Force Base film, Bob Emenegger, I didn't get the letter before he died. Linda Howe claimed she saw the letter with another researcher, and she's got a photographic memory. And she said the letter said, it was a signed letter from President Nixon, who said to the producer, Bob Emenegger, but the Hoffman Air Force Base film said, thank you for your cooperation on the project we worked on. And it was the idea that Nixon had actually authorized the leaking of this story, that there had been an encounter at Hoffman Air Force Base between us and the entities. And Gleason was friends with all the presidents. He had a lot of power. And he was, according to his second wife, we interviewed her, said that he actually was showing bodies. She said he was either fooling around with a woman or he saw the bodies. He was pretty shaken up when he came home. So here's them. Here's the girl that told us. Beverly McKittrick was the one that we interviewed. And we found out that at Homestead Air Force Base, where this event supposedly took place, Nixon had the Southern White House. He had made 92 trips at 293 days at the Southern White House. And every time he flew down there, 92 trips, he'd stop at Hoffman Air Force Base. And that's where the bodies were. This is the story. It's in past, present, future. Confirmed. Ford confirmed Hoffman. This is Ford. This is a story that Eric Davis phoned. These people were after the Hoffman Air Force Base story. They knew that the story is probably true. They had heard rumors that generals had been flown in and stuff. They were asking me about what I knew about it, because I knew Bob Emenegger. And Ford was phoned by Eric Davis, the physicist, and Ford said, yes, he saw this in a briefing. He was showing a 15-minute color film. This is the Hoffman landing. And Davis asked him, well, when was the briefing? Ford said, I'm never going to tell you when the briefing is. Don't even go there. And then he phoned up Bush, and Bush told him, yes. He said, was it a psychological film? No. Was it a training film? No. Was it an A-12 flaming out? No. I went through all the things, and he said it was the real deal, and it had massive security around it, where this UFO lands at Hoffman Air Force Base. So there's two presidents who've actually confirmed this. And then there was the story that Jimmy Carter, there was one of his Secret Service agents, actually made claims that he was in the briefing when they showed the 15-minute color film. But then when researchers started to go after him, he started to deny, no, I wasn't in there, and he denied the whole thing. This is Hoffman Air Force Base. Jimmy Carter, everybody says Jimmy Carter didn't do anything. Not true. Jimmy Carter just didn't have his fingerprints on it. He had his press secretary going after the FBI. He had a lawyer at the CIA forcing the documents. Half of all the FOI documents on UFOs that have ever been released were all released under the administration of Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter forced a lot of documents out. You just never saw. He tried to force a new study done by NASA, and they came back and said, you cut our budget. We don't have the money. If you have got metal, we're willing to look at metal, but we don't have the resources to run another Blue Book study. They knew it was a PR nightmare. Don't get us involved in this thing. So Jimmy Carter, yes, Jimmy Carter absolutely knew. And he actually stated, maybe I've got it here, because he had the UFO sighting. He actually stated, he was asked by James Fox, and this is his thing. He said, why didn't you do something when you were there? And he said, there are many possibilities. but nobody has answers. That's the thing. Yes, it's real, but we don't have any answers. We know this is real, but it's beyond us. And as Semivan said, because you got bodies and crafts doesn't mean you know what you're dealing with. Doesn't mean it's extraterrestrial. Just means you got bodies and crafts. Supposedly Bush told Jimmy Carter in his presidential elect briefing, he asked about UFOs, and he said, curiosity is not sufficient need to know. If you want those records, you go to the House Science and Technology Committee. So a lot of people say, well, he was refused the stuff. Not true. Everybody knows now the House Science and Technology Committee would not have the Roswell files. What he was asking for was the files that he promised for the American people. He said, I will release everything except for the classified material. And he asked for those files. Those files might have been at the Science and Technology Committee. The Science and Technology Committee are people flying around at 2,000 feet. They ain't got the records. So Jimmy Carter was refused not all the UFO files, but the files that he wanted to release to the American people. He did the SRI study, he did a NASA study. Joey Powell went to the FBI. Sheehan talked about a study that was done by the Library of Congress for the president, and Jimmy Carter had a sighting. This is the mail. He got apparently 10,000 letters. A lot of these have been recovered. People saying, you promised you were going to do something. This is some of the mail. This is one of the mail bags of all the UFO stuff that's coming into the White House. Jimmy Carter had a second sighting. Everybody knows about his one. This is another one that was filmed. This is actually in the archives, the actual photographs in the archives. This happened in Panama, and that's the presidential Army One helicopter taking off. And one of the people, not press people, one of the people in the administration actually took this photograph of a UFO following the Army One helicopter. Reagan had two sightings. He was behind UFO Cover Up Live, which is a documentary you should watch. This is where the idea of the live alien comes from, and the Area 51 thing. Reagan, this is 2 weeks before Reagan left the office, and the story was that Reagan, this was his goodbye gift to the American people, was to reveal UFO material. And that's the way they reveal it. They put it into the stuff surrounded by disinformation, put it out in fictional Hollywood type stuff, and release the story, but keep the classified information. He had 2 UFO sightings, and was very open about it. And Shirley MacLaine actually tells the story that Lucille Ball, the comedian, had actually said that in the one encounter that happened in California, he was coming down the coast from Sacramento into Los Angeles for a cocktail party, that Nancy and him were an hour late, and that they actually stated that that the UFO, there was actually an alien encounter, and the alien had told Ronald Reagan to run for president. And Lucille Ball writes it in her biography. She said, I always wondered if people knew that story, whether they'd voted for Ronald Reagan. Reagan was fascinated in everything paranormal. Here's Steven Spielberg takes E.T. the Extraterrestrial 1982 to the White House, and Reagan stands up at the end and he says, thank you, Stephen, for bringing E.T. the Extraterrestrial to the White House. And I want to let you know there probably aren't 6 people in this whole room who know how true this whole thing is. And I checked it. We found it was 39 people. There was the ambassador from Great Britain. CIA director was there. George Bush was there. And he said there were probably 6 people in this room who know this whole thing. The ET story is real.
And he just stood up and he looked around the room, almost like he was doing a head count. And he said, I want to thank you for bringing ET to the White House. We really enjoyed your movie. And then he looked around the room and he said, and there are a number of people in this room who know that everything on that screen is absolutely true. And he said it without smiling. But he said that. And everybody laughed, by the way. The whole room laughed because he presented it like a joke, but he wasn't smiling as he said it.
Bush was caught on tape by a friend of mine who's now since passed. And he said on tape, it's very hard to hear, but he said, I know a lot. He said, I know some, I know a lot. When he was asked, why didn't you declassify the UFO stuff? And then there's a story to Jimmy Carter where he's the CIA director briefing the incoming president. And he has this whole thing about if you want the UFO files, you got to go to the House Science and Technology Committee. Dan Quayle, this is something I'm one of the few people who has. Here's Dan Quayle. You think, well, the president isn't briefed. Here's Dan Quayle, the vice president for Bush, talking about the fact that, yeah, they were briefed.
The alien situation is very interesting because we had the same issue. I mean, there are people out there that really believe that there are these aliens. And we literally spent some time looking at this, but there was nothing conclusive that came of it.
Again, the story, nothing conclusive came of it. So they looked at it. Yes, it's real, but beyond that, where they're coming from, what their intention is, all this kind of stuff, that stuff is missing. Clinton has one of the biggest UFO files. They're online. I put all the files. I didn't even read them. There's thousands of pages. He was very interested. There was a lot of stuff on him. He apparently had a sighting. I was told by the one of the people at the Clinton Library that Bill and Hillary had a sighting in Arkansas when they were young at this barbecue restaurant they used to hang out with. Then there's the Rockefeller Initiative, where I recovered the document, received Rockefeller and Hillary, and this is where Rockefeller is trying to get the briefing. He's trying to give the president a briefing, and the idea is the president, as he told Rockefeller, Clinton told Rockefeller, this is like the Arkansas tar baby story. If you know the story of Brer Rabbit catching Brer Rabbit. The whole idea that you set up the tar baby and Brer Rabbit gets mad, he punches the tar baby because he won't say hello, and they get stuck to the tar baby, and then he punches his other hand and then he kicks him with his feet. It's like the Arkansas tar baby. You can't touch the story. That's what Clinton apparently told Rockefeller. This is a story, if you're the president, you can't touch this. You're going to get stuck to it. You can't get it off. He confirmed that he played both sides. He said, well, I really know what's going on. And then he said, I requested the Roswell files, and I can tell you it wasn't really a crash at Roswell. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, I didn't know what was going on, and then say, I got the Roswell files. He basically is trying to distance himself from the story. Dick Cheney, that's my 15 seconds of fame. I actually asked Dick Cheney, and he gives the same question. Maybe I've got it here. No, the audio is missing. So anyway, I asked him because he was chief of staff for Ford. He was Secretary of Defense under Bush, and he was the vice president when I talked to him. This is April the 11th, just after they came into power. And I said to him, Mr. Cheney, in all your jobs in government, have you ever been briefed on the subject of UFOs? If so, what was it, and what were you told? When was it, and what were you told? He said, if I had been briefed on that subject, it would probably be classified, and I wouldn't be talking about it. I went, hallelujah, that's exactly what you're supposed to say. That's the whole deal. If I've been briefed on it, you're at a 2,000-foot level or on the ground, you don't have a need to know. I'm not telling you. If I'd been briefed, it would probably be classified. I recovered the 1,000 pages of documents. This is the Clinton Initiative documents. This is the correspondence going from Rockefeller to the science advisor to the president, going back and forth. And you wonder, they did a study of Roswell twice in the 1990s. It wasn't because the U.S. Air Force had nothing better to do. It was because Rockefeller kept threatening the president. And he said, I'm going to the president. That's it. I've had it with you guys. I'm going to the president. I want disclosure. And Bud Hopkins told me, he said, Mr. Rockefeller, I don't think that's how it works. He said, I don't care. I'm going to the president. I'm going to get this thing disclosed. And so they were always afraid that he was going to go to the president. So they'd say, Mr. Rockefeller, what do you want? And he said, if I don't get what I want, I'm going to put a full page ad in every major newspaper in the United States. And it's going to say, Mr. President, what do you know? When did you learn it? Why are you not telling the people? And they were so petrified. So they said, what do you need? They said, if it's deep as classified as you say it is, and if it's as wide as you say it is, I mean, we can't do it. Give us one case. We'll declassify the one case, and then we'll go after the rest. He said, okay, Roswell. That's why the U.S. Air Force did a study on Roswell. That's when they came up with the whole thing about it was the mogul balloon. Then Clinton was in Belfast, Northern Ireland in 1995, and he's lighting the Christmas tree, and he makes this statement across the bow. He says, if the U.S. Air Force did recover bodies, they didn't tell me about it, and I want to know, which means your report in 1994 didn't talk about the bodies. So explain the bodies. So they do another study, which cost $20 million in 1997, and that's when they come up with the crash test dummy story. And that's, hey, Mr. President, it was crash test dummies in 1953. And then the president was handcuffed. What else could he do? So that was why they did 2 UFO studies on Roswell. It was because the president was forcing them to do these studies. And then this is one that you see Hillary Clinton. There's 2 documents on Hillary Clinton here, and it first took me years to figure out this. It said this is Jack Big Gibbons, who's the science advisor to the president, and this is a letter to from Rockefeller's lawyer. It said attached to our draft letter to the president, which Lawrence has been discussing with Mrs. Clinton and her staff. The draft report of the best evidence about UFOs. And I'm thinking, like, why would they be talking to Mrs. Clinton? And the idea was the Tar Baby story. The president can't touch the story. So they tell Hillary Clinton what's going on. And then she goes to the president at night and says, oh, Rockefeller said this, Gibbons said that. What do you want to do? And then the president's giving directions. So it's indirect. She's not in the government. So that's how they got the message back and forth. And the other thing they have is this is the second document where they talk about the fact that the Hillary Clinton's office, for all these 1,000 pages of documents that I just showed you, all of them are going through Hillary Clinton's office. And I couldn't figure out why all these documents are going through Hillary Clinton's office. She was the post office, and that was the whole deal. She was running interference. She was the one that was taking messages to the president, because you can't go in the president's office and contaminate him, because once the president knows, then he starts asking, people start asking questions, and one question leads to another question, which leads to another, and next thing you got 10 million questions, and the president doesn't know. He doesn't have the answer, and he's supposed to be the powerful guy that's protecting the United States of America, and you don't want him standing there going, oh, well, I don't know. It's like, you got to keep it away from the president. So you say there's an Illuminati, and the president doesn't know what's going on, and everybody chases the Illuminati, and the president walks away and doesn't have to take any questions on UFOs. Obama was big on goofing around with the thing. He loved this subject. He would drop hints and stuff like that. Here's him with Macy. He was a 6-year-old girl who was an expert on presidents. She knew everything about every president. And of course, they said, do you have one question for the president? She said, yeah. Are there aliens? And he said, well, what do you think? That's the thing. You answer a question with a question. And she said, yeah, I think so. And then he said, well, how do you know that? She says, because it was on Americans Most Secret or some show like that. And he said, well, there you go. And he said, well, he says, we haven't made contact yet, but if we do contact the aliens, you're the first person I'll let know. So Obama was always goofing around with people and dropping these little hints and stuff like that. And when Podesta went into the White House, the day after he went in there, Obama made the statement about Area 51. He said, I'm probably the first president that's ever mentioned the word Area 51. People always wanted to know what's going on at 51. When I wanted to know, I asked Shirley MacLaine. He's giving an award to Shirley MacLaine. So he drops this thing, and immediately, as soon as he mentions Area 51 is declassified. And everybody now knows there's Area 51. So he was playing this. He was asked by Kimmel. Kimmel asks everybody, and you'll see all these people dodging the question, and it confirms that, yeah, they know, because Kimmel always says, did you get briefed? Here's Jim Semivan. Let's skip that. Obama commercial. I don't think I got the commercial. Oh, no. So this commercial where he does this commercial for Kimmel and is for giving money for some charity or something like that. And he's doing this sort of thing. He says, if you send in so much money, I'll release the UFO files. And then some guy in the background says, you can't, that's classified. And he says, well, you're right in here in my drawer. So he liked to play the game with the UFO thing. But when he actually came down, he said, I think I've got it here. Here's when he was asked when he was running for president, would you declassify? And he said, well, it depends. Or would you, he said, it depends whether the aliens are Democrats or Republicans. So he sort of walks around the question. But at that point, he said, I'm more interested in people that need help here. There may be aliens coming, but I've got other concerns. Here's where he declassifies the Area 51. Shirley MacLaine is getting an award. That's when he does it. He knows as soon as he drops the word Area 51, and that was the day after Podesta went to be his advisor. It was almost like a gift to Podesta to declassify Area 51, because Podesta used to actually go to watch X-Files. He actually phoned Area 51 at one time to find out if there was UFOs at Area 51. So when he gave there, Obama gave him this gift of declassifying Area 51. This is he makes joke. He's at Roswell. Roswell used to be a swing state, and everybody go to Roswell 2 days before the election, try to get the votes from New Mexico, and they'd always make these UFO jokes in Roswell. Here's one that you're going to find later. I get in the Chris Bledsoe. I talk about the fact that the experiencers are the ones that know. Chris Bledsoe in North Carolina is a top experiencer. All these military people were coming. They actually found out that he had been in contact with a lady, which was very interesting to the military people. And they actually get him to describe, what did the lady tell you? And he put it out, and they actually went to Obama, and he was briefed. Here's Hillary Clinton saying she's going to do the declassification, and she was. I was told at the time that she was going to do the declassification thing, and then she lost the election. And I went to Chris Bledsoe and I said, okay, so what's going to happen now? And he said that the green light is still on. They're going to do it. And that's when Tom DeLonge had the delay. They had these high-level guys that were going to do the disclosure, and because Hillary lost the election, it was about 11 months later when finally Tom DeLonge got Lou Elizondo and a bunch of new guys and went on and started talking about this declassification. It was supposed to have happened in 2016. They were going to do this 7-year plan, and they were going to disclose everything. And Hillary Clinton was going to run this whole thing. And she tells that to Kimmel. She says, "I don't care if my husband didn't get anything. I'm going to figure out the Area 51 thing." She actually announces that she's going to do it. Here's her at the Rockefeller Ranch, and she's given this book on UFO, the implications of UFO disclosure, of finding out there's extraterrestrials. And this is when the briefing takes place. And then what happens is that when the briefing takes place, Rockefeller has the president away from the Washington, and the briefing is going to take place. And what happens is when the briefing takes place, only Hillary Clinton shows up. Bill does not show up at the briefing. This is the whole idea. It's a tar baby story. He can't be involved. And the morning after, according to Whitley Strieber, Hillary Clinton said to Rockefeller, "Okay, we've heard your story. Now don't ever bring up UFOs again." And that was the end of Rockefeller's initiative to try to get UFO disclosure. Rance Priebus. This is Trump. I mean, I was actually brought in because I was the presidential guy. I was actually brought in by one of Trump's major fundraisers, and he said, "They're not going to tell him. We're doing a briefing for Rance Priebus, and where are the crafts?" I said, "I have no idea where the crafts are." I said, "What do you mean they're not going to tell him?" He said, "Well, they're not going to tell him." So, well, who's the they? He said, "Well, the guys that are running it." I said, "What do you mean? If Trump gets in, the Trump had won the election." I said, "Okay." So he appoints the CIA director. He appoints the director of national intelligence. He appoints the head of NSA. He appoints the deputies, the undersecretary at the defense. He had 6 secretary of defense. He was firing people left, right, and center. The deputies at all the 6 deputies at the Defense Department, he nominates all these. The president puts them all in. So if they don't tell him, then who's to blame? I mean, he's putting all the people in. He can fire anybody he wants. He can go down as far as he wants and fire all the people if he wants to get the truth. And then he said, "Well, yeah, that makes sense." And so I don't know if they actually gave the briefing to Rance Priebus, but when Hillary was talking in 2016, she was going to declassify. The New York Times went to Donald Trump and they said, "Hillary's talking about declassifying. What do you got to say to that?" And he said, "Well, I assume you're talking about outer space." And she said, "Well, yeah." And he said, "Well, I'm not interested." And that's so he'd been contacted, and there was a guy who was going to do disclosure. He was yelling at Trump as he was on the campaign trail in 2016 and saying declassify, and Trump just ignored him, walked by. He has no interest in UFOs whatsoever. Biden, this is 2007. I may skip the audio because it's not that good. Basically, there's a presidential debate taking place in Philadelphia in 2007 where the guy is asked a question about UFOs, the Ohio congressman. Anyway, and he saw this UFO over the swimming pool at Shirley McLean's house and heard this voice and stuff. And then they asked him in the presidential debate, "Did you actually have this sighting?" And he basically says, "Well, no, yeah, I had the sighting, but I didn't hear any voices and stuff like that." And after that, then they asked all these people, "What do you think? What do you think? What do you think about UFOs?" And Biden says, "What are you, crazy? Where are we going? No, I don't believe in UFOs." And that was 2007. He said he didn't believe in UFOs. But this is, well, I'm gonna skip it. Kamala Harris was asked by Kimmel. He said, "Okay, you got briefed. Okay, so as vice president, there's all these interesting things like Jimmy Hoffa and who killed Kennedy and UFOs." And she said, "Yeah, I'm interested in those subjects." And he said, "Okay, so did you get the documents? Did you look in the documents?" And she said, "That's all I'm going to tell you." And this is the same thing as Cheney. She's basically saying, "That's all I'm going to say." She's confirming, yes, she got the briefing, and I'm not telling you anything because it's a 60,000-foot briefing. We're not telling you on your talk show. So she was briefed. Here's the latest briefing of Trump. This happened in June. He talks about the fact that it's all very interesting. He talked to his pilots, who are fantastic guys. It's all very interesting. And he said, "Yes, I was briefed. I won't talk to you about what I was told about, but it's very interesting. Am I a believer? No, I can't say that I am." So he was showing the Nimitz film, he talked to the video, the guys, the aircraft guys, and basically said, "I still don't believe in UFOs." Mike Pence was briefed. He said, "Yes, I was briefed. Let me say, it doesn't exist. UFOs don't exist. I have been to Area 51, and I didn't meet anyone there that wasn't from around here." So all of them are briefed. No matter what anybody tells you, I say they're all briefed. Now, they may not listen, they may not believe it or whatever. And the more they want to know, the expression is, if the president wants something, they will move a mountain to get the president whatever he demands. This is one of the reasons why they don't release it. This is Apollo 16 astronaut Charles Duke. And this is the thing. So you say the president stands up. The president stands up and says, yeah, UFOs are real and we're working on this thing. And then Charles Duke stands up and he said, I don't believe in alien life. God showed me a specific answer to 2 prayers, that they're demonic and they're demonic beings that will make an appearance. They will appear to be real. They are real. The Bible says angel Satan will appear as an angel of light, so they can appear. Nothing human can make a 90-degree turn at 3,000 miles an hour. I think the purpose is to draw you away from the real God and say, look at us. So what you're going to do is you're going to have the president stand up and say, oh, UFOs are real and we're working on it. And then some powerful person on a radio talk show or a podcast is going to say it's demons and they're eating the dogs and cats. Your move, Mr. President. What are you going to do now? And that's what Jim Semivan says. If you make this move, make sure you got a backup plan for what's going to happen. Because if the thing starts going south, you're in a lot of trouble because you've spilt the milk and you can't get it back in the jar. Here's Jesse Marcel Jr. talking about the fact that he was told by a guy who worked for the Senate is complaining. We don't have access. We don't know. He tells the story about Dick D'Amato, and I'll skip the video here, but he tells the story at the citizens' hearing that Dick D'Amato came to him and he said, I want to talk to you about Roswell. He said, I've told everything I know about Roswell. He said, no, maybe I want to tell you. And where he takes him is where those 2 women, those old women, to the sub-basement of the Capitol. It's the same place. Now there's a big conference room there. He said he was taken into the conference room by a guy named Dick D'Amato. Dick D'Amato was doing an audit for the Appropriations Committee. So the Senate argument now is that we have authorization. If the executive branch spends money, we have the power to oversee the spending. And they didn't tell us. So what happens is when the Lazar story breaks in 1989, they're talking about Area 51, and Senator Byrd, who runs the Senate Appropriations Committee, says, we hand out the money. We're the Appropriations Committee. What, are we doing UFOs at Area 51? Are we back in engineering flying saucers? And everybody on the committee goes, I don't know, sir. I don't know. Well, he said, well, damn well, we're going to find out. And they send Dick D'Amato to Area 51. And in this upcoming book, I'll tell this whole story about what Dick D'Amato did, who he talked to and stuff like that. And Dick D'Amato goes back to Jesse Marcel, and he's got the book Majestic on the table. And he says to Jesse, he says, you know what, I just want to tell you, Jesse, this is for real. This ain't fiction. And he's tapping the book, this Majestic book about how they handled Roswell. And he said, well, I know that. Well, so when are you gonna tell the people? And then Dick D'Amato, who's the auditor for the Appropriations Committee, so he would have told this all to the Appropriations Committee. Appropriations Committee knew, because he told him, he said, if it were up to me, I would have done it yesterday. It's not up to me. I'm just here to find out how much the security is costing. There's a deep part of government, they're unelected, and they've got all the money and they've got all the power. And then when he talked to Stephen Greer, he said to Stephen Greer, he said, I just want to let you know, you're up against the what do you call it? The varsity team of all black budget programs. So it's a black budget program. They know it's a black budget program. It's been authorized. It's been given money, and they're moving the money around. But he said, be careful and good luck. That's what Stephen Greer. This is the book Majestic that he said. This is the real deal. Years ago, this is the first time you can find that on the internet. This is this idea. Because we cannot track the phenomena, we track the people correlated with the phenomena. This is what Obama said when he talked about being briefed. Actually, I'm being very serious here. There is footage and records of objects in the sky that we don't know exactly what they are. We can't explain how they move, their trajectory. He said they did not have an easily explainable pattern. And so I think that people still take seriously trying to find out and investigate what it is. Here's Brennan, the senior director for Obama. I must tell you, he agrees. Yes, I've seen the videos from the Navy pilots. I must tell you that they're quite eyebrow raising. Who knows what these things might be? They're all saying the same thing. They're saying, yeah, this is for real, but beyond that, we really don't. This is, who is this? Jim Semivan. I know for sure. I will tell you, my educated guess is that they have some information, but I will bet a year's pension paycheck that they are completely in the dark about what it is. I think this whole UAP phenomena is well beyond us. And here's a guy that had 3 briefings, and the one briefing was like 6 hours in the CIA by people he said that had as many clearances. And Jim Semivan is the equivalent of a 2-star general in the CIA. He's a very high-level guy inside the CIA. And he basically said, yeah, he said, it's for real, but we really beyond that, we really don't know. Here's him talking about what do you do if you're the president? Most of the people who grasped what I actually meant, it was immaterial. We're basically an illusion. This is this whole idea. If you suddenly realize that time and space don't exist, and that atoms are basically invisible, and that we're just energy forms, think about this for a second. Is that the case you want the president to make and describe that? How would a president go on national TV? And I am sure they have thought about ways to do this. They never came to an agreement. They have always come to the agreement that it's probably best not to say anything until we have a better understanding. What the hell do you say? So how do you say to the people, this is Maya, this is an illusion, there is no time, there's no space, everything the physical is doesn't exist. And where are you going to go with that? I mean, you're going to drop it on people who have you and I have studied this phenomenon. We're not going to be shocked, but a lot of people are just going to go like, what are you talking about? There's no, the heaven is gone, and it's like these aliens are coming out of some other dimension and stuff like that. You're just going to blow people away. And so they say, until we understand what's going on, it's better not to say anything. And then he talks about this experience with the helicopter. He had an experience with a helicopter just before. The basic story is that the basic story is this. There is another intelligence. We met them. This is the Hoffman Air Force Base. We met them. There was a meeting at Hoffman Air Force Base. We don't know much about them. We have craft. They are located here. And he mentions, we know where they're located. We know some of the organizations working on them. This is the main organization. These are the defense contractors working about it. That's as far as it goes. That's as far as he knows. And beyond that, it's something that they really fully don't understand. Hal Puthoff is one of the key guys. They had a meeting at the Arlington Institute with all guys, and you would say, we should have disclosure. So Hal Puthoff tells us about this meeting. They had all these high-level people like Hal Puthoff and who else, Kit Green, I don't know who else showed up there, all these people. And when they went in there, said, yeah, we should have disclosure. And after 2 days, they all decided, no, they changed their mind. No, they looked at all the things that could happen, all the scenarios, and basically decided, no, it'd be better not to do disclosure at this time. And these are guys, Hal Puthoff's 88 years old. He's worked on this his whole life. This is his life to try to figure this thing out. And he decided, no, it's better not to put this thing out. Jim Semivan, here's some stuff Jimmy Semivan said. He's one of the guys I sort of listen to. It comes close, it teases us, it cajoles us, it lies to us, but you can never take it home to meet the parents. It won't allow you to do that. And that's my thing I call the theory of wow. They're just doing this weird stuff, but they're never going to land and tell you what's going on. That's not what they're doing. They're not gonna, that's what we do. We go into another country, we say we're here to bring freedom and democracy, Jesus and McDonald's. And they point guns and say, get the hell out of our country. Who do you think you are? That's not what they're doing. They're making us to force us to do it. So they do all these little things that make you think about it, but they're never going to give you the answer. That's not what the aliens or whatever they are doing. You can see this idea that this is a seance that took place with Martin Luther, and they asked him the same question, except they talked about God. Instead of why doesn't UFOs land on the White House lawn, they said, why doesn't God get off his fat ass and come down here and tell us what's going on? And Martin Luther said, because doubt is the instrument which forges the human spirit. If the day were to come when the human spirit no longer doubted, the human soul would fly off and leave the body behind, because it would have forged wings would lie fallow. God is the sower and man is the harvester. The celestial seed demands that the plowshare remain in the furrow of life. So they're forcing us to figure this thing out. They're never going to give us the answer. Simivan says, I've met people who are in the know. One of them told me the truth is indigestible. How do you give it to people? It's indigestible. People are not going to be able to grasp this thing. It is not something that can be fully grasped or entertained. It would be like telling somebody about something that they can't do anything about. It is world-changing and transformational, and that's one of the big fear they have, is that they really don't have the answers, and they're just going to blow people away by saying it has no engine, it has, we don't know where it's from, we don't know if it's aliens, and this kind of stuff. There does not appear to be any out there. I say this all the time. What did Jim Semivan mean when he says, there does not appear to be any out there? If you're going to go to people, Jim Semivan points out that half the people in the United States are reading at a grade 6 level. 2/3 of people in the United States cannot find Miami, Florida on a map. And you're going to go and tell them there's no out there, that this is all illusion. This is where this phenomenon is going. It's becoming less physical and more this idea about multidimensional and how does reality actually work and stuff like that. He said, I don't think it's a threat. So you have this whole thing on Congress is that they're doing the threat scenario. And the idea is the threat scenario is you want to scare the living daylights out of Congress. Semivan says, no, I don't think it's a threat at all. I think it's just totally indifferent to who the hell we are, but nevertheless, it has to be looked at. So what they're doing is, if you go to Congress and say, oh, we're interested in UFOs, they're going to go, get the heck out of here and don't let the door hit you on the way out. But if you go and say they're eating the dogs and cats and they're pedophiles and they're interfering with our nuclear weapons and they're doing this, then the Congress go, oh my God, how much money do you want? And they walk away with money. You're selling it with the threat. That's why they're doing the threat scenario. And I know that because Lou Elizondo and Mellon, I was part of the negotiations with people in the Canadian government, and the Canadian government wouldn't do it, and they walked away. They want us to do the threat scenario, and the Canadians said, no, we're going to do a scientific investigation. They said, that's the poison pill, we're gone, and they walked away. I don't know how much more I should do here. The program is legal. This is where I say, the program that oversees all of this, I'm sure was legal. It's my belief that the program was owned by the executive branch. The executive branch does not have to tell Congress what it is doing. It was constructed in the late 40s or early 50s under an executive action document. So people can say, well, I want to know where they're going to protect the president. I want to know who's, when there's a nuclear attack. I want to know what the targets are. I want to know what all the spies are in Russia. And it's like, no, you don't need to know that. This is the whole deal, is that they have built this program over 80 years. And Semivan, who's got the briefings and has worked this, says he's absolutely sure this is legal, and that there's going to be a legal fight between Congress and the congressional branch over who owns this project. He said the problem right now is that Congress does not own the program. It's run out of the executive branch under one of these executive emergency action documents, and the president just said this is the way it is, it's very hard to change it unless you go to court, and he figures there's going to be a court fight down the road. I don't expect anything from the government to come out on this. The government exists solely for the defense of the United States. It's not the UFO director. That's not their deal, which is what I say to people. If you want disclosure, go and get it. It's not up to the government to give you disclosure. Disclosure is going to be found by talking to experiencers. They'll tell you what the beings are telling. There's all sorts of patterns that clearly tell you. I wrote a book called UFO Sky Pilots, 35 people who flew the craft. I tell you how the craft is flown. I tell you how the thing actually operates. They all say the same thing. If you go to the experiences, you can start to understand this. It's not up to the government to hand us the answer. We can figure it out for ourselves, and instead of waiting for the government to do it, because they're interested in weapons, they're interested in technology, and that's not what this whole thing is about. He talks about the dots. I think there's a way that we can sort of locate some dots to later on to connect. Right now, you can say we have dots. I'm not even sure we have dots because I'm not sure the dots are actually real. That's where we're at. This is a guy that got the briefings, and that's what he's saying. It's not real the way you think it is. It's got this weird component. Even Lakatsky said we were inside the craft, and people say they're not briefed. If you listen to Lakatsky's interview, he said, I was in a congressional facility. That means Congress. He was in a congressional facility, and there was a congressman. We've identified the congressman as Senator Reid. Senator Reid was there, and the meeting, it was a long meeting, and it talked about the fact that they had an intact craft, and they'd gotten inside the craft. And Lakatsky said, we were inside the craft, and there was no engine. And then he said, so what are we really dealing with here? If it doesn't have an engine, what's really going on here? And then they asked him what was inside the craft. And he said, if I told you that, I have to get it cleared. If I were to tell you that, the rest of the book would be primitive. That's what they're saying. This is so far, this is this idea that the craft is on the outside, it's 30 feet on the outside, and you go inside, it's the size of a football stadium. This is the kind of stuff that they're going to have to disclose, where people are going to go like, are you kidding me? It's just going to blow people away. So they're doing this gradual leaking of this material and hoping that they can figure out this stuff. But right now, according to people like Semivan, and this is Ron Pandolfi, it's all loons, crooks, and worse. They really don't know. Here's Ryan Bledsoe talking, and this is, I had the honor of talking to this guy by the name of Tim Taylor, who's the big NASA guy, who's Black Ops guy. I talked to him, and then he talked to Ryan Bledsoe, and here Semivan tells him it's an ultra-terrestrial phenomenon. So this is this idea, it may not be extraterrestrial, it created us, it was here before us, and it communicates with us through symbols. So that you got to be prepared that if suddenly this thing makes itself known and it says we've been here forever. This is our airspace. Get your planes out of our airspace. We're going to give the military 24 hours to get their planes out of the airspace. You're interfering with our flight traffic, and you got 48 hours to get the airline traffic out of our airspace. We own the airspace, and we will shoot anything down. We're going to do a shoot down order like Truman order in 1952. Anything that flies, we will shoot it down. So if that happens, if you have disclosure and that happens, if you're the president, what do you do now? I mean, you got to, that's where Jim Semivan says, be careful what you wish for. You may actually get it. You got to be sure you've got a backup plan for what actually could happen as this thing unfolds. Kid Green is one of the Weird Desk guys that ran the Weird Desk. He doesn't even believe it's UFO technology. He believes a lot of it is black ops technology, people being injured, stuff like that. I think I'll skip some of this because we're sort of ready. Lukatsky is the other guy I think you should listen to. Lukatsky's the guy that ran the OSAP program. He's the guy, had the experience. He wrote this book, Inside the U.S. Government Covert Program, and he's writing a third book, which we'll talk about what was the inside of the craft like and stuff. But he said, you got to realize they're watching. The enemy is watching. Whatever I say, whatever I release to you about what's inside that craft, the Soviets and the Chinese are working on it as well, and you may just give them the piece that they're looking for. Do you think the American public needs to know about the ultimate reality of the fact that there appears to be a non-human intelligence flying airspace or something like that? He said that's why we're writing the books. The public has the right to know, question mark, within the security limits. Security comes first. And what he said, this is where he talks about the senator being there, but he basically says, hang on, I want to get the, he talks about the fact that they've met men in black. The men in black are real. Now, this is a guy that ran the program. And he also said the other thing that's going to blow people away, even UFO people. He said, the database has 200,000 sightings. And he said, it's like driving down a street. Every single one was different. That changes everything. If suddenly every UFO is different, and that's what I found with the propulsion system. Everybody said the same thing. The craft is alive. The craft is conscious. You think in your mind where you want to go. It's within you, and then you touch something, but everybody touched something different. And that's the whole thing. It's like this idea like everything's happening different, that everybody's seeing something different. And this is the whole thing. You're going to have to tell this story that it has this different sort of thing that it's not what you think it is. That's the Men in Black stuff. And he talks about the fact that he believes that it's positive. Like here he says, I'm influenced by my Catholic faith. I'm optimistic. I think everything heads towards good. So you have this idea that this is going to be bad. The aliens are bad guys. And here's the guy that ran the program. And he said, no, I think it's heading towards good. This fear thing is he says it's not. He said, and this is the old idea about you don't know what's going on. I'm going to be long gone. And Colm Kelleher will probably be long gone, and you'll be long gone, and they'll still be exploring this and still not have the answers. Everybody thinks there's all these pieces of the puzzle. The government's got the last piece. We put it in here. We're going to be drying flying saucers, and we're going to be going to Mars, and we're going to free energy and stuff like that. And no, they're saying we don't have any answers. And the other thing, and I'll just maybe if there's a question or two, but the other thing that I'll bring up that you got to look at if you're going to release this thing is, are you going to allow these people? So the Greys are announced themselves, they're real, and they're going to emigrate into the United States of America. So you have Tesla, which has in Fremont, California, has a factory, produces 665,000 Teslas a year. They pay people $20 an hour on the assembly line. The aliens come down and say, okay, we're going to open a factory right beside Tesla. How much do the aliens make? They make zero. They don't make any money at all. They can build a factory in 3 days, and they're going to go up against Tesla and GM and Ford, and they're going to build crafts for $3,000 that don't have any engine, that have no, you don't need a battery, you don't need gas. Are you going to allow them to come in and compete? Or are you just expect that somehow the aliens are going to drop the technology and go home? That ain't happening. There's all sorts of things that if you're the government, you have to take a look at all the potentials of all the things that could happen. This disclosure thing is much more important. And again, it still comes down to the fact, and that's what I'm going to write in this book, the whole idea that if you go to the experiencers, they'll actually tell you. In fact, I often ask experiencers, hey, did you ever ask the guy if he was an alien? Nobody has ever said yes. A number of them have asked. And the one guy, for example, said, no, that would not best describe who I actually am. I'm an etheric being on a mission in the cosmos for the creator. He said, why do you come as this gray looking thing? And he said, well, because it's a functional body. It's easier to create than the human body. And one other guy in Israel said, they told me when we come into your world, we take on a body. We don't need a body. We can take on whatever body we want. You can do the same thing. You just don't know it. And that's the whole thing. It may not even be alien. If you ask the aliens, and I've never had one say that they were, they'll say, you don't understand. So if you're from Mars, what's not to understand? Why are they saying you wouldn't understand? It's the thing is the reality of what this is. What they're doing is they're doing this theory of wow. They're doing these weird things that are driving you to realize this ain't true. This ain't true. The world ain't flat. The sun doesn't go around the earth. Things aren't solid. We're moving at 1,000 miles an hour. We're not at the center of the universe. Wrong, wrong, wrong. And that's what they're doing. They're doing this paranormal stuff that takes you and gets you into awe and curiosity. And when you've got awe and curiosity, you're going to do science. As long as you think you've got all the answers, you're never going to explore. That's what they're doing. They're forcing us to explore and get the answers. And I absolutely maintain the people you got to talk to are the people that are interacting with the phenomenon. I'll leave it at that.
Wow, thank you, Grant. Appreciate it. Well done. Round of applause. Do we have any questions? Yep. Okay, hang on. There you go. I'm gonna turn the camera around.
Okay, this on?
Yep, it's on.
It's okay. My name is Robert Best. I'm a retired steelworker, and I've been watching this stuff for years. And I think I've got this figured out, and I would like your opinion on what I think here. So I think the biggest cover-up is Operation High Jump in Antarctica. And I think once the aliens realized that we had nuclear power and atomic bombs, they were concerned about us losing a planet that harbors many diversified life.
Yeah.
And as such, I believe they're here and they are under Antarctica. And the countries that have bases there have made an agreement that there are no flyover zones. So they want to be kept secret. And in return, the aliens have negotiated with our governments and said, look, we will bleed out technology as we see fit that you're able to handle this extra technology that we give you. And it's obvious that they have no emissions from their craft. So it's not a matter of propulsion. It's a matter of manipulating gravity using probably fusion, because fusion compared to fission is like a horse and cart compared to a modern car. And that's my opinion. I want to see what you think about what my opinions are. Thank you.
Okay. The Antarctica thing, I doubt. I don't think they have to hide anywhere. If you take a look at their technology, they can appear, disappear. Like Susie Hansen tells a story. They took her back. She's in New Zealand. They took her back. They said, we're going to go back to your place through the world, through the earth. She said, you're going to do what? And they shifted from one dimension to another. They went through the earth and then they shifted back again. And so their technology is so far beyond our technology. For example, if you talk about the people, and this includes John Ramirez, who is this high-level intelligence guy at the CIA, who says they don't even have craft. He said, I go to a planet, it's an ice planet or something. He said, there's not even a craft. I don't even have a craft. And when you talk to these people who talk about the technology, it's not just anti-gravity. It's this idea that they say, go within, where do you want to go? So you say, okay, my one friend said, I'd like to see the Milky Way from a distance. He said, okay, Ron, it's within you. Go within yourself. When you can imagine it, then we'll go there. And he said, it took 1 second, and he said, he looked out the window, and there was the Milky Way off in the distance. That's 70,000 light years in 1 second. People have told me they've gone across the galaxy instantaneously. So this technology is this way beyond what we've got. Now, the nuclear thing, yeah, they are very interested. One of the things I disagree with people are putting is, oh, they're interfering with our nuclear weapons. The stories that you hear is 1967. Can you get a story that's a little bit older than 1967? This hasn't happened forever. The last nuclear incident that I'm aware of was at in Warren Air Force Base in 2010. So that hasn't happened for a long time. It's only happened a couple times. So they're giving us this message that, yeah, we can shut the nuclear missiles down. And they're very concerned about this thing because, as you point out, that we can take this planet out. And they basically, the Canadians were told, AFA told the Canadian government, we are not allowed to interfere. We can stop a nuclear exchange. And to prove that we can stop a nuclear exchange, they told the Canadians we could take the moon in front of the entire world. We could split it in half, put it back together to prove that we can stop a nuclear exchange. Other than that, we will allow the human race to stew in its own juices. They can't come here and do our lessons. So the technology, like the anti-gravity, so you hear like the Ron Pandolfi will say the anti-gravity stuff is loons, crooks, and worse. If they're talking anti-gravity, I had a meeting, as I said, I had a meeting with this Tim Taylor guy. And if you've heard about him, he's the guy that has all the inventions. He's the black ops guy at NASA who has all the technology and stuff like that. I had a meeting with him in 2014. He showed me a cell phone. He said, take a look at this, Grant. What do you think of this? These two guys, it's a painting. These two guys are flying through space. And I said, I don't know, Tim. I don't know. It doesn't mean anything to me. And then he shows me another painting of these balls going down a tunnel, and you can see them getting smaller as they go down the tunnel. And I said, I don't know. And he showed me another painting, and I go, I don't know, Tim. And then he shows me on the side of a building, these outer space things on the outside of a building. I go, I don't know what you're talking about, Tim. I have no idea. And then he shows me this parkade, and there's this 56 Chevy on top of a parkade. And he says, take a look in the back seat. He says, you can see that? I said, yeah. And he said, there's a postcard. And I said, yeah, I can see the postcard. And he said, you know what it says? I said, no. What's it say? He says it's some guy writing to his girlfriend. He said, I wish I could travel through time and space to be with you. I said, that's what it says. And he says, yeah, you know where this is? I said, Tim, I have no idea where this is. And he says, it's the Hughes Aircraft Building. I said, I still don't know what you're talking about, Tim. I have no idea. And he said, it's the Hughes Aircraft Building outside of LAX. That's where they had the jump room. I said, what? The jump room? And the jump room is the whole idea about time travel, that they take these kids and they put them in Barack Obama was supposed to be in the jump room. They take them up to the 6th floor, on the elevator, the 5th floor, and then they go sideways. And then you're suddenly on the other side of the world. And that's what Ryan Bledsoe, Chris Bledsoe's son said, that Tim told him the same. Tim was hinting to me, but he told him the same thing. He said, we have time travel. So what I'm saying, my interpretation, I may be wrong. The anti-gravity stuff is a rough base. We're going the wrong direction. It's got to do with portals. I have a video of Ron Pandolfi, who's the guy who briefs the president of the United States. His wife says to him, Ron, so what do you say? Ron says, people have always wondered what it's like to go into the next world. We're at a turning point right now where there's about to be a breakthrough. The next time John, and he points to this John Sillison guy who's sitting beside him, we went to UCLA with him when he got his PhD. He said, next time John goes to the desert, a number of us here will go into the next world and come back again. And I went, oh, and I grabbed this off the video, and I got this video. I can give it to anybody that wants. And that's what Tim Taylor said. We got this technology. So he said to me, he's showing me these photographs, and these two guys are flying through space. And the one guy's old, the one guy's young, and look like they're in pajamas. And then he said, you know where that photograph is? And I'm going, no, where is it? He said, it's right outside the elevator. And I'm going, it is. I said, next time I go to LX, I'm going to go to this place. So I actually contacted this Andy Basiago, the guy that claimed as a kid that they were moving him and Barack Obama through this time travel. And they were going to Mars, and they had this colony on Mars, and that they're able to do this portal thing. And the portal thing, I say every time, and I've done this for 50 years, every time I go after anti-gravity, it ends up at a dead end. Every time I go after portals, it absolutely goes somewhere. I'm an expert on Mission Rama. I wrote 2 books of Mission Rama about them opening. They call them Zendras, where they raise their vibration. This is all about vibration. That's what Tesla said. This is all about vibration. There's no physical world. It's vibration. They're vibrating at one level. We're vibrating at this level, creating this physical world. They're coming into our vibration. They slow their vibration down to come into our world. Then they go back into their vibration just by raising their vibration. People who are around the grays say you can't be around the grays for very long because they vibrate so heavily. It's very hard to be around a gray. And so you have this sort of thing where Mission Rama, they raise their vibration through meditation, through prayer, through oming and all this kind of stuff. And the beings lower their vibration. And I go through 3 portals. The most amazing story that I ever heard. This is a true story. This happened in 2020. And I can produce the video of 3 of the people that were in this. These are Latino people. Mission Rama is all Latino. They're all Roman Catholic. They're all very religious. And I say to people, I defy you. Mission Rama is 25,000 of these people around the world, these Latino people. I defy you to find any of them who's ever seen a gray, a reptilian, or a mantid, because you are producing the alien. Your mind is producing the alien. They see their beings, they're like coming out of the Bible. They got beautiful, they got robes, they got these hair and stuff like this, but they're able to open these Zendras. And they put 7 people in the Zendras. I interviewed these people who are in the Zendra. I said, you were in the Zendra. They open this thing, and the alien's in there, and they walk into this Zendra thing, and it sounds like you're underwater. They're talking, and they sound like they're underwater. And I said, you were in there? And I said, what did you see? He said, well, it's this tall guy, he was 10 foot tall, Antarell, and he was standing there, and I couldn't understand what he was saying. He was saying something to me, and he was saying something else. Everybody's having a different experience. They're all having experience. And then one guy's a Navy guy, 24-year Navy veteran. And I said, hey, were you in the 2015 one, the 2014? I talked to those people, and they're all running for cover. They didn't want to talk. They knew I was coming to talk about the Zendra. They didn't want to be. We're just Latino people. We don't want to get involved in this. We're not proud and stuff like that. And they basically all told me. And then so this other guy, I said, hey, you were in the Zendra, and hey, the 2015, they said it was a hologram. So instead of a solid being, it was the same being, but he was a hologram. He said, what do you mean a hologram? I said, well, yeah, all the other 7 people said it was a hologram. He said, Grant, I'll tell you what. So I was close enough. I could see the lines in his face. It was not a hologram. He was solid. But everybody else said it was a hologram. And this is this whole deal. So the best story I ever heard, they have this event. You can go to Mission Rama to this event. They have it August. There's 2 people hold it. And they may open a Zendra. They have what's called program sighting. When I had, they said there's going to be a program sighting at 9:33. 9:33 over my head. Boom, this thing starts flashing over my head. But I'd seen something much more dramatic. So I go, it's nothing. You know, it's like, it was pretty interesting that they got the time. 2 people had predicted the time when this thing would flash over my head. So every year the people go there. So 2020 was COVID. So I didn't go. And this being by the name of Adama said, if you get 110 people, I will show up. So they get 44 people. They don't get enough, but they're sitting there in the middle of the night, and they have the program sighting Saturday night. I don't know if they saw a being, which I've got the video of. They take this being, and there's this being in the forest, and it looks like somebody in a robe, and it moves through a different tree and stuff like that. It's really weird. They pick it up accidentally as they're filming. Then at night, there's 9 people. I've got 3 of these people on camera. They're there, and they're having a birthday party. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. They're in what's called the sand flats. So it's all trees all over the place, millions of trees. And there's this one area, it's all sand, and it's open. And they're sitting in the middle of this sand flat thing, and they're having a birthday party. And it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And they're sitting there, and all of a sudden the one girl who's an intuitive, because that's the thing, these experiencers know when they're around. And she says, they're here. Adama's here. And he said, how do you know? I said, no, I can feel he's here. And that's the thing, is once you've touched the being, once you've touched the craft, that's what Chris Bledsoe told me. Once you touch the craft, when it's there, you know, because you know the vibration. It's here, it's here. You can feel the vibration. You've touched the craft. So she said, they're here, he's here. And they said, whoa, oh, she's there, look. And she pointed over to the edge of the forest, and there was a light there. And they said, it's just a campsite. Everybody said, it's just a campsite. Somebody's got a light on in the middle of the night. She says, no, that's them. They're there. Hey, they say we should come and see them. And then the people go, we're not going to go over there. It's like, you can't see your hand in front of your face. There's potholes and stuff. And they go, we're not going over there. Somebody's going to break their leg walking across this field in the middle of the night. And so then she goes, oh, hang on. They said, that's okay. They'll come to us. And they go, and this is like, it's like the elephant. She says like elephant. Blah, 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 blah. And these things are coming, and they're all just petrified. And they're sitting there. And so these 9 people all hold hands, and they're just absolutely petrified. And they said suddenly they're levitated in the air. Remember, I got 3 of them hold this story on camera. They're levitated in the air. They're up in the air, and these beings are coming, and they're just absolutely petrified. And then the one guy says, and it was so weird. We started to ohm. We didn't know what to do, so we ohm, and they're ohming, and they said something, we're underwater. And as soon as I said that, I go, they're in a Zendra. They've opened the Zendra, and these people are inside the Zendra, because that's what they say. It sounds like you're underwater. So they're there, and they're ohming, and then all of a sudden the beings come, and the beings start to ohm, and they're just petrified. They just don't know what to do. And I said, there was Dama was there? I said, yeah, there was a Dama. I said, was he by himself? No, there was other beings with him. And I figured, because usually there's a big being, and then there's 2 8-foot beings beside them. And I said, so I assumed there's going to be these other 2 beings. And I said, well, so how many other beings were there? And I remember the guy from San Francisco. He was an older guy. And these are like gardeners. These aren't, professors, and these are gardeners and just ordinary people. And he says, Grant, there was as many beings as there was trees in the forest. What? It's like as many beings as there was trees in the forest. I said, what did they look like? And he said they were etheric beings. And this is the bottom line. I say, this whole thing, you're pretending to be a human. I'm pretending to be human. They're pretending to be aliens. Everybody, you got to remember the basic thing of philosophy is remember who you actually are. You are a puppet on a stage. Your higher self, your soul, the part that comes in and plays a role. And then when you leave the stage, you go, oh, that was just a play. I was a play. And then when it's your next life, when you go into the next life, if you have and all the experiencers will tell you, 25% of experiencers will say they were talked about reincarnation. So when you go into the next lifetime, this lifetime is going to be a forgotten dream. We came in here at this time to do something, to be involved in this, to raise consciousness or whatever it is. We're in this sort of idea that there's a play. You got to remember who you actually are. You are the person watching the play. Because you played King Henry VIII in grade 12 high school does not mean you're not King Henry VIII. No, you're playing King Henry VIII. So they're coming in. That's what the being said. When we come into your world, we take on a body. We don't need to take on a body. We can take on whatever body we want. And you can do the same thing. And that's what this other one said. That would not best describe who I am. I'm an etheric being on a mission in the cosmos. So they come in and they're playing this sort of role. We're playing this sort of role. And the idea is to learn lessons. So this is the whole thing is it's way more etheric. If you talk to the people, they'll talk about, for example, a lot of them, John Mack has cases, you'll see, I think it's 25%. They'll say Chris Bledsoe, for example. Chris Bledsoe is being regressed because he had these headaches, these horrible headaches. So the Harvard psychiatrist regresses him. And he says, he's talking to me, he says, oh, so Chris, you're there. Oh, where's my son? I'm so scared. Yeah, get me out of here. And he's in the craft and he's reliving this. And then they said, so Chris, when did you first meet these beings? He said, they've been with me since before I was born. And then the guy said, really? Were they in your last lifetime? And he said, yes. 25% of people say the being was with them in their last lifetime. If that's true, everything changes. The whole thing about technology and nuts and bolts, and that just changes. It changes the whole thing. This being, you were in this thing, and it's the idea that we all make agreements and we come in to do these agreements. It's almost like if you did the thing with Dolores Cannon or Susie Hansen. It's the idea of the three waves. They talk about this idea of the three waves have volunteered to come into the world at this time to raise the consciousness. And there's the first generation, third, second, and third, and we all have our roles to play. That at this point in world history, the consciousness has to be raised. That the world's going to be on the point of destroying itself. And then they say, oh, they got this problem in the world. And everybody's, I'll volunteer. I'll go. And so when people are complaining about your situation in life, you got to remember, whatever situation you're in, if this is true, then you chose to come here at this time, in this place, in the middle of whatever mess you're complaining about. And maybe you came for a reason. You came at this time, this place, in the middle of this mess because you said, I volunteer. I'll go and help out. I'll try to raise consciousness. And that's what that seems to be the bottom line of what this is all about. It's going to be a lot more spiritual than people think it is. And it's going to be a lot less physical, and it's going to be 1,000 times more complex. I've looked at this. I used to think it was ET. When I saw it in 75, it was very simple. It was ET. And the more I've gone along, the less I think it's ET. The more I go like, wow. But anything in nature looks that way. If you look at amoeba, you say, oh, it's just dividing. And then you start to realize there's 12 quadrillion atoms that all sort of go together within a couple of hours. And there's 670 billion base pairs. And this thing puts these base pairs together, and then it puts life, and it can duplicate itself. And you're going like, oh, it's happening by accident. It's like, give your hand a shake. Come on, this is a very, very complex world. And the more you look at it, and that's what's happened with UFOs. The more you look at UFOs, the more complex the whole thing gets. And that's where the government just sort of throws up their hands and goes like, they're running the show. That's what Jim Semivan said. He was asked, some guy, John Alexander said, oh, no, the government doesn't have a program. If they had a program, I would have known about it. And Jim Semivan said, I was briefed. Let me guarantee you they have a program. And he said, okay, so who's running it? And he said, they are. That's what people don't realize. They're running the show. Why don't they disclose? Because they're doing a program. They're not going to disclose. They're doing something else rather than flying around. And a lot of people have sightings. So I'll say the guy has a sighting. I'll say, hey, so you saw a UFO? And they go, yeah. So what was it doing? Same answer every time. It goes, man, it was just sitting there. And I go, do you think it saw you? I think so. Do you think you knew that you saw it? I think so. Do you think it was purposely there for you? Yeah, I think so. Anybody else see it? Just me. And that's how you get this whole idea, is you start to think like maybe this is all random or what. I have a big business guy friend here, super powerful guy here, and he had an experience. He's at the end of a movie, 2.75 hour movie, 15 minutes before the movie, he says to his wife, he's at a cabin. He's never had a UFO sighting. He's at a cabin. He has a big cabin in Western Manitoba. So he's there, and then he says to his wife, I think I'm going to go out and skywatch. She goes, what are you doing? There's 15 minutes left of the movie. Why would you go now to skywatch? He said, I just like to go skywatch. And he goes in, takes his laser. He walks out, and this UFO goes, flies in front of him. He goes, beep, he hits it with a laser. And then a couple months later, him and his wife have a sighting. And he sees this ball of fire rolling around. And then he's telling it at a cocktail party one time. And he tells a story, and his wife says, what are you talking about? He says, well, yeah, I was. Remember, you were on the deck. You were standing beside me. She says, that wasn't what it was. It was a metal craft. He said, with a metal craft. And he saw one thing. She saw something else. And so he had a psychic, one of the top psychics in the United States. He hires her, and he says to her, he says, so where were the aliens from that I was looking at? Where this crafts, where are they from? What do you mean? They weren't from anywhere. You sent them. You sent them to wake yourself up. And that's when you start, when the phenomena gets really weird, where you start realizing, like, am I part of this thing? Am I imagining this thing? And that's why I say, if you look at a book called Beyond UFOs, it goes through these patterns. They interviewed 4,200 people. And you start to realize that this is way more complex and much more revealing, is that 4,200 experiencers who claim that they had contact with non-human intelligence. And what you'll see is that 60% of them say At one point during their experience, they knew the answer to everything in the universe or everything about themselves. And it's like, well, why would you not talk to this person? And they'll say that, or 31% of near-death experiences will say, at one point during their experience, they have the answer to everything in the universe. 37% of all experiencers say they've had a near-death experience. So what's the chances you got abducted by an alien and then you had a near-death experience? What's the chances that you got 37%? Is this happening randomly? And you start realizing, hey, maybe there's something going on here in the background, that I'm part of this whole thing. And that's what I say. I mean, you have all these scenarios, but the bottom line is it has this weird sort of aspect, and people don't realize, like they talk about orbs. I mean, orbs, first UFO sighting, Kenneth Arnold, they had orbs. The hitchhiker, this hitchhiker thing. Hitchhiker thing was the first Maury Island, 1947, where the metal drops. And I even talk about the metal. So they drop metal. So why do you have, there's a bunch of crafts that have been intact. So why are they dropping intact crafts? Why are they dropping metal? And it's, people say, well, it came, it's falling off the UFO. And I go, it flew 1,000 light years across the universe, and you actually believe that pieces start falling off this thing, and all the pieces are always like this big, and no two pieces are the same. No two UFOs are the same. I'll maintain no propulsion systems are. I even asked George Knapp, Area 51, Bob Lazar, 115. That's a propulsion system. Has anybody else ever reported 115? Nobody has. It's like, that's a one-time thing. All the 9 crafts that Bob Lazar said, they're all different. And this is this whole idea, as you go, they're all different. And the thing just gets weirder and weirder and weirder. And that's where you sort of, I think the government, you sort of throw your hands up and you say, this thing's so way beyond us in terms of trying to understand this stuff that Eric Davis said, 1989, they took it off. They couldn't figure it out. Or Jacques Vallée says, this is like, you have a cow. Go take your cell phone, throw it in front of a cow and have a conversation. This is what it's like. It's like, the cow has no clue what's going on. It's things so far advanced. And Eric Davis said in 1989, they took it off the table because they could not figure it out. And every 7 or 8 years, they go back with their new technology and see if they can figure this thing out. So they've got crafts and bodies. And that's what Jim Semivan says. Because you got bodies and crafts doesn't mean you know what you're dealing with. This thing is so far beyond anything that you can possibly imagine. Can appear, disappear, come into your room, appear as a lot of people will say the being Chris Bledsoe. The first time he saw the being, it was 7 foot tall, it was bluish green. The second time he saw it, it had a hood on, and it was this etheric being. And that's what I think the bottom line is. We're etheric beings. When you die, you become this etheric being. You're like a ball of light. And then you take on another body and you go back in. And that's what they are. They appear as this ball of light. So you'll see a lot of people say orbs, and it turned into an alien. So they can move around as these balls of light. That's our true essence. We're making the mistake that we think we're these physical beings and all this kind of stuff, and you're just taking, it's like you playing a puppet on the stage.
Hey, thanks, Grant. Appreciate that. I got one more question here, then we'll turn it over to the Fargo group.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron, for giving us this presentation and for taking time to answer our questions. You just answered quite a few. I've got 2 pages of questions that I brought, and I have Managing Magic, which I wanted to know before I asked the crucial question I actually had. There seems to be some contradictions here about where the other intelligences are. You've spoken before about how Dr. K. Randall May helped Christopher Kit Green identify where there was a base off of California. And we also had Pat Price, one of the premier remote viewers, who identified different locations on Earth where there were bases. And we had Jim Semivan, who I think reported in one of the interviews that basically there are these ultra-terrestrials that were living with it. We're actually living with this intelligence on this planet. And so if they're etheric beings and they don't actually need bases and locations on Earth, are we dealing with different types of levels of beings that are coming in?
Or they're playing the role. They're playing because that's where we're in. So you go back 1896. They have the wooden ships. So people say it's extraterrestrial. Come on, Grant, it's extraterrestrial. I say, seriously? You seriously believe that Martians flew through the vacuum of space on wooden ships with propellers and stuff? They're going according to what we believe. Barbra Streisand's son is a full-blown experiencer. He said when he talked to them, he said They told him, when we come into your world, we go into your head and we see what's ever in your head, and it is with that we teach you a lesson. So if you're in fear, you're gonna use fear as the lesson. If you're whatever you have. So they're sort of they're influencing us. They got to deal with you at the level they are. In terms of the bases and stuff like that, the way it seems to be heading is this idea when you got Donald Hoffman, who's this professor now, who says time and space is doomed. This is where we're starting to go. Is there such a thing as time and space? And I say, if there's no such thing, if it's a creation of the human mind, because that's what people say when you're in this experience. Chris Bledsoe said to me, I said, Chris, did you see the engine when you were moving you around, when you were gone for 4 hours? He said, Grant, it was 4 months. It was like 4 months. It wasn't 4 hours. So then you start going like all these people, that time and space seems to disappear. You can go instantly across the galaxy. Then you've got to wonder, is there time and space? So if there's no time and space, how many universes can you fit on the head of a pin? It may be all here and now. That's when the aliens say to these people, and I've got at least two. I couldn't go back and re-interview these people, but at least two of them said, the being said to them, it is within you. Go within yourself. When you can imagine it, then you'll go there. So you take a look at the remote viewing program. Is the person going somewhere? Are they flying? And because when they have a remote viewing, they say the target's 453709, and the person says, okay, I'm there. I mean, he doesn't say, hang on, I'm flying to the site, I'll be there in a second. They're instantly there. And the whole concept is it's all inside your head. This idea that this whole idea that there is no film projector in your head. There is no sound inside your head. What you are seeing is a creation of your mind. It's all being collected together. And there's actually blind spots in your vision because the nerve goes through the retina. There's blind spots that the mind fills in, these blind spots in your vision. And you start realizing that where's the mind? You think it's in the head. No, it's not in the head. So what's really going on? So if you have an out-of-body experience, you say the brain is creating consciousness. But if you have an out-of-body experience, you look down, you see your head and you say, is consciousness in the head? No, it's not. Consciousness is floating around the room here, and there's my head down there. And that's where everything starts to get this ooly thing where what are we really dealing with? What are we? And when people talk about there's no time and space, that this is an illusion, then you start understanding how people can say I was here and I was on the other side of the galaxy instantaneously, and they told me to go within my mind, and this whole thing that it may be all within you. Or as Stephen Greer uses the expression, the Sufi expression, he says, you see yourself as a puny form when within you is enfolded the entire universe. That may be what it's in. That there is no time and space. There is no, it's all this stuff where it's inside you and it's all a creation, that what you're seeing is not out there. It's in your mind, and there's no colors. There's no, everything it looks like it's solid. It's not solid. I had the experience a couple of weeks ago of seeing everything vibrate. We actually had a channeler. I watched channelers very closely. A channeler said at one point, the space inside the electron is vibrating. I went, what? The space is vibrating. So I went to this Ron Pandolfi, the highest level guy, the guy that supposedly briefs the president. And I said, ask Ron. I told the guy, ask Ron, does space vibrate? He said, yeah, space vibrates. That's how we move information from one universe to the other. I went, wow.
Okay, Grant, I don't want to cut you off, but we got a lot of questions here. So
okay,
hang on, just one more here.
Okay, to respect time, Grant, thank you again.
Yeah.
So what I really would like to know is, after WOW, what are we to do, if anything, to enhance ourselves and the world around us in a positive way? As this, we've already experienced the WOW effect. Have you developed for yourself a particular praxis or methodology for getting into the field? And what's the best way to approach that? Thank you.
I wrote a book called Contact Modalities. It talks about 70 different modalities. So trauma is a big one. I use psychedelics because I could never do the meditation. And the other one I use is when I had my initial download experience, I was in a lecture where I didn't want to be. And that's what I call daydreaming. So it's like being in the shower. You're not really paying attention. You're sort of thinking about something else, and boom, it pops into your head, which is Gary Nolan, if you're familiar with Gary Nolan for Stanford. I asked Gary, because Gary's doing the same thing. I said, hey, Gary, give me the quote. You said that you can do this. And he basically said, I don't know how it works, but I know how to make it work. And he said, I don't know if there's little elves in my head, but he goes through the whole process. He thinks the process through. And then he says, I write the thing down on a piece of paper beside the bed. And he said, either the next morning or within the next 2 days, the answer's in my head. So yeah, you can get in the field. And what the whole field is, it's the ability to shut down the left brain. The left brain, and this is a promotion I want to make. Definitely do not avoid this. There's a thing called telepathy tapes, the podcast. I'm about to interview this woman in the next week. And then Whitley Strieber and I are going to interview her. There are kids who are autistic kids who are 100% telepathic. They get 100 out of 100. And the whole idea is if you're autistic and nonverbal, which these kids are, your left brain is damaged. The left brain is what's causing the noise in the signal. And that's what meditation is. Gives your left brain. Follow the breathing, do this, do that. And you're giving the left brain something to do, and you pop into the field. All the stuff. If this is true, you need to answer to everything in the universe, then the aliens know the answer to everything in the universe. They're not here to explain look at plants and stuff like that. They know the answer to everything. They're doing something different, and that's the whole thing. So the answers are in the field, and it's the ability to go in the field. That's for my own personal thing. I basically look at this idea: who am I really? So the idea of reincarnation, that you come into the world with a mission, and when you leave, according to Michael Newton, if you read Journey of Souls, then you will see Journey of Souls say you go in front of council and they ask you one question: how to work out, because you planned it. You can't say, the government did this, or my mother-in-law, the dog ate the homework. They're going, time out. This is about you. How did it work out? You planned it. And they go, oh, I should have done this. I was going to do that. I was, all this sort of stuff. And that's basically what it comes down to. So the whole purpose of life is, why did I come into the world? When I leave, they're going to ask me how to work out. And so all I have to worry about is, why am I here? And what am I supposed to be doing? What you do, what everybody else does, what the government does, is totally irrelevant. What am I here for? It has nothing to do with anybody else. And that's my basic principle of life. But all the answers in the field. This is the idea. Everything's in the field, and you get it through near-death experiences, shared-death experiences. A guy in a float tank told me this. The same thing. People keep saying this thing. I knew the answer to everything in the universe. And when I came back, they told me I couldn't have it. Or Betty Hill. Betty Hill was given a book, and then they took it back from her. And Betty Andreasen was given a book, and she's going to show it to her daughter, and then the book was gone. They do the same thing. They give you it, and they drag you along, and then they pull it back. They're not here to give you the answer. They're here to hint you, to move you in a right direction. But it's up to us. Why are we here? And the understanding is, when I leave, or Whitley Strieber's wife said, when he died, he wrote a book with Whitley Strieber with his wife after she died. And she said to him at one point, she said, Whitley, I'm no longer Anne, but I'll always be Anne to you, which means, Whitley, I'm going on to another life. I was Anne to you. We had a great time. We worked on this sort of stuff, but I'm no longer Anne. I'm off doing something else. And that's why I think you've got to keep, even if it's not real, you have this principle that we have responsibility, that we came in. It's not a random world where, we're here and things are randomly happening to us. We're planning part of what it is. And when you start looking at psychology and stuff like that, you do not get cured until you take responsibility. Whether you're responsible for it or not, when you take responsibility, then you start to move. So it's more this idea of this is a play. They're playing their role. We're playing our role. And people will describe this, this phenomena of being out of their body or having near-death experiences, or even Alexander, the most famous near-death experience. You may not know he saw aliens when he was in the near-death experience, but the publisher pulled it up that it's just too weird. And you start seeing these crossovers, like people are abducted, and they say, my dead dog was on there, or my husband was on there. And you start seeing, so what is the deal? Like, how do these dead people? And it's like, it's in the field. They're in a field. They're in this vibration. That dead person is in the vibration. And it's this whole idea that all the paranormal phenomena are connected. They're not separate. They're all connected. When this is a book I'm going to call The Big Game is coming out, 2-part book. And it goes all these things. You see it happening here, it's happening there. All the phenomena is happening. We want to parse it. We want to say there's UFOs, then there's paranormal phenomena, and there's remote viewing. No, it's all the same thing. It's all the same phenomena. It's all made out of consciousness. So God did not create the heaven and the earth. God created the sparks of the divine, and we are creating the heavens and the earth through consciousness. Everything is made of consciousness. We have this idea that that matter creates consciousness, and even quantum physics is now saying consciousness is primary. Consciousness creates matter. That's what you got to remember.
All right, thank you, Grant. We'll turn it over to Fargo.
Yeah, we do have a few questions here. I'm going to have them come up here just 1 second so that you can hear what they're saying.
Grant, thanks for the presentation. Yeah. It's amazing, so much information, and I know you've written a lot of books, and you have a lot of information on this subject. Could you steer us towards some material or more information about the idea that UFOs are related to consciousness? I know, other than what you just spoke about.
Well, the big one is the book that was confirmed by the U.S. government, and that's the one about the flying the craft. That the craft is moved around through consciousness. And Lukatsky gave an interview to George Knapp and what's his name? Gave an interview, and it was at that point where he said, I want to let you know that the technology is a combination of psychic and material stuff. And that's what it is. The craft is alive. You touch the thing, the craft is alive, and whatever you think is what the craft does. And it's this idea that that's how they move the craft around. And that's now being confirmed. Even Jim Semivan has talked about that. I wrote that before these people came forward. That is the big thing in terms of consciousness. I've written the book on consciousness with inspiration and stuff like that, where you think you're getting inventions and you realize that all this stuff is connected. And this next book that's coming up, the one on the big game, goes through all the paranormal phenomena, and it shows this idea that it's all connected, it's all consciousness. Consciousness is primary. And when you understand that, then you start to realize that it's a very complex world that's not as nuts and bolts as you think. It's the illusion thing. It's like the people who sat in caves 5,000 years ago that came up with the idea of Maya, the illusion and stuff like that. They knew because they sat in caves. Their left brain shut down. They picked up these answers, and we're now recreating it. The quantum physics now recreating it. That consciousness is primary. Like even the main quantum guy that invented quantum physics says nothing gets behind consciousness. Consciousness is primary. And they realized that these Eastern people were right. And it's the idea of Maya. But the Maya is so strong that you keep going back, and there's a physical world that's solid and stuff like that. And we know it's not solid. We know it's 99.99999% space, but it looks like it's solid. It looks like the sun's going around the earth, stuff like that. And so good luck with that. I mean, it's you'll see a lot of people starting to talk about consciousness, but consciousness is ignored. They will not talk to us because it's still woo-woo. We want nuts and bolts. We want to look respectable. So that's why you'll see people in Congress will not. They as I said, if you're a consciousness person, you got to be careful. You always look over your shoulder. You're going to find someone sneaking up on you with a cross and nails. The UFO community hates consciousness. They want nuts and bolts. They want technology. They want, we want it yesterday. It's this material world that we're sort of enveloped in, and the consciousness thing. We're still a few years off from understanding the consciousness connection, I think.
Thank you, Grant. We have another question here in Fargo.
Yep.
Hi, thank you, Grant. My name is Charles. I really enjoying your presentation that you're giving us today here. So I kind of have, well, one big question and one kind of shorter one.
Yeah.
But the first one would be with Robert Bigelow. Is he kind of, you think, ahead of the game right now with his new endeavor for consciousness? Or is he, has it been something that has been going on for a while and it's just now coming out, I guess, because he was doing like grants and different things, I know, for
okay, I can answer that. Most people don't know Bob Bigelow actually started a seat for consciousness studies at University of Las Vegas, Nevada. That was like 30 years ago. He put in $3.7 million into that. He has a situation where his son died, his grandson died, and it's this thing where there may have been a suicide and stuff like that. And he's been obsessed. So when he started the NIDS organization in 1996, he gave his initial lecture and he said, we want to study UFOs and life after death. And then one guy said, why don't we just do ESP and Sasquatches? They were insulted because he's into this thing about near-death experiences. And now he's back into consciousness. So he knows that consciousness is primary. He knows this connection to consciousness. And yet his stuff is not really released in terms of his material. He's one of the guys that says it's proprietary, that when I get it, I own it. But he's had all the other experiences. He had the orbs in his house. He had the thing where they said, what was Skinwalker all about, Bob? And he said it's all about messaging and games. And he talked about the fact that he could make orbs appear on camera. He would put little jacks and balls, and then the thing would move it around and stuff because he was talking messages. So he was communicating telepathically with this intelligence at Skinwalker Ranch. So he knows, because he produced it himself, that this is a key part. And he's now doing consciousness again, which indicates that he realizes the importance of consciousness to this field.
And I think that's kind of why he's, it's almost like recruiting people. Am I wrong? Or okay. So
that's the way it would work. I mean, if you're a rich guy, that's the whole idea. You go to people who've got the answers. So what he was doing, he was bringing in like Kit Green and the top people on all these different subjects because he could afford to bring these people in for huge money and pick their brain. Why would you not do that? And that's why I say, if you get some kid who's totally telepathic, why would you not study that? Why would you take that off the table? That is extreme. But even this woman said she couldn't sell this story to any of the networks on these kids who are 100% telepathic. That to me is like the most important thing. It's way more important than UFOs, is how do these kids do it? Or you get people who can, they can't tell you what two times three is, but they can, when you say to what are the next 12 days, 12 years that Easter will fall on April the 1st, and within 30 seconds he's answered that, but he can't multiply 2 times 3. You go, where is this guy getting this information? That to me is, the savant thing is way more important than the UFO thing. When you start, where are these people getting this material? How do they do this? It's unbelievable.
So I appreciate that. Then the second part would be, I listened to whenever you asked Cheney about, the question about if he had been briefed or anything. And then also David Grush had just came out not too long, well, he actually came out with the interview with, I think it was Wilcox or somebody that interviewed him, and he asked him who was the top of the pyramid, and for the UFO classification, he named Dick Cheney, according to what Grush told him.
The problem with that is what I mentioned before. He may be at a 40,000 foot level, but you're not going to know who's at 60,000 feet until you've been briefed at that level. So everybody thinks they know what's happening at the top of the pyramid. And like Help Put Up was asked the question one time, could you name the 12 guys? And he said, I could probably name the 12 guys that are running the show. And he was asked, well, why don't you name the 12 guys? And he said, because you'd go and do an article in the New York Times, I'd have to deny it, and then everybody would stop talking to me. So, but again, that's why people think the president isn't getting briefed. But how are you going to know that unless you're the president? You wouldn't know if the president's getting briefed or not getting briefed or whatever. It's where you are that people sort of assume they know what's going on above their pay grade when they're just basically at ground level.
Well, Grant, thank you so much for your presentation and all this information. We're running a little bit low on time. I don't know if there's any other questions in, I don't see any in the chat right now, just some comments.
I would tell people, watch this telepathy tape. Find it on the podcast. It'll blow your mind. There's 6 episodes of the stuff. I basically said to these people, if it was a fair world, this would be Nobel Prize. The work these people are doing is unbelievable, and it's connected to UFOs. And Whitley Strieber will talk about aliens being autistic and stuff like that. It's absolutely one of the most powerful things I've ever seen in my 50 years of research. It's called the Telepathy Tapes Podcast. Kai Dickens is the girl that runs it, and it's absolutely mind-blowing when you start to try to explain how is this happening. You realize the world is not the nuts and bolts world you think it is. Yeah, thank you for your interest, and I really appreciate it.
All right, we'll talk to you later, Grant. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that, because next up we got a special person for you, Michael Schratt. Michael Schratt's been doing this for a long time. He's dug deep into Len Stringfield's files, and he has a whole bunch of drawings and a whole bunch of stories to tell us today. Michael Schratt, Retrievals of the Third Kind, take it away.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to our December 2024 first year anniversary Northland MUFON meeting.
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. We're a family here, so we're a close-knit group of investigators and researchers. Basically, my background is I'm a private pilot and military aerospace historian. I'm very interested in preserving an important part of our national history. I started my love of aviation at a very young age. That led me to the Oshkosh Air Show, which I attended for like 27 years. Eventually, I lived not too far from QFOS, that Center for UFO Studies, not too far from downtown Chicago. For about 2 years, I spent every Sunday going through all the thousands of the files there. And my basic goal is to preserve this important history, take these old sketches and convert them into up-to-date standards of really nice refined drawings and full color 3D renderings just to preserve this history. That's my goal. Eventually, I started looking at these Leonard Stringfield crash retrieval cases, and I thought this is really bombshell information because we're talking about firsthand military witnesses that have actually loaded these craft on 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy trucks, people who dealt with the autopsies, people who analyzed the X-ray technician type reports and X-rays. These were firsthand military witnesses with absolutely credible backgrounds coming to Leonard as a clearinghouse. And this is the formation of his publication, Retrievals of the Third Kind, which is the book that we'll be getting in today. And so the goal of the presentation today is just to make these cases from Leonard's military witnesses, make them come alive through the use of these illustrations. And I want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to join you today.
Well, we are very glad to have you.
Thanks for being with me today. Why don't we go ahead and begin? The title of this talk is Retrievals of the Third Kind, Cosmic Crashes, Corpses, and Cover-Ups. This is really an homage to Leonard Stringfield. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide here. Now, UFO crash retrievals, the ultimate holy grail of UFO research. Now, why am I calling it the ultimate holy grail of UFO research? It's actually pretty simple because it's the crash retrievals that are going to be the vehicle that facilitates disclosure. It's 2024 now, and we really need to take the bull by the horns. We need to make a management decision, and anything less than the actual hardware, and we'll be spinning our wheels. And so that's why the crash retrievals are so important, because they contain the craft, the bodies, and the debris, the hardware. And that's what we need to move this whole field forward. So that's why it's the Holy Grail. Let's continue on here. A couple of quick announcements. The content of each case highlighted in this presentation has remained intact for the description of the original source. The identity of first-hand sources will be protected per Leonard Stringfield's original agreement with his military contacts. The visual aids used in this presentation are computer-generated forensic composite illustrations and sketches which originated from the specific details provided by Leonard's sources. So these are the sources where Leonard got his information. 3-star U.S. Air Force generals, U.S. Air Force fighter pilots, astronauts, commercial pilots, air traffic controllers, neurosurgeons, pathologists, theoretical physicists, and mathematicians, U.S. Army officers, U.S. Navy officers, military police, high-level Pentagon officials, top military brass, scientists and engineers who worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and other government facilities. So that's just a brief cross-section of the level of credibility of Leonard's witnesses. We'll continue on here. A couple of quick quotes. Number 1, UFO crash retrievals can't be real, because if they were, I would have read about it in the local newspaper. Number 2, there are not now, nor ever have been, any extraterrestrial visitors or equipment on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Now, this is the Air Force official press release as of July 1980. This is their policy. This is their standing here. So what we're going to do in this presentation is we're going to take Leonard's firsthand military witnesses that loaded the bodies, that dealt with the autopsies. We're going to take those witnesses, we're going to go up against the Air Force, and we're going to see who kind of comes out on top here. So this is the man of the hour. I want to introduce everyone to Leonard Stringfield. Over a 30-year time period, he basically identified dozens and dozens of these firsthand military witnesses that dealt with the UFO crash retrievals. We'll go over a couple of quick points here. He was born in 1920. By the time he graduated from high school in 1939, he'd already memorized the entire dictionary. Now, this guy was so smart, he really did memorize the whole dictionary. They gave him a nickname. They actually called him Webster. That's how smart and intelligent this guy was. So Leonard was the perfect person to be receiving these cases here. He joined the military as soon as he heard about the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. After the war, he was employed by a chemical company in Ohio and retired after 30 years. Leonard served as director of the world's largest UFO research group in the mid-1950s, Civilian Research Interplanetary Flying Objects. He received 8,000 letters in its first 2 weeks of existence. Wow, there was a outcry of interest at the time. Leonard wrote 2 books, Inside Saucer Post 3-0 back in 1957. Later, Situation Red, the UFO Siege, 1977. Now, the next bullet item is the one that we really want to focus in on. His lecture on UFO crash retrievals at the 1978 MUFON Symposium in Dayton, Ohio, caused an international sensation. Now, why is that so? Well, number one is Leonard had an agreement with his witnesses that he could maintain an important part of our national history by telling their accounts. However, their names had to be kept under wraps. And this was a point of contention at the MUFON Symposium because people were really interested in this subject. They wanted to know more, but Leonard, per his agreement with his witnesses, he would not reveal their identities. And so there absolutely was some pushback at the MUFON Symposium back in 1978. Now, Leonard passed away December 18th, 1994. Now, the question we want to look into here is, what was the one event that sparked Leonard's interest in UFOs, which ultimately changed the course of his life? What was the one event that caused that? Well, on August 30th, 1945, Leonard had a Foo Fighter sighting from inside a twin-engine C-47 while traveling from Okinawa to Iwo Jima. And so when there was a group of 3 teardrop-shaped Foo Fighters, one of the engines conked out, and they thought they were going to have to ditch in the Pacific. Now, when this Foo Fighter departed, the engine came back on and they landed safely. But that definitely made an impression in his life that stayed with him his entire life. Let's continue on here. So this is Cincinnati Enquirer, July 19th, 1993. And it says, author continues quest for truth about UFOs. What I have collected has staggering implications. It would be the biggest thing since Christ, really. Well, that's a bold statement. That's a really bold statement. All we need is one of these cases to be authentic, and we're going to be in a whole different world here. Let's continue on here. Leonard maintained a collection of 22 bank boxes of original correspondence letters, drawings, audio tapes, testimony from his sources. These witnesses should be located and their testimony should be presented before Congress. Next one. So everything that we're going to be talking about today comes from this publication, UFO Crash Retrievals, the Complete Investigation Status Reports 1 through 7 by Leonard Stringfield. So I'm going to give you the page number, which gives you the references so that you can follow along on it. So if anyone's interested in this, I highly recommend this publication by Leonard. It gives you all of the intricate details on these crash retrieval cases, like how many bodies were recovered, where they shipped the craft, what was the tensile strength of the material. Now, when you go through this publication, what you're going to find out is it's very text intensive. It's a lot of reading. You have to have a very serious interest in this subject matter. The other thing you'll notice is it is completely devoid of any drawings, sketches, illustrations, full color renderings. There's no full color illustrations. So you're left with your imagination to come up with what these cases actually look like. So I thought, someone's got to go through this book with a fine-tooth comb and get the mission critical cases, commit those to refined drawings, and use those as a template or guide to generate a really nice full color rendering. And so that's really been my crusade the last 4 years, is to make these cases come alive. Other publication I want to highlight is Magic Eyes Only, Earth's Encounters with Extraterrestrial Technology by my good friend Ryan Wood. Now, this is something that he published almost 20 years ago. It's recently been republished with updated cases. So Leonard's publication has 119 crash retrieval cases. This book has another 104. So now we've got some serious firepower here. Now, before we get into this presentation, I want to take everyone to Las Vegas. And let's go to Caesar's Palace, and we'll go to the roulette wheel here, and it has 120 spaces. So we're going to put down 119 bets, one for each of Leonard Stringfield's cases, and we're going to spin this roulette wheel, and you can kind of see where the math is going here. We can't lose. We are going to win every time. We almost cannot lose. The odds are in our favor, and just as a review, we only need one of these cases to be authentic, and the whole concept of UFO crash retrieval non-existence completely falls apart. So really the odds are in our favor. I want to give credit to my good friend Rudy Gardea, who did all of the original and preliminary and refined sketches. So why don't we go ahead and begin here? This is our first case, UFO crash retrieval 1942 at an Army base north of Georgia. Reference for this is Leonard's book, page 319. So I'm going to give you the references of where you can read on this on your own here. Now, this thing was about 15 feet in diameter. It was 10 feet high. It had 3 levels. The upper level had a display panel with buttons and switches. The mid deck had what looked like a wraparound window. Now, in back of that wraparound window, there were stationed what looked like 3 bar stools. That was there. Again, this thing was 15 feet in diameter, 10 feet high. There were 4 crew members taken alive. They were 5 feet tall, 90 pounds, large black eyes, milky white skin. Now, the lower level of this thing had an entryway hatch. And then when this thing came down and actually made contact with the building of this North Georgia base, it ripped a hole breach on the side of the craft. On the bottom of the craft, wrapped around the outer circumference, were these various hieroglyphic type writings wrapped around the bottom circumference. I'm going to go to the next slide and we'll blow up what these symbols may have looked like. So if you think about this, we've got so many cases now of these retrieved objects where there's writing on the inside wall of the upper dome. We've got writing on the inside wall of the lower section, also on the outer circumference. There has to be, by default, there must be a transnational team of linguistic experts and engineers trying to decode and decipher what these symbols mean. There has to be. They've got to have multiple 3-ring binders of this. Just by default, there has to be such an organization. So here's my full color rendering just to give everyone an idea of what this might have looked like. Now, this is 5 years before Roswell. They're already recovering this back in 1942. Let's go on to the next one. Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, 1946. The source is an avionics mechanic and his son, Tex Martin. The reference is 242, 243 in the book. So what you're looking at here is hangar complex 4. It has 5 bays. The bay to the furthest to the right, which you see in this photograph, is Bay E. Now, I believe it took place in this bay right here. Let's go on to the next slide. So we've got 6-year-old Tex Martin with his father, who also was involved in this as well, so we don't have to rely on the testimony of a 6-year-old boy. He brought his son to his workplace at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, known as Wright Field, back in 1946. And where they were working, they had a connecting cafeteria to the main hangar complex. And there was a janitor in this cafeteria. And he thought, this seems like a nice 6-year-old boy. Why don't I buy him a soda pop? And so this boy turned to his father and he said, is it okay for me to have a soda pop? His father said yes. So this janitor hands this 6-year-old boy a soda pop. I'm going to go to the next slide here. And you can see Rudy's roughed out drawing. He gives him this soda pop, and concurrently, one of these military personnel, which was in the main hangar, he was walking through the door the exact same time this young boy was looking inside. And what did he see? He saw 2 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy trucks with tarp debris. He saw about an 18-foot diameter dish-shaped craft on tripod landing gear legs. And then he saw approximately 3 known as ET bodies laying on the hangar floor on stretchers. And he was shocked at what he was seeing. So what I want to do now is I want to reverse the viewing angle so we can see a little bit more what's going on here. And this is all roughed out. We're getting all the monuments kind of roughed out in this drawing here. So in the background, you can see our 6-year-old witness looking through the doorway. Now we've got the 18-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. We've got the bodies. We've got the 2 tractor trailers with the tarp debris. So we're just laying everything out. Now I want to take you to our refined drawing. And this is what we came up with to preserve an important part of our national history. And this is what these witnesses are telling us here. So this thing was approximately 20 feet in diameter. It was off-white in color. It had 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference. He stressed in the 3-page report that it was sitting on tripod landing gear legs. You've got the tractor trailers with the tarps and chains going over some other type debris. And then we've got these ET bodies in the foreground on stretchers. This is what both Tex Martin saw and his father saw this as well. So we're going to use this as a guide, and we'll go to the full color rendering. And this is what we came up with. Just to preserve an important part of our national history, I want to give credit to Joel Payne for doing a great job here. So let's continue, and we'll go on to the next case here. Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, 1946. So same time, same location. Our witness was a private who worked in records management. Source is Space, the Final Frontier, page 59 by Clark McClellan. So I'm going to divert one time and one time only from Leonard's book because I felt it's all part of the narrative here. Here's the cover of the book, Space, the Final Frontier by Clark McClellan. And in this publication, there's a sketch by the original witness. Now, this craft came from an Arkansas, from a railroad flat car from Arkansas. So it came down, they put it on a flat car, shipped it all the way to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. 15 feet in diameter, 7 feet tall, highly polished aluminum exterior, no visible means of propulsion, no welds, no seams, no socket head cap screws, no hex head cap screws. Very interesting. There was a flat section in the midpoint with these rectangular windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself. I'm going to move on to the next slide here. This is my AutoCAD drawing that gives you an idea of what this thing looks like. Now, there was about a 3-foot diameter central column that rose from the base of the craft through the midpoint, going all the way and terminating at the top of the craft itself. Now, I've peeled back the skin on the right upper side of the view that shows you what that central column looks like. Now, if you look just left of center, this first window left of center in the front view here, you'll see that there's a red dot. That is the attempted point of entry with diamond tip drill bits. So we had teams of lab coat technicians that were desperately trying to get in this thing with a diamond tip drill bit, and they could not get in. Now, I've got at least 3 other cases in my files that talk about these diamond tip drill bits that they're using to try to get into these things. They're using acetylene torches, they're using lasers, and they can't get in. Let's go to the next slide here. This was my very first pass color illustration, just to give an idea of what this may have looked like. Let's see if we can do a little bit better job here. Here's Joseph Race rendering here. Now, he's pulled back the skin on the upper right view, showing you that central column, and he's also got that red dot left of center. So that's something we want to look at here. Again, no seams, no visible means of propulsion. It's like these craft are built on a 3D printer with no seams. It's all fully integrated. That's what the witnesses are telling us here. Here's Rudy's drawing. So when the security guard saw his private and records management friend, because he had to deliver this letter to a high-level military brass, this military police said, you know what? I got something I want to show you. So he brought him into the hangar, into the back section, and just parked on the hangar floor was this craft. In the report, it said that there was a tarp that was partially folded off to the right of this craft. In the foreground, there was an open toolbox. Off to the left, there was an electric drill with a diamond tip drill bit. And that's the layout here. So we want to use this as a guide. And let me take you to the full color rendering here. And this is what we came up with to preserve an important part of our national history back at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, 1946. Again, this is prior to Roswell. Let's continue on here. Now, who would have a need to know about this? All of the things going on within the Air Force. We want to bring our attention here to a letter to Brigadier General Shulgin. Okay, this is a letter from Nathan Twining, September 23rd, 1947. Here he says, the phenomenon reported is something real and not visionary or fictitious. Later in the letter, he talks about the form, fit, and function of these vehicles, the flight path of these vehicles. There was no doubt that this was something real. This is not something imaginary, coming from Nathan Twining here. Let's continue on. Papagos Indian Reservation, west of Globe, Arizona, 1947, north of Superstition Mountains. Witness served in U.S. Navy during World War II, so that's our witness. And the reference is in the book, page 93, case A10. I'm going to go to the next slide here. So we've got 2 witnesses going down this unimproved desert road. They're west of Globe, Arizona. and they are challenged by 2 military police with rifles, and they're told to get out of here immediately. You're not supposed to be here. However, it was already too late because they were at the right place at the right time at the very beginning of a retrieval operation. Now, about another 50 feet down the road off to the left, they saw a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that augured in at about a 40-degree angle. It had a low-rise dome on top. There were 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference, and then what looked like indented windows wrapped around the outer circumference. And they were absolutely challenged, told to vacate the area immediately, but they did see the beginning of this retrieval operation. So we want to use Rudy's drawing as a guide. I want to take you to our full color rendering, and this is what we came up with. This is 1947 Arizona. This is west of Globe, Arizona. Now, beside the craft and the bodies, I kind of have a side project. I want to know what happened to the debris, the hardware. Where did all that go? There's got to be a place for this. Where was it analyzed? So there's a 1-page document within the Stringfield Notes collection that talks about something called Foote Brothers Gear and Machine Company. So here we have, according to Mr. Robert Helmold of Foote Brothers Gear and Machine Company of Chicago, conducted metallurgical analysis on pieces from a saucer that crashed in Arizona back in 1947. So I didn't want to just leave it there. I wanted to do my own investigation. What did this company do? When were they formed? What do they manufacture? What are they involved in? Okay, so I started digging. Chicago Tribune, January 15th, 1955. It says it makes gears as large as 21 feet in diameter and weighing 45,000 pounds, and others small enough to put on a watch chain. Its gears are found on airplanes of all types, including jets and helicopters. In a year, it will make thousands of different gears for use by industry. So, if we think about what they're saying here in this article, if the U.S. military recovered an unknown object in Arizona and it had kind of like an arc radius with some teeth on it, and it reminded some of the military personnel that this might be some type of gear, this actually checks all the boxes. You would want to send it to this company. It's checking all the boxes. Hendricks Commercial Register, 1909, and you can see this man on the photograph here, the size of these gears that this company made. It absolutely amazing. Let's do one more here. The Purchasing Agent, May 1923, Foote Dependable Gear. So yes, it's absolutely checking the boxes. This is the perfect company to be sending this type of debris. Let's continue on here. White Sands Missile Range, July 4th, 1947. Our source is a technical sergeant, U.S. Army Air Force, page 196 in Leonard's book. Now, what I'm showing here in the yellow is the boundary of White Sands Missile Range. I'm going to go to the next slide. Now, this actually happened at night. So when this craft came down and it landed on the sand dunes, it was about tipped up at a 20-degree angle. This is all at night. So the retrieval team brought in light-alls. They had spotlights. They had searchlights trained on this thing. This is all at night. And they had people with Geiger counters walking around this thing, checking for radiation. They had other people taking still photographs of this craft. They had others with motion picture film reel cameras. They were documenting all of this. So we want to use this as a guide. We're going to go to the full color rendering. And this is what we came up with. This is White Sands Missile Range back in 1947 timeline. Now, what is the takeaway on this particular case? Actionable item. Since still photography and motion picture film was recorded of this event, senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances should track down and utilize this evidence for future public hearings. And we'll continue to the next slide here. UFO crash retrieval 1947 in a warehouse at Berkeley University. In this case, we have the witness's name, Albert Bruce Collins, deceased. He was a metallurgical engineer, and this is page 197 in Leonard's book on UFO crash retrievals. So here's our drawing from Rudy. We've got the metallurgical engineer. We've got this 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy truck backing into the warehouse at Berkeley University. Now, he said that this thing looked like a cracked egg. It was 30 feet across. It had this 15-foot tall section. It literally looked like a cracked egg. There was about a 36-inch in diameter central core or yoke at the center of this craft. There was a composite panel on the forward section. Wrapped around the outer circumference of this central yoke was another composite panel. And then he said that there was this debris and shrapnel sticking out of the bottom right of this craft. He's looking at this at close range. So we want to use this as a guide. We'll go to our full color rendering. And this is what we came up with, the full color rendering, just to preserve an important part of our national history. So we've got egg-shaped craft, we've got dish-shaped craft being recovered. Next one, Carrot Patch, south of Salinas, California. This is July, August 1947. Witnesses were two 19-year-old workers in a nearby field. This craft actually came down the night before. The morning when the two workers were prepared for work, the foreman came over to them and said, "Hey, I think you better take a look at what came down here." And so they did. They walked over. They got a good look at this thing. Here is the original sketch that went with the report. Now, this is not a large craft. This is 9 feet in diameter, about 4 feet tall, flat top, and this double row of indented windows wrapped around the outer circumference. I'm going to go to the next slide. Now, this is all part of the report that came from the Stringfield Dictation Notes collection. We actually have X marks the spot. Now, we know where this thing came down. So if we could go back in time, we could probably get plus or minus 200 feet of where this came down. I don't think there's any debris left now, but back then we could have definitely targeted exactly where this thing came down. Here is my SolidWorks drawing. This gives you an idea of what this thing actually looks like. Interesting flat top. It's only 9 feet in diameter, about 4 feet tall. We'll go to the next slide here. Here's my first pass kindergarten version, just to give a colorized version of what this actually may have looked like if we could actually be there. Now, let's go to Rudy's drawing. Now, when the two boys walked over to this thing, one of them got up enough confidence to kick the side of this thing with his boot. So he made physical contact with this. Within a matter of 5 minutes, there was a military convoy consisting of at least 2 Jeeps, a 6x6 covered troop transport that was pulling a trailer. They pulled up on the scene, ordered these two 19-year-old workers away. They did get to see the military personnel manhandle this craft, loaded on the tractor trailer. They put a tarp on it, chains, and they were out of there. So they did get to see the entire operation. So we want to use this as a guide, and we'll go to the full color rendering. And this is what we came up with for this case, Salinas, California, to preserve our history. Let's continue on here. Now, I'm sure many in this group are familiar with Danny Sheehan. I want to do a quick overview here. Obtained degrees from Harvard University and Harvard Law School. He was a large advocate for UFO disclosure and transparency. We'll go to the next slide here. In 1977, Danny was given a special security clearance to investigate classified files at the Library of Congress. These were the classified files specifically associated with Project Blue Book. These files are not to be confused with the unclassified Project Blue Book records, which have long since been declassified and sent to the National Archives in Washington, D.C. The photos were accessed by Danny Sheehan at the Madison Building basement during January of 1977 under the direction of the Congressional Science and Technology Committee and Marcia Smith at the Congressional Research Service. So what I'm doing here is I'm laying the foundation and the groundwork of how Danny actually accessed these files. Let's continue on. Where are the classified Project Blue Book files now? That's really the big question here. Now, where all this went down is the James Madison Memorial Building. That's where he accessed these files. I'm going to go to the next slide here. You can see a top view looking down, and you'll see the United States Capitol. If we go off to the right, you've got the Library of Congress, and then if you go down from there, you've got the James Madison Memorial Building. Let's continue on. So here's the layout. Now, when Danny got there, December 1977, he was told to go in an elevator to the basement. And so I've got the cross section of the basement here of the Madison Building basement. He walks down this long corridor. He gets to a security station. There's 2 security guards. They check his ID. and it is Danny. So they let him into a kind of a medium-sized room, and inside the room, I'm going to go to the next slide, there was a series of microfilm readers. There was this mobile dolly with microfilm reels on there. They had documents on there, and this just shows you what these microfilm reels actually look like. I'm going to go to the next slide. So they had a period correct microfilm reader there. And so what he started thinking is, he thought to himself, well, I don't know how much time I can spend here. I obviously can't go through every single document. So I think the best use of my time is, why don't I take one of these microfilm reels and I will actually feed it through the reader. We've got the pickup reel here, and he starts going through these microfilm things. He eventually comes across 3 photographs of a UFO crash retrieval scene. Now, this is all at Winter. It's about a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft tipped up at an angle. There were 4 people with winter parkas there. And then on the lower part of the upper dome, the craft had what looked like hieroglyphic type writings. And so what Danny did is he projected the view of this photo down onto the white plane of the reader here. He put his legal pad, he paged all the way through all the blank pages and projected the image of these hieroglyphic writings onto his legal pad, and he traced 1-to-1 per scale what this writing looked like. Now, this is napkin drawing that Danny did for me when I met with Danny and Rudy, my artist. It's been about 4 months now. So I wanted to get this story pinned down so we knew exactly what this thing actually looked like. Let's go to the next one. What did it look like? Here is the rough, you could call it line marker drawing by Danny on the lower bottom section. And then in real time, Rudy started drawing this thing just to keep this thing accurate, as most historically accurate as we could here. What were the details of the photo? So we'll run through this really quickly here. Craft measured 30 feet in diameter and was tipped up at a 30-degree angle. The craft had a dome on top with what appeared to be strange symbols along its lower surface. It left a trail on the ground and created a mound of dirt where it came to rest. The photo depicted 4 men wearing winter parkas with a furry fringe around their hoods. 3 men had still cameras. A 4th had a vintage shoulder-mounted dual-reel motion picture film camera. Now, Danny did not know where this was or what time it was. The only way I was able to gauge even a close date is by looking at that motion picture film camera, and I dated it between 1948 to 1961. That's my best approximation on what time frame this photograph was taken. Let's go to the next one here. Within the photograph, all 4 men were wearing these winter parkas with the furry fringe. That was identified. Let's go to the next one. 3 of the men had these period correct still cameras, and they were snapping away, taking photographs of this. One guy, who was the 4th off to the far left in the photo, he had a dual reel shoulder mounted motion picture film camera. So if you take away the tripod here, what you're left with is probably very close to what was seen here. Let's go to the next one. These are the symbol details that were wrapped around the outer circumference of the lower dome of the craft itself. I had another artist who actually kind of cleaned this up a little bit just to give a better idea of what these symbols actually look like. So I want to take you through the refining process now. How did we get to a refined drawing? So this is all being done in real time with Danny Sheehan sitting right next to us here. So here you see Rudy's laid out the monuments. We've got the people in place. This is almost a 80-degree look down angle. And then on the lower section here, we've got a slightly more of a side view. Let's continue on here. Now you can see this built up mound of dirt on the right section of the drawing. And then we've got the 4 people in place. Let's continue on here. Now we can kind of view this as a direct side view, and we'll go to the next slide here, and you can see the viewing perspective here. Now, it started getting a little difficult at this point because Danny kept telling us that we didn't have the correct viewing perspective. It just wasn't clear. We were stuck at this for like a week. Finally dawned on me that what he was talking about is we needed to rotate the entire scene at least 90 degrees counterclockwise, almost 120 degrees to be realistic. And when we did that, here you can see we're starting the rotation process. This is a direct side view, but we still need to keep rotating counterclockwise, you end up with something that looks like this. And when we showed this to Danny, he said, yes, this is now the correct viewing perspective. However, our angle of attack is too high. We need to come down another 15 degrees. And when we made that correction, we went to the refined drawing, and this is what we came up with. And when he saw this drawing, basically he said, this is about as close as we're going to get until we see the actual photograph that he saw back on that microfilm reel. So it's satisfying all the criteria. We've got the dish-shaped craft 30-degree angle tip-up. We've got the hieroglyphic type writing. We've got the berm and built-up mound on the right-hand side. Winter scene. We've got the 4 men. We've got the winter parkas. We've got the still cameras, and we've got the dual-reel shoulder-mounted motion picture film camera. So it's checking all the boxes here. Now, I didn't want to leave it just at that. I wanted to see if I could take this thing to the next level. Could I get a full color, accurate rendering of what this thing looks like? So I put out a contest. I had people from all around the United States enter my contest. I had people from all around the world enter the contest here. And I want to go to some of the results here. These are the criteria. I won't go through all of this, but this is the criteria. It had to be period correct, 1948 to 1962. Had to be a winter setting. We had to have the 30-foot disc. We had to have the tip-up angle. We needed those inscriptions wrapped around the outer circumference. We had to get the 4 guys with the winter parkas. And then we had to have the cameras and the motion picture film reel cameras. So I want to hit you with the results here. Before we do that, one quick little tidbit here. There is a theoretical limit to what results you can achieve by typing prompts into an AI image generator. In other words, you still need the human touch. You can sit at your keyboard all day and you can type in prompts and text into an AI image generator, and you will absolutely not get what you want at the end. The technology is just not there yet. We might be a year off, we might be 3 years off. I don't think we're that far off, but it's just not there yet. The point being is you still need the human touch. So what you end up with is a hybrid illustration to get you to where you need to be. For instance, you can use AI to create really nice backgrounds, and then you use like 3D SolidWorks, 3D Studio Max to actually render the physical craft. And then you finish up with Photoshop to bring in your elements and your equipment. So you end up with this hybrid illustration. And I'm going to hit you with the first one. So here you can see, this is by Sean Lenahan. He did a noble attempt here. It's a good attempt. Winter scene checks the boxes. We've got the 4 people in winter parkas. That checks the boxes. We've got the dish-shaped craft. We've got the tip-up angle. He's got the hieroglyphic writing. He did a really good job. Let me go to the next one. Ben Lewis, credit to him. This is a little bit different style here, but he's got the tip-up angle. He's got the dish-shaped craft. He's got the winter parka, so he did a good job. I'm going to go to the next one here. This is the illustration that I felt won the cash prize, so I did give him the cash prize, Skylar Stallings. So very good job to Skylar Stallings, and this really satisfies all the equations, checks all the boxes. We've got the monuments in place. We've got the dish-shaped craft in place. He's got the angle. Really good job. Now, however, I had a late entry that also did a fantastic job, and I want to go to that one right now. So I present you this, and this is probably at the bleeding edge of technology. This represents probably the theoretical limit of what we can do right now. It's probably not going to get much better than this, but this is a late entry. He satisfied absolutely all the criteria. He's got the dish-shaped craft. He's got the 4 people. Just really well done, really well executed. Let's continue on. Now, here's the $64 million question. Where are the top secret files on UFO crash retrievals being stored? According to a source within the Stringfield Dictation Notes collection, he said they are kept in 3 large computer banks spread throughout the country. Number 1, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's not a surprise to us. We already knew that. Number 2, CIA headquarters, McLean, Virginia. Number 3, NSA headquarters, Fort Meade, Maryland. And then he said, in this parting farewell cryptic remark here, quote, they will bend in any direction to keep them secret. And yeah, that's been the policy. That's been the policy. We've got the giggle factor. We've got the, making fun of witnesses. We've got the harassment factor. We've got NDAs. We've got people with pensions. We've got other factors where they've been able to keep this information under wraps. Let's continue on here. Location of where ET craft are being stored. So we talked about the records and documents. Where do they actually keep the hardware and the craft? According to the same witness, CIA headquarters, McLean, Virginia, MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Florida, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, Goldsboro, North Carolina. So if we had senators and congressmen that actually had the high enough security clearance and need to know with the correct backing, we might be able to get into these facilities. All right, let's continue on here. C-119 Flying Boxcar, Sierra Madre Valley, Mexico. This is prior to 1951. So I'm thinking it's about 1948 timeframe here. Now, our witness is an engineer. He worked in highway construction. This is UFO Crash Retrievals, page 32. So if anyone wants to follow along in the book, it's page 32. So let's go on here. Now, how do we know that the craft was only 9 feet in diameter? Well, it's simple, because if you take a tape measure and you measure the inside walls of the cargo bay on the C-119, it's going to be 9 feet, 10 inches wide. So by mathematical deduction, then, we know the craft can't be any bigger than 9 feet in diameter, because you still need 5 inches of clearance on either side to fit inside. So that's where we're coming up with the 9-foot diameter craft. So here's Rudy's drawing. You can see military personnel with this inclined plane. They're basically loading this into the aft cargo bay clamshell doors of the C-119. We want to use this as a guide, and we'll go to the full color rendering here. And now you can kind of see what the rendering looks like. This is by Joseph Ray. This gives you the full color rendering. We've got the clamshell bay doors open. They're basically loading the craft. This is a retrieval operation. I'm going to go to the next slide here. And this gives you an idea of what the blow up looks like of the loading process here. And I'm going to go to the next slide, because he said that there were ET bodies associated with this retrieval. Now, they were very small, and they have to be small to fit into this thing. I'm going to go to the next slide here. And he said that when he knelt down to these bodies and they were burned, so this wasn't for the faint of heart, he touched their faces and their skin came off on his fingers. This is what's stated within the one-page report on this retrieval case. Let's go on to the next one. Naval Air Station, Sunnyvale, California, 1950, Hangar 1. Our witness is a radar operator. The source for this is case B5, page 57. Now, a couple quick things to talk about on this hangar. Number one, the hangar still exists. You can see this hangar. Number two is that this hangar is so large, it actually has its own weather. That's how big this hangar is. In World War II, this was used to store blimps. So that's just a little bit of a historical point. Now, our witness kind of walked through these double doors where he wasn't supposed to go. And what did he see when he looked inside? He saw a very large 100-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. It had a row of windows wrapped around the outer circumference. It did have a low-rise dome. Now, later on, after all this happened, he told his mother the following quote. It says, "It was certainly no aircraft of ours." That was his assessment. So let's go to the full color rendering just to give an idea of what this may have looked like at Hangar 1 back in 1950. And that's what these military witnesses are telling us. We only need one to be correct. So the numbers are in our favor. Albuquerque Journal, March 18th, 1950. Hundreds at Farmington report large force of flying saucers. So this is March 18th, 1950. During the early 1950s, there was an official order issued by Air Force pilots to shoot the flying saucers down. So this is Cincinnati Enquirer, July 29th, 1952. Shoot saucers down, jet pilots ordered in 24-hour alert. Let's go to the next one. Jets keeping 24-hour alert for saucers. Pilots ordered to down objects if they don't land. On the saucer trail, pilots told shoot them down. Jets on 24-hour alert to shoot down saucers. So basically what we're dealing with here is an order coming from high-level military Air Force brass in the Pentagon, Washington, D.C., to shoot these things down. Now, let's go to the next slide here. These are the type of aircraft that were used for these attempted intercepts. It's the F-94 Starfire. There's only two places in the United States where you can actually go see these. Number one, Pima Air and Space Museum in Tucson, Arizona. Number two, Air Force Museum, Dayton, Ohio. Now, if you go to the one to the left, you'll see the F-94 with the rocket flaps in the closed position. Over into the Midwest in Dayton, Ohio, they've got the same model of the craft with the rocket flaps in the open position, getting ready to try to shoot one of these things down. So here's Rudy's drawing on one of these attempted intercepts. But these craft were way too fast, way too maneuverable for our pilots. Here's my full color rendering of what one of these intercepts may have looked like. And this is all in this early 1950s time frame here. Now, this became so prevalent, and this is the part that the Air Force doesn't like to admit about. They don't like to talk about this. So this is Shoot Them Down, the Flying Saucer Air Wars of 1952 by my good friend Frank Ficino. It became so prevalent that we lost a number of airplanes and pilots to these attempted shoot downs. We actually lost pilots and planes. The Air Force, they do not want to talk about this, but Frank went into the newspaper clippings and he dug out the reports, Air Force reports, put this all in a book, and it's well done. I want to give credit to Frank Ficino for his well done work. So that brings us to this slide, which I thought was very interesting. This is a letter to Leonard Stringfield from Mildred Bissell back on October 2nd, 1979. And here's what she writes. I heard you speak at the MUFON Symposium in Dayton last year, and I'm interested in your research on retrievals of the third kind. I gave a talk at a local library last week, and in the discussion period following, a fellow told me that when he was a gunner in the Air Force, he had emptied his guns on a UFO and had taken pictures with his gun camera that clearly showed the shells exploding against the side of the craft. He said the camera was taken off the wing of his plane when it landed, and the pictures developed. At 2 a.m., a couple of military policemen came and got him out of bed and took him to the base auditorium. They ran the 17 seconds of movie of the UFO over and over and questioned him and two other crew members until 10 a.m. He was warned never to tell anyone what had happened. He said he had a wife and a family, a good job, and a lot to lose. He seemed afraid of the CIA and wouldn't even give me his name. So here we've got this pilot. They emptied an entire magazines of shells on this. They got it all on motion picture film reel, the gun camera footage. There's got to be multiple warehouses around this country where they store the gun camera footage, the 8x10 glossy black and whites, 8x10 color photographs. They operate on a principle of no single point failure. So they've got multiple sections and warehouses around the country where this evidence is being stored. This is what we need for congressional hearings. Next one, classified military's library, unknown U.S. Air Force Base. This is a former military officer, page 212, page 213 in the book. So you've got this military officer. He had the correct security clearance to access these file cabinets. So he pulls open one of these file cabinets. He pulls out a manila folder that had crash retrieval on it. He opened it up, and what did he see inside? Well, there was a multi-page report that talked about a crash retrieval. It did mention bodies being involved. It mentioned more than one retrieval. And then there was this 8x10 black and white photograph of a retrieved object that was about 36 feet in diameter. It had a low-rise dome on top. There were windows wrapped around the outer circumference of this low-rise dome, and there was a pencil-sized hole in one of these portholes. So let me go to the full color rendering that I came up with just to give an idea what this may have looked like when he accessed this file and the contents of the manila folder. Couple of takeaways on that case here. Number one, military officer had the correct security clearance, which gave him access to a classified materials library. Number two, report seen by witness made reference to crashes and that bodies were recovered. In addition, diamond tip drill bits and acetylene torches were used to gain access to the interior of the craft. Number four, eventually technicians were able to gain access to the interior of the craft by way of a small entry hatch. The report said, referring to the door, that it was, quote, almost as if the material of the craft was liquefied and then solidified again. So we've got multiple reports from these military witnesses that talk about how the entryway hatches on these craft are so fully integrated, you can't even put a razor blade in the seams, like it's liquid metal. That's what these military witnesses are telling us here. The Pentagon, 1952, off-limits room. Source is a Pentagon office worker, and the reference is page 152, case A1. So here we've got this office worker at the Pentagon, and she goes down to what we believe to be the basement complex. She's now in this dark, dingy room. It's poorly lit. They got some cardboard boxes for storage there. She kind of makes this 180-degree turn, and what does she see? She sees a pickled alien in a large glass jar, and she absolutely cannot believe what she's seeing here. Now, within a matter of 10 seconds, she feels this hand on her upper arm shoulder area. It was an MP telling her to get out of here immediately. Get out of here immediately. So I wanted to see, could I make a full color rendering of this? And this is what I came up with, just to kind of preserve our history. But this is at the Pentagon in 1952. Now, I didn't want to leave it here. I wanted to see if there was any truth to this. Is there a basement at the Pentagon where they could store something like this? Maybe there's more than one. Maybe they have craft here and bodies. Is it even possible? So then I started doing some digging. And here is Peninsula Times Tribune, March 25th, 1989. Dick Cheney gets lost in the Pentagon basement. New defense chief gets lost in the Pentagon basement. So in a nutshell, what this article is talking about is Dick Cheney is on one of the upper levels of the Pentagon. The meeting is over. He goes into the elevator. He hits the button thinking that he's going to get let off on the carport. However, he goes into the basement and gets lost in the basement. So the point being is, yes, there is a basement at the Pentagon. This is checking out. Let's continue here. Dutton, Montana, 1953. Cecil Tenney is a civilian. This is page 16, abstract 11. Let's go on to the next slide here. So our primary eyewitness, he's driving down the highway. He looks up and he sees a massive 120-foot long cigar-shaped craft tipped up at a 45-degree angle, and it's belching smoke and balls of flame coming out of the bottom of this thing. He said in the report that it was struggling to keep itself upright, like really hard struggling. Now, interesting part in the report, he said that the oncoming traffic had their tailpipes caught on fire. And so he's driving down this road. He sees the craft. He goes another mile down the road. He pulls off to the side. He files a report with the bar owner. When he gets inside the bar owner says to him immediately, "You smell like lightning." So I thought that was interesting. He files a report, gets in his truck, drives away. 5 minutes later, there's a police officer that pulls into the same bar. He files a report with the same bar owner, and the bar owner turns to this police officer and says, "I just had a guy come in here 5 minutes prior to you coming in here, and he talked about the exact same thing." Well, somehow, word got back to the base commander, and the base commander called our primary eyewitness that very same evening and said, "I want to see you." So he had to report to the base the next morning, and you see in Rudy's drawing here, this guy got grilled, he got yelled at, he had to sign non-disclosure agreements, and when he was walking out of the facility, he was being escorted by these military police. He said that there were two other personnel going in the opposite direction. They had what looked like potato sacks over their shoulder. One guy tripped, and this potato sack fell onto the ground. And according to Cecil Tenney, our primary eyewitness, he said it looked like human body parts on the inside. Now, I don't know if it's directly connected. I don't know if they're ET bodies, but he said it looked like some type of body parts within these potato sacks here. Here's my full color rendering just to kind of make this thing come a little bit alive here. Let's go on. Great Falls Air Force Base. So now it's named Malmstrom Air Force Base. So the actual event took place at Great Falls Air Force Base, renamed Malmstrom Air Force Base, which was the site of a major UFO incursion back in 1967. So let's go on here. Great Falls Tribune, September 28th, 2010. Ex-Air Force officer discusses UFO sightings. Robert Salas. So in a nutshell, what they're talking about here is they had a UFO hover over the launch control complex where they have the ICBM, and they confirm that at least 10 ICBMs were disabled. Now, 2 weeks later, when Boeing engineers got to the facility, they ripped apart the electronics from top to bottom. They could find absolutely nothing wrong. So whatever or whoever was hovering over the launch complex, it was by design and it was by intent. There was an intelligence behind it. Let's continue on here. Here's Rudy's drawing just to kind of give an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1967. Now, this is not an isolated incident. Similar cigar-shaped craft with flames and smoke coming out of the bottom of these craft tipped up at an angle. This is San Paulo, Argentina, back on December 7th, 1954. So it's not a completely unknown phenomenon. Let's continue on. Here's the first pass full color rendering of what this may have looked like back in Argentina. Let's continue here. Camp Polk, Louisiana, summer 1953. This is HJ. He's a private in the Army. This is case A1, page 80. And maybe after this, we'll take our break here. So again, this is Camp Polk, Louisiana, summer 1953. Now, our primary eyewitness saw this from beginning to end. He was here for the entire retrieval operation. He said that what actually came down was about a 30-foot long egg-shaped craft, approximately 12 feet high. When it came down, the soil was still hot to the touch, so it was still warm. There was a ring or flange wrapped around the outer portion that was still spinning when he saw this thing. Now, he also said that there were military medical personnel assisting 3 ETs coming out of the entry hatch of this craft. There was a 4th ET that was being carried on a stretcher to the ambulance truck that you see in Rudy's upper drawing here. Now, interesting to note, these guys were about 3.5 to 4 feet tall. They had oversized eyes, oversized head, slit for a mouth, minute nose. They were wearing a one-piece tight-fitting green flight suit. They had helmets. They had mittens on. And then he said in the report that these ETs, as they're being helped by the medical personnel out of this craft, they did not have a knee joint. So there was this stagger stepping movement as they're walking across the ground. Let me go to the full color rendering here. So here's Joseph Ray's full color rendering, and we're going to zoom into this scene so that we can see some more of the details here. Here are the ETs being assisted by the medical personnel, again, 3.5 to 4 feet tall, oversized head, oversized eyes, wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. They had mittens on, they had helmets on. Let's go to the next slide. This gives you an idea of what it looked like when they were carrying this thing off to the aft end of this ambulance truck. And then here is, they were also said that they were trying to establish some type of communication with their fallen comrade here. So what happened to the survivors? According to the source, the survivors had been sent to a hospital and put into isolation, but all soon died. He also learned that the cadavers were sent to a medical center near Washington, D.C. Now, what is this medical center that we're talking about here? It is Walter Reed Army Medical Center, closed in 2011. So we've got autopsies going on here. We've got medical reports being sent here. We've got X-ray reports being sent here. Additionally, we've got Johns Hopkins Hospital location of ET autopsies. So at this point, maybe we can take our break here and then we will reconvene.
Hey everybody, don't forget to hit that like button, hit that bell for notifications, and hit subscribe please, because if you don't hit subscribe, Chrissy's not going to let me back in, and it is cold out here. I mean, I'm telling you, it's cold. So Chrissy, hit the subscribe button please. Chrissy, let me in!
So I think we can continue our presentation here, and we'll pick up where we left off here. I want to move to the next slide here, and we'll get into another one of these historical cases from the Stringfield collection here. So this is Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1953. Our witness is Michael Olvey, Army Reserves Warrant Officer. This is UFO Crash Retrievals, page 15, abstract number 8 from the Leonard Stringfield book. I really like this case. This is a great case. Move on to the next slide. So this is hangar complex number 4, as before. And at the very right, we've got Bay E. Now, I've indicated the arrow, which is Bay E, way off to the far right here. I believe it took place in this hangar right here. So what you've got here is the front view. I've actually been inside this hangar. This is Bay E, hangar complex number 4. And what this report describes from this warrant officer is this DC-7 cargo transport plane lands at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at night and then taxis up onto the tarmac. It rolls into the hangar bay doors closed. So picture this entire scene being taken place inside a hangar. And then there's an aft cargo bay door that opens up on the left side of the aircraft. There's a forklift that kind of wheels over, and he starts offloading these pallets of these wooden crates. And so I'm going to take you to the next slide here. In this case, the 3 crates on top had their lids removed, and our warrant officer, when they lowered this thing down to the hangar floor, he's looking inside these crates, and what does he see? He said he saw 3 ET bodies, all deceased. They were 3.5 to 4 feet tall, oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, minute nose. They were all wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. They were being suspended off the bottom of the wooden crates by this white netting to protect the bodies from the dry ice freezer burn below. And then he said one of these had breasts, so he felt that one was a female, and he's looking at all this. He can't believe what he was seeing. There were some other boxes off to the side, which he believed was debris and material from the crash retrieval operation. So we want to use this as a guide. We're going to go to the full color rendering by Joseph Wraith here, and this gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1953. Now you can see some of the mist and steam coming up from the dry ice. I want to change the viewing perspective and give you a 90-degree look-down angle, and now you can see what these bodies may have looked like. If we were there in real time, something like this was recovered back in 1953. Now, Dr. Eric Walker, that brings us to this gentleman. He attended top secret research and development board meetings at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base between 1949 and 1950, where UFO crash retrievals were discussed. Let's go to the next slide here. Philadelphia Inquirer, February 20th, 1995. Former Penn State president. They're talking about his obituary here, that he is a real person. Let's continue on here. Now, our good friend Grant Cameron got a hold of this Dr. Eric Walker, and he asked him a few things. And this is the reply that Dr. Eric Walker told to Grant Cameron. He says, quote, "Why say anything? You are up against the windmills. Leave it alone. It's not worth it. Forget it. I'm not going to discuss it. I don't wish to talk about it." So if there's nothing to UFOs, according to the Air Force, and if there's nothing to UFO crash retrievals, why is this Dr. Eric Walker so hesitant to discuss this? What's the big secret? They already said there's nothing to it. They're only weather balloons and misidentifications of planet and natural phenomena. Well, why is this guy so reluctant to talk about it? That brings us to this book, UFO Crash Retrieval at Aztec. William Steinman was the co-author of this book. He was a very good researcher. He tracked down this gentleman, Dr. Robert Saubacher, who confirmed that UFO crash retrieval meetings were indeed held at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And this is a letter from Robert Saubacher to William Steinman, dated 11/29/83. Now, we're not going to read this entire letter, but there's a couple of points I wanted to make out here. And this says, "My association with the Research and Development Board under Dr. Compton during the Eisenhower administration was rather limited, so that although I had been invited to participate in several discussions associated with the reported recoveries, I could not personally attend the meetings. I am sure that they would have asked Dr. von Braun, and other members that you listed were probably asked and may or may not have attended. This is all I know for sure. So what he's saying in this letter dated 11/29/83 to William Steinman is that yes, these meetings about crash retrievals did take place, and they took place in the early 1950s at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Let's continue on. Reference number 16. Alien autopsy performed at Walter Reed Hospital. The cadaver was described as being 3 feet in height with a large head, protruding brow, sunken eyes, which wrapped around the side of the face, very long arms, gray skin. Source: pathologist at the Cleveland Clinic via Dr. Stanley Tytko, 1952 to 1953. Now, according to the reports within the Stringfield publication, we've got reports from medical doctors that perform the autopsies on these ET corpses. We've got X-ray technician reports. We've got skin graft reports. We put that all together from the medical doctors and the pathologists. We come up with this bullet item list, which is actually in Leonard's book. What do these beings look like? This is according to the medical and pathologist reports. They're 3.5 to 4.5 feet tall. They have 2 round almond sunken in eyes without pupils, heavy brow ridge, large hairless head by human standards, no earlobes, no definitive nose, small slit for a mouth, very thin neck, small torso wearing a metallic flexible garment, arms described as long and thin reaching down to the knees, hands having 4 fingers without thumbs, slight webbing, short and thin legs, no toes, skin color beige, tan, brown, tan, pinkish. So that's what these bodies look like according to the pathologist report. Let's go on here. What we're going to get when we plug all these variants into someone that is an expert at drawing these type of, you could call them ET bodies, ET corpses, is this drawing by Rudy Gardet. It's checking all the boxes. This is UFO crash retrievals 46, 47 in the book, so you can get the bullet item of what these bodies look like. But this encapsulates all of the points. We've got 3.5 to 4 feet tall. We've got the oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, minute nose, emaciated body figures. We've got this slit for a mouth, and then we've got this heavy brow ridge, and we've got webbing beneath and between the fingers here. So it's really checking all the boxes. Let's continue on. This is what it may look like if you see one of these in real time. You can see how unsettling something like this might be. Let's continue on here. Walker Air Force Base, April 12th, 1954. Our source served in the Air Force as a photographer from 1954 to 1955. This is page 82 in the book. Now, this guy was only 18 years of age. He was an expert at cameras, photography, lighting, color, exposures. This guy was a genius, and he thought maybe my skills could be of use to the Air Force. Again, this is April 12, 1954. Walker Air Force Base, which used to be home of the 509th Bomb Group at Roswell Army Airfield. So he and his team are told to board an H-19 helicopter. And when they get inside, there is this PA address system that says, quote, "Men, this is not a drill. This is a red alert scramble." And so they pile into this helicopter, they take off, they go north of Roswell, and it's starting to get a little bit dark here. They fly over a low rolling hill. They're heading northwest toward Corona. And when they get there, they go over this hill, and now they're above this scene that has this 50-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. It's tipped up at an angle. It has a dome on top. The lights on this thing were still rotating, and he's hovering about 30 feet above this thing. The door opens up. There's a spotlight shining down on the scene, and he starts snapping photographs. He can't believe what he's seeing. Now, eventually, the helicopter lands, and there were 4 ET bodies recovered. The second he lands, 2 things become very apparent. Number one, the entire area permeated with this automobile battery acid odor that permeated the entire area. Number two, he saw lights and vehicles approaching. It was the beginning of the retrieval operation. Now, one of the guards that was present told him, "You're not allowed to step any closer than 40 feet to this thing." They also discovered 2 more ET bodies inside for a grand total of, there were 6 ET bodies total. Let me go to the full color rendering here. This gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1954, New Mexico. And let's continue on to the next one. The other Roswell UFO crash on Texas-Mexican border by Noe Torres and my good friend Ruben. They did a great job on this. So this is 1955 across the Texas-Mexican border south of Langtry, Texas. So you've got a number of B-47s heading westbound at the vicinity of southern Texas. They're escorted by 16 F-86 Sabre jets. All of a sudden, this dish-shaped craft comes screaming by their flight path. One of the F-86 Sabre jets peels away. He does a low pass over the scene. He makes a left-hand turn, and then I'm going to go to the next slide here. You can see that this is where the craft actually came down. So if you see Langtry, Texas, then you've got Eagle's Nest, you've got the Rio Grande River, and the craft basically came down about 200 to 300 feet south of the Rio Grande River in Mexico. So we've got the 4 B-47s, we've got the 16 F-86 Sabres. Once this guy makes a left-hand turn, he actually heads north and he goes to Carswell Air Force Base, where he lands, gets out of his F-86, he drives over to Corsicana Municipal Airport. He hops into a Aranca tail dragger high-wing 2-seat aircraft with a friend, and they fly all the way to the crash site before it got dark. Now, when they landed, this is what it looked like. There were about 100 Mexican military personnel surrounding this craft. It's about a 25-foot diameter dish-shaped craft, 5 feet tall. It had a dome on top that tipped off and was about another 100 feet downrange. When this craft augured in, it left a debris trail, and there was a hole breach on the side of the craft. Now, here is something that I thought was very interesting. The primary eyewitness saw that the Mexican military were going to the back of the 6x6 troop transport that you see in the upper left. They were pulling out blankets. They were laying the blankets on the hot debris, warming up the blankets, and then putting these blankets around their bodies. So I thought that was interesting. Why would someone make that up? That's a very historical point. Now, there were a number of bodies recovered. They were badly burned. Let me go to the next slide here. We'll blow this up. The primary eyewitness, Air Force pilot Robert Willingham, said that, quote, "the arms look like broomsticks." This was not for the faint of heart. Let me do a blow up here. We'll go to the full color rendering, and this gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1955. We'll do the blow up here, and this shows you the look inside. So he did get to see the bodies or corpses inside the craft itself. Next one, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Mrs. G, who worked in the Foreign Materials Division, provided by Charles Wilhelm. Page 17, abstract number 12. This is very important, very historic. So we've got Mrs. G here. She worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base back in 1955 in this large warehouse building. So just picture the closing scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark, Indiana Jones. She actually worked in Warehouse Operations Building 258. And according to Mrs. G, and this is very interesting, she cataloged 1,000 components that were processed from the interior of a recovered UFO. I'm going to mention that one more time. She actually cataloged 1,000 components that came in from the interior of a UFO, which I think is absolutely amazing. So I had Rudy do a drawing here. Now, the way they had this set up is they had multiple stations. Now, when the debris came in, they had one photographer take a snapshot of this photograph. Then it was moved over to the next station where it's bagged and tagged. And then it moved over to our primary eyewitness. And she did all the cataloging, typed up the catalog, put it on the tag, and then it was populated on these massive shelving. So there's got to be debris. There's got to be other type components. Now, while this is going on, she said that while she was filling out all the cataloging, there was a mobile dolly that rolled right by her with 2 dead ET corpses in this preservation formaldehyde liquid as this is rolling by. So not only did she get to see the hardware and debris, she also saw bodies. And I want to take you to our full color rendering. And here you can see Mrs. G in kind of the back right. She's typing up the reports, and we've got the photographers. We've got all of the debris. We've got the bodies, so it's checking all the boxes. This is back in 1955, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. However, we don't want to rely on just one person's claim. We also have June Crane. We want to give her testimony. We want to give her the correct credit that she deserves. Now, she grew up in Dayton, Ohio. She worked for the United States government between 1942 to 1952. She worked in classified laboratories. She had a Q clearance. She held ET debris at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. She stated by 1952, the U.S. government had been involved in 3 UFO crash retrievals. She spoke to a pilot that stated that he flew ET bodies and wreckage. This is interesting. Now, this woman was absolutely reputable and credible. Let's go on. All of her testimony is written in this book by James Clarkson, Tell My Story, June Crane, the Air Force and UFOs. We have absolutely no reason for us to believe that she's lying in any way. Now, if you hook that up with the testimony of Mrs. G, now it's tracking. It's beginning to check all the boxes. The military witnesses are adding up. The preponderance of evidence is becoming overwhelming now into the side that, yes, these crash retrievals did take place. They've got the bodies, debris, and the craft. This is what the military witnesses are telling us here. So what's the actionable item? Since over 1,000 components of physical ET hardware exists, this evidence should be tracked down by senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances and should be presented in open public congressional hearings. That's what we want to happen. However, the problem we're running into is that these senators and congressmen in Washington, D.C., they don't have a high enough security clearance to access this information. And they have never been briefed on this. They have not been read in on these programs. So how can they release into the public domain information that they've never been read in on, and it's classified higher than their security clearance? That's why we've been playing this game for 80 years now, and you can see with the recent congressional hearings that they're continuing to kick the can down the road, and they're going to wait this out until all witnesses pass away, and then in the minds of the government, it will be cover-up complete. And that's why it's incumbent upon us to track down these remaining legacy witnesses. That's why it's very important. Now, there's also reports from a retired Air Force pilot in the late 1950s. This is an interview conducted by Ed Kamarack Jr. that depicts a 5 to 6 minute film clip. So we've got this gentleman interviewing this retired Air Force pilot, and what he describes seeing is this 5 to 6 minute movie clip that depicts this large 60-foot diameter dish-shaped craft in a hangar. It had a hull breach on the side, like there was an implosion. The film cuts to the inside component of the craft with these display panels. There's buttons and switches. And then he said that there's symbols and iconology on these panels. 3 bodies were recovered. They were 5 feet tall. So this is another military witness that's describing these ET recoveries. This is what we came up with, what one of these ET propulsion systems may look like, and what these display panels on the inside walls of these craft actually looks like. Here's my full color rendering just to give an idea and to preserve an important part of our national history. We'll continue on. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, 1962. We have 5 members of the 354th Tactical Air Command Fighter Wing that are at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, 1962, and they're jogging down these rows of hangars at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and one of these hangar doors was open. What they were looking for was a mobile wall to complete the 4th wall of their handball court. So they were just looking for this activity equipment. When they got in this hangar, they saw this interesting 15-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. It was propped up off the hangar floor by 2 engine test stands. There was a rope wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft, and then there were at least 5 military personnel with rifles guarding this. One of these military personnel came up to our primary eyewitness, who was in charge of the Tactical Air Command fighter wing pilots, and said, you know, you're not supposed to be here. You're absolutely not supposed to be here. Let me go to the full color rendering just to give you an idea of what this may have looked like back at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And I thought the testimony of what this pilot said, I think is very interesting. And here's what he said. The guard challenged by saying, I don't think you're supposed to be here, sir. I replied to the affirmative, and we turned about face and departed, mumbling to ourselves that the good old U.S. had developed or had all along flying saucers in service. Now, I tend to trust the testimony of military pilots. A lot of these pilots fly nuclear weapons on board. They have to be cleared. They have to be vetted. Why would we not trust them with a statement like this when we already trusted them with our lives carrying nuclear weapons? Let's continue on. That brings us to Braniff International Airways. This is their logo here. Now, why is this important? Because there's a document within the Stringfield collection that gives us this reference 53, date 1963. The source is PJ. He was a captain in the Navy and a Braniff pilot for Braniff International Airways. Now, he states that he encountered 2 flying saucers in a hangar at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. One was 30 feet in diameter and could hold 12. The other craft was smaller and could carry 2. So now this is checking out with our Tactical Air Command fighter pilots. What did they see? We're seeing secondary sources that are confirming each other, different times confirming each other. The case is being made here. Next one, Santa Rosa, New Mexico, spring 1963. I want to give credit to Ryan Wood in his book, Magic Eyes Only. He's the one who tracked down this case. This is page 217 in the book. Our primary eyewitness is an X-ray lab technician. Now, she was not a nurse. She was an X-ray lab technician, and she was 24 years of age. Now, there was a call that came into the hospital. Something happened on the far end of town. So she and the doctor piled into their vehicle here, which was a 1963 Ford Galaxy ambulance. They drive across town, and when they get there, she gets out of the ambulance vehicle, and she is absolutely shocked at what she sees. And we're going to go to the next slide here. Here's Rudy's drawing. She sees 3 ET bodies laying just a little bit off the road in a clearing with some bushes and grass. Off to the right, there's some mangled wreckage and debris. Her first words were, quote, "Where are their parents?" She thought they were children. Now, they were about 3.5 feet tall, wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. They had oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, minute nose. They pile all 3 ET bodies into the back of the ambulance car, and they drive it back to the hospital. And this is where it gets interesting. Let me go to the full color rendering. Something like this was recovered by this X-ray technician and the doctor. So they bring the bodies back to the hospital. And this is a little bit of a full color rendering, gives you an idea of what this may have looked like. And I thought this is interesting. Within an hour of arriving at the hospital, the United States Air Force arrived and ordered all 3 bodies to be removed. They also confiscated all paperwork, notes, graphs, charts, and even undeveloped X-rays. The X-ray technician said she saw a flatbed truck outside with an object that was covered by a tarp. And then this Air Force colonel makes a cryptic remark to our X-ray technician witness. He says, quote, "This did not happen. You are never to speak about this. And remember this. The government has a long arm." I mean, those are cryptic, threatening remarks here. So not only did they get the bodies, but they got the debris, the craft, the X-ray reports, the photographs. I mean, these things weren't even dried yet, and they ripped these X-rays down. They got it all. This evidence is stored somewhere. This is the kind of evidence that we would need to be put into congressional hearings here. Next one, December 1963, and these are all in numeric order by year. Cherry Point, North Carolina. This is a U.S. Marine. His name is Roy Baker. UFO crash retrievals, page 152, case A2. Now, I really like this case. This is a really good case for me here. Put a lot of time into this. Here is the map of Cherry Point Marine Base, a little bit north of Havelock. So this gives you an idea of where this started. Now, Our primary eyewitness, who was a Marine, was told to board a plane with blacked out windows. And they flew by plane from Cherry Point, North Carolina, to an undisclosed location. He gets out of the plane, they walk over to this hangar, and when the hangar bay doors opened up, what did he see inside? Well, he said he saw a 40-foot diameter disc-shaped craft, 15 feet tall. It looked like a fat hamburger. It had a highly polished mirror reflective exterior. There were opaque elliptical windows wrapped around the outer circumference that you could not look through. It had an entryway hatch on the bottom of it that was so fully integrated that you could not put a razor blade inside. That checks out with our primary eyewitness that we already talked about. And then he said that there were white lab coat technicians. They had this thing propped up on scaffolding. There were white lab coat technicians with diamond tip drill bits. And you see these red dots here on my lower drawing. These are the attempted point of entry with diamond tip drill bits, and they were trying to pierce the skin of this thing. They could not do it. Let me go to the next slide. Here's Joseph Raith's rendering that gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1963. This is literally days after Kennedy was assassinated at Daley Plaza, November 22nd, 1963. Let's go on here. Now, these are the three ways that they tried to get on the inside of the craft. Number one, they used diamond tip drill bits, which failed. Number two, a acetylene cutting torch, failed. Number three, a laser, and that failed too. So back in 1963, they were desperately trying to get into this thing. Now, this is a drawing from the Marine. This is not a copy. This is the original drawing from the U.S. Marine. And you can see here the scaffolding that they've got here. I'm going to break this down. Upper right, upper left corners were these excruciatingly well-lit lights shining down on the scene, so virtually no shadows. You've got the 40-foot disc-shaped craft. You've got the opaque windows. You've got the entryway hatch. He's even got these dots in here, which is very interesting. He's got the dots where they were trying to pierce inside with the diamond tip drill bits. Supporting this craft on the scaffolding, you see these dark slashes. Those are the pads that they're using to support this thing off the hangar floor. And then on the window left of center, you see this dot. That's the attempted point of entry. So they've got the windows and the hatchway they were trying to get in. Let's go to the next one. Here is a drawing by Michael Johnstone. Now, he interviewed the primary source back in 1986, so he did a little bit more of a refined drawing. I'm going to go to the next slide. And now you can see the craft being supported by the scaffolding. So you could walk under this craft. They had a catwalk where you could walk all the way around this craft. And then he said that there was a 1-inch lip between the outer skin of the craft itself and the outer portion of these opaque windows, something that you could feel with your thumb. There was a little bit of a ridge there. Directly below this craft, painted on the hangar floor, was a white circle. His job was to guard that craft for 2 weeks and shoot to kill anyone who would try to breach that circle. That was his mandate. That was his job. Let's go to the next one here. Here's the full color rendering by Joseph Raith. This gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1963. Illustration by John McNeil. So he's got the scaffolding. You can see the hangar floor. You've got this white painted circle on the floor. You've got the lab coat technicians trying to pierce this thing with a laser, and we'll continue on here. So Joseph Raith did a really good walkthrough here. What we're going to do now is I'm going to take you into this facility like we're a fly, and we are going to penetrate this chain link fence and get a real good detailed view of this scene. So let's get through the chain link fence. We're flying toward the interior of this hangar here. You can see the military personnel. You can see the white lab coat technicians. You've got the disc-shaped craft. Let's do a blow up now. Now you can see the layout of the interior of the hangar. We've got the white painted circle, lab coat technicians. We've got 45-degree look down angle on these lights that are making this very well illuminated. Let's go one more closer. Now, the report also said that there was these suitors, these black colored suitors that were there. They were wearing these dark colored suits. They were there too. So we've got military personnel and we've got what could have been CIA type that were at this scene as well. Again, this is a propped up about 5 feet 8 inches off the hangar floor. We'll do the blow up here. Here you can see the attempted entry with the diamond tip drill bits, and if you look closely, you can see the outline or this ridge between the exterior of the craft and the exterior of these opaque windows. Let's continue on. This is a 45-degree look-down angle, and you see very clearly now this white circle that surrounds the craft itself. Now, after the 2 weeks were over, the last day he was there, our primary eyewitness, who is the Marine, said that he saw them lifting the craft off of its scaffolding, putting onto a cradle that was connected to a tractor trailer, and they were putting a tarp over this craft and securing it with chains over this tarp. That's what he saw. So here's the beginning of the moving process. Here's this cradle that they built around the craft, and then we'll start draping over a tarp over the top of this cradle for transport to the next location. So here we're about 50% tarped on this slide. We'll move on to the next slide here, and now we're about 100% tarped. We're getting ready to move this craft out to the next location, and here we're completely out. So what they've done here, the way they've kept this under wraps from the public and the world for 80 years now is, number one, they compartmentalize this information. Very few people at the top know exactly what's going on or know the whole full story. And number two is they keep moving these assets from one location to the other. So you might have craft and bodies or debris at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. You'd have craft at Dugway. You'd have craft at Edwards North Base Complex. You'd have craft and bodies at Homestead and MacDill Air Force Base. They are not going to keep all their eggs in one basket. They are going to diversify their portfolio. This is exactly what they've done. Let's continue on here. Here's Rudy's drawing that gives you an idea of what it looked like when they were moving this thing out, getting everything tarped up. Let's continue. Now, back to this laser incident. When they failed with the diamond tip drill bits and the acetylene cutting torches, they brought in two very large electrical generating devices on these tractor trailers. And then they carried in these heavy gauge cables into the hangar, connected this up to a laser. They did have lasers back in 1963. When they turned on the laser, it hit the craft, reflected, bounced up, and damaged the ceiling tile. So that's what you see in this illustration here. Here is the damage of the ceiling tile. This is recorded in the report that I got from Michael Johnstone, who actually interviewed the primary witness back in 1963. Here is the original drawing that illustrates this incident. So you've got the laser in the foreground, you see the reflection, and then the bouncing and hitting the ceiling panel. Now, according to the primary eyewitness, he said that the lab coat technicians all had and were wearing color-coded badges. So if you had a green badge that you were wearing, you could go to this part of the facility. If you had a yellow badge, you could go to another part of the facility. If you had a red badge, you had full access to the entire facility. Now, there was one time during this 2-week time period that our primary eyewitness, who was a guard, said he was left alone with the craft because nobody frisked him when he walked into this hangar. He was alone. He said he brought along with him a small Minox German camera, and he snapped a photograph of this thing. It's just incredible. He actually snapped a photograph. However, and he said here, quote, "Someday I will tell this story, and by God, people are going to believe me." That photograph was lost in a flood back in 1983. So we were literally this close to getting a photograph of what this craft actually looks like, but it was lost in a flood back in 1983. So I went to my good friend Joseph Wraith and I said, "Joseph, can you please put together for me a replica of what this photograph may have looked like? Let's do our best effort." And here is what he came up with. Something that looked like this. It would be gray tone, a little bit blurry, a little bit out of focus. It might have some water marking, water damage, wrinkle, but something like this was recorded and photographed by a U.S. Marine back in 1963 at an undisclosed location. Now, he also said in the report that there was an incident that took place with the United States Secretary of the Navy. So the time frame is Paul Nitz, November 29th, 1963 to June 30th, 1967. This checks out with the date. Now, this Secretary of the Navy, he was just about ready to walk over this white painted circle on the floor directly below this craft and almost got shot. So it would have been this gentleman right here. Let's continue on. That brings us to 4-star Major General Melvin F. McNichol. He was Base Commander, Tinker Air Force Base. Now, why am I bringing this up? Why is this gentleman important in our discussion here? Because, and this is his obituary, the Daily Oklahoman, July 11th, 1986. Ex-Tinker Commander Melvin McNichol dies. This gentleman was very good friends with Charlotte Mann. She was involved in the Cape Girardeau incident from 1941. These two were friends, and they had a mutual interest in UFOs. And so one day, Charlotte turns to the general and says, General, you know, we've been friends for many years. We have a interest in UFOs, and you've never told me anything. Are you still my friend? Is there anything you can tell me? So the general turns to Charlotte Mann, and he says, Charlotte, if you ever repeat what I'm about to tell you, it could end my career, and I will deny it. He further tells her the following things. Number one, he saw a UFO which was located in the west. Number two, he walked around a UFO on a catwalk which was propped up by scaffolding. And number three, bodies were recovered and one was still alive. When I heard these statements from Charlotte Mann at IUFOC, that's been 6 years now, I knew I had a real case, because this is exactly what the Marine was talked about. The Marine said that he saw a UFO and that 3 hours from Cherry Point, North Carolina by plane would technically put you beginning to be within the West. So that checks out. And then the general said that he saw this UFO that had a catwalk and it was propped up by scaffolding. This is exactly what the Marine said back in December 1963. And then bodies were recovered and one was still alive. Our Marine back in 1963 overheard water cooler talk by these lab coat technicians describing bodies being recovered on crash retrieval operations. So it's completely checking all the boxes. We've got independent verification now from a secondary source. Let's continue. Primary witness, J.K. He served as NCO in missile intelligence at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the mid-1960s. He claims to have seen 9 alien bodies under glass at an underground facility at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Source for this is Leonard Stringfield Dictation Notes Collection. Important note, this witness also claimed to have been present at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base when Senator Barry Goldwater visited and was denied access to seeing UFO evidence. So we've got General Curtis LeMay. He had a good friend, Barry Goldwater. These two were very good friends. And so Barry Goldwater, having a tremendous interest in UFOs, turns to his good friend, General Curtis LeMay, and says, General, I know you have a room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base where you keep all this stuff, bodies and debris and UFO material. Can I go in there? General Curtis turns to Barry Goldwater and says, damn it, Barry, don't you ever ask me that question again, because if you do, I'll have your court-martial because I can't even get in there. That's essentially a direct quote. So you've got cigar-chomping Curtis LeMay, who could not even get into the so-called blue room here. Now, is any of this true? Can we verify any of this? Do we have any paperwork to back this up? So this is Leonard to Leonard Stringfield from Barry Goldwater, and it's December 3rd, 1974. It says, I made an effort to get in the room at Wright-Patterson Field where the information was stored, and I was denied this request. So letter to Leonard Stringfield from Barry Goldwater, December 3rd, 1974. New Yorker Magazine, April 25th, 1988, page 43, also talks about Barry Goldwater's interest in UFOs and his attempt to get into the blue room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. MUFON Journal, November 1994, Larry King Live at Area 51. Some of you listening to this may have actually remember seeing this. So this is MUFON Journal, November 1994. Now they cut away to a little bit of a special with Barry Goldwater in this. And here's what Barry said. I think the government does know. I can't back that up, but I think that at Wright-Patterson Field, if you could get into certain places, you'd find out what the Air Force and the government knows about UFOs. I called Curtis LeMay and said, General, I know we have a room at Wright-Patterson where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there? I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out and said, don't ever ask me that question again. So here's another point. If according to the Air Force, and they shut down Blue Book back in 1969, according to the Air Force, if there's nothing to UFOs, then why is Barry Goldwater and Curtis LeMay being prevented to accessing the contents of the Blue Room if there's nothing to it, right? Something going on here. Something that may have looked like this at an underground facility at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base where Barry Goldwater was trying to get inside. Curtis LeMay couldn't even get in there. So this may be just what they were looking for, the 9 bodies within these preservation formaldehyde liquid preservation tanks. So what is the ultimate goal of all of this? What is the ultimate goal? To track down Leonard's remaining witnesses and allow them to testify in open congressional hearings where the physical evidence in the form of recovered extraterrestrial craft, hardware, and bodies is revealed in multiple real-time broadcasts, which are streamed live around the world. That is the goal. Anything less than hardware, debris, and bodies, and we will be here another 50 years spinning our wheels, and we still won't know what's actually going on. That's why it's incumbent upon us to track down and actually get to these legacy witnesses that could get to their bosses, which could bring us to the debris, the craft, and to the bodies, thereby actually retaining and preserving an important part of our national history. And I want to thank everyone for being with me today.
Michael, thanks again. Really appreciate it. That was an awesome, awesome presentation. Does anybody have questions on that? We got lots of questions here. So here, hang on just a second. I'm going to turn this around so you can kind of see some people here that we
No
what
problem.
we got here.
Good to be with everybody. Good to be with everybody.
Okay, we'll just start over here.
You know, with your research into this, have you run into other reported incidents of the aliens without the knee joint, or is that a one-time report that you've run across?
That's a very interesting question.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, the only reference I have is within the Stringfield collection that talks about that Camp Polk, Louisiana case with the beings being helped out and assisted by medical personnel. That's the only account I have of that.
Okay, and I got a quick follow-up question.
Yep.
One of the first incidents you showed with the egg-shaped craft with the internal yoke that you were talking about and showing.
Correct.
How was the yoke suspended? Was that like hovering?
Very good question. It was hovering within the internal portion of the egg, like there was a field supporting it. It didn't give any specific details of how that was occurring, but it was definitely in the center part of the egg-shaped craft itself.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's awesome.
No problem. Thank you.
Do you know where the documentation is on the UFO incident over the White House in 1952?
Well, I know we've got radar records. There's got to be Air Force records. There's got to be gun camera footage. I would suspect a couple of different locations, Andrews Air Force Base or Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's strictly an assessment on my part. I can't prove that. But absolutely, even according to Frank Ficino, we've got multiple cases where these F-94 aircraft were trying to shoot these things down, but they had all their gun cameras rolling. So there is footage of these intercepts. That's the kind of information and footage that we would need in open congressional hearings.
Okay, I want to ask you a question about your congressional meetings you talked about.
Yes.
They've already done that, where they've had these people that work at the Pentagon, and they were in front of Congress. It was all televised. I watched 90% of it, and stuff still didn't come out of it.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm frustrated as well. However, let's keep in mind, David Grush is not a first-hand military witness. He heard this from other sources, so he does not qualify as a first-hand military witnesses that actually could bring this out. What I'm talking about is bringing actual bodies into the courtroom and bringing actual debris and hardware into the courtroom. That has never been done in Congress before.
Have you spoke to any of the Congressman Burchett or Luna or anybody at all about any of this stuff? Because I mean, it sounds like you've got a lot of info that they may either don't have access to or what.
I would definitely testify anytime, any place, but again, I'm small fries, I'm humble. I don't have the connections to get into Congress. I don't have the connections to get to Congressman Burchett. I just don't have those kind of connections, but I'd love to do a briefing there. No problem. It's what I was born for.
Hey, Michael, Larry here. And I've got a kind of a two-part question, probably the same answer for both.
Okay.
In the beginning, you said this information is stored, quote unquote, somewhere, right?
Yes.
Now, with all the information that we have being stored somewhere, is there any pattern or reason, or is it just confusion to keep people confused? And in a second part, because of the congressional hearings with Grush and Commander Favor, they're already trying to discredit that. So I'm assuming that it's nothing more than confusion.
Right.
They want to keep people confused.
Sure. To answer your question, we do know a lot of where this information is being stored. For example, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, no doubt about it. CIA headquarters, no doubt about it. MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Florida. The problem we're running into, we know where the information is being stored. We just can't get access to the material. We don't have high enough security clearance. So these senators and congressmen, that's what they're up against. They don't have a high enough security clearance. They don't have any teeth to go into these facilities. And that's what we're running up to. We do know where the information is being stored. Absolutely.
If anybody online has a question, just go ahead and raise your hand and we'll get to you.
So I was wondering how the most recent congressional hearing testimony compares to Stephen Bassett's disclosure hearings that was held, and I can't remember when that was exactly, 2005-ish, in comparison.
Yeah, that's a good question. I did watch that, and I thought Stephen Bassett did a really good job. I think he did a really good job. I don't think they got into the crash retrieval as much as what I would have liked. It would have been great to hear more of Stringfield's, because this really deals with what we need to move the congressional hearings forward. And it's a little bit sad that it didn't take on any legs. It didn't really have a follow-up. It kind of petered out. We could have had a lot more come out of that if we would have that today with the actual people who dealt with these programs. That's what we need. The problem we're running into here is we have these onesies and we have these twosies. We have one person coming forward and then another person coming forward another 6 months later, and you can see what happened. The recent UAP congressional legislation has been axed by the defense contractors, and so it failed. That's what we're running into here. What we need is a united coalition of 24 of these top secret military witnesses to come forward with one voice, and then it can't be denied.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
The last pictures that you showed of the 9 aliens in
Yes.
In some type of a solution, they all had tails. Most of the time when you see aliens or people talk of seeing aliens or reporting, they don't mention any tails. Once or twice I've seen speakers now will show an alien with tails. What do you know about these aliens with tails versus the others without tails?
Good question. I wouldn't directly state that they were tails. This was an attempt at getting a preservation hosing going to the bodies. So that's what that was. It was technically not a tail. So it had to come up with something that kind of matched what the witnesses had talked about. And so that was my best rendering.
Bill McNeff here, Michael.
Hi. Hi.
Having been cleared for top secret at one time myself,
okay,
I know that besides having the clearance, you need to have a need to know.
Absolutely.
To find something. Can congressmen claim a need to know?
Can they claim it? They can claim it all day long, but that doesn't mean they have it. That's the problem, because we got to remember, when we're talking about UFO crash retrieval specifically, this subject matter was classified higher than the atomic bomb during World War II. It was classified above top secret. That's where Timothy Good got the name of his book, Above Top Secret. That's where that comes from. Now you've got these senators and congressmen who think they're going to try to get access to this material when they don't have a need to know or a high enough security clearance. That's the problem we're running into.
Hi, Mr. Schratt.
Hi.
My name's Charles. I'm a field investigator for Northland MUFON here.
Okay.
And I've seen a lot of your everything you do. I watched a lot of your information
Okay.
put out, a lot of shows that you've been on, everything.
Okay.
And I was kind of wondering about what you had mentioned earlier. You said, we need a lot of help in order to try to identify these last remaining
That's
witnesses
right.
and everything.
That's right.
And you, when you say that, so do you have a group of people that are trying to help you? Or are you basically referencing like just the general public?
Well, I would say there's maybe 2 or 3 of us that are trying to track down these legacy witnesses. But, the problem we're running into is that we're long since past chasing the Undertaker. These cases are 40, some cases 50 years old, and these guys are long gone. They're long gone, but not all of them are.
Yeah.
And so now we're looking at the family members, the children. There are some that are still alive, but it's very difficult to track these people down, and that's what we're running into. So we really need all hands on deck at this point, because if we don't do this right now, this is absolutely the final curtain call on crash retrievals. If we don't collectively come together as researchers to try to track down Stringfield's remaining witnesses with whatever information we can gather, we will lose this history. It's absolutely vital that we try to attempt to track these people down.
Has anybody ever looked into North Dakota?
North Dakota.
We have a lot of open space here.
Yeah.
And I've done a lot of things on my own research,
Right.
and we also have Northrop Grumman up in the Grand Forks area here at the air base and stuff. So I was just wondering if anybody ever looked in this area. Your presentations, everything that you've done, and people you've talked to.
Good. I would recommend going to NICAP.org, and that you can click on the folder that says Chronos on it. And then you can page through and look at all the dates of the sightings, like 1952 flap, 1947 flap, and that will give you reports from military pilots and military witnesses that have seen things all around the country. I think it's a great resource. People that go to that site that may have friends or family members that are skeptical, if you spend 20 minutes going through that site, I can't see how anyone will walk back from that thinking that there's nothing to this, because it's literally hundreds and hundreds of military reports, pilot reports of seeing these things, intercepting these, trying to intercept this. These people are not lying. These are military witnesses. You cannot walk away from those reports thinking there's nothing to this.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I'll leave the information with.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Yep. Thanks.
There's a lot of interesting information historically, and records are available, and with a lot of work, obviously, you can find those records. My question for you is, crash retrievals probably have continued since the 1970s, but what have you noticed about how that's covered up and how that information is accessed for the general public? How has that changed since, say, the 50s and 60s?
Well, according to Leonard, they have teams that are called Blue Boys. These are the ones that fly the helicopters. For example, when you have a crash retrieval, you would have a CH-47 double rotor Chinook helicopter flown by what are called the Blue Boys. And when they would land, they would have diversionary tactics. They would have screens that prevent people from looking. They would have a derailment of a train with acetic acid as a diversionary tactic. That's what the Blue Boys mandate is. So for the public to access this information, it's not going to be easy. These are the crown jewels of the military intelligence complex, the defense contractors. They will not let this go easily, because of the propulsion systems associated with these vehicles could absolutely make obsolete the utilities. the multi-trillion-dollar utilities could go broke overnight. So that would take out your internal combustion engines, that would take out your coal fire plants, that would take out your nuclear power plants, your solar farms, and your wind farms all overnight. And so that's kind of what we're up against.
Thank you.
Hi. I signed on late. So my first question was, is this the recorded so I could see it on YouTube or something later? And secondly,
Yes.
maybe I missed the discussion about any comments on the current amount of drones and orbs that are on the East Coast, or actually all over.
Mm-hmm. Interesting question regarding what's going on currently. Personally, I think there's two things going on here. We've got possible military or commercial drones being involved that are also being intertwined with plasma orbs or something else that we don't know everything about. That's what it appears to me. Now, I don't have an inside track. I don't know exactly what's going on, but that's clearly part of what we're seeing here in the last month or so. Beyond that, it gets difficult, it gets foggy, and you know that the secret keepers, people that are in charge of this information, they are going to do everything that they can to muddy the waters, to have people question their own beliefs, and they would love people to think that everything might be military when it might not essentially be the case.
Okay, do you intuitively, or the orbs especially, I can understand drones
right
could be re-engineered, but orbs to me, that would be, I don't know how you'd re-engineer an orb. So
I know,
to me, that's, yeah.
I know what you're saying. And the reason why that's important, for two reasons. Remember, back in 1945, we had Allied B-17 pilots and B-24 Liberator pilots that saw quote unquote Foo Fighters over German territory, where these things would fly around the B-17. Sometimes they would enter the cockpits right in front of the pilots' faces. They were shot at by our pilots, and the bullets went right through with no effect. That happened back in 1945. Now, later in the 1970s, and I've got this from Edgar Fouché, who's no longer with us, but he had pilot friends. One of them was an SR-71 pilot who in the 1970s had an interaction with a plasma orb that circled his aircraft going 74,000 feet altitude at Mach 3, which is about 2,100 miles an hour. It parked itself right in front of the inlet spike of the Blackbird, should have been sucked into the inlet as they're going 2,000 miles an hour, but it circled around the aircraft, and then when the plane was setting up to land at Beale Air Force Base in Northern California, this orb, this plasma orb or plasmoid, peeled away like it was under intelligent control. So I concur, there's something going on here.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Hello, I had a simple question. You said a name during the presentation. I only caught the surname Sheehan.
Danny Sheehan, yes. Danny Sheehan.
Danny Sheehan.
Very well known lawyer within the field of UFO research. Yes.
How is his surname spelled?
Sheehan, Danny Sheehan. You can just Google his name, it'll pop up immediately.
All right, I just wanted to ask because I knew a fellow experiencer who had the same surname, and he was connected to the military as well. So I was like, well, I always got to ask when I hear that name pop up.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, Michael.
Yeah.
When you were talking about the autopsy reports and you were listing the characteristics that they did, what time period was that approximately?
That would have been late 40s to mid 1960s, that time frame.
Oh, that long of a period.
Yes.
So the one that you listed, you don't have like a closer date from that?
No, I don't, because Leonard died in 94 and the report stopped at that location. But that doesn't mean the autopsy stopped, right? Because this is something that they will absolutely keep under wraps. They will lie, deny, and deceive us all the way to the bitter end. And that's why we have got to keep up the fight. We will not let this go. They're trying to rebrand UFOs as UAP and make anything prior to 2006 disappear. I won't let it happen. Hopefully, we all won't let it happen. And we will continue to put pressure on them, because it is our mandate, it is our job to question authority.
Okay, thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got one more question here. I've
Sure.
been listening to you about retrieval and
Right.
finding all these bodies. Has there ever been a reprisal where they actually them have tried to come back and take them back?
Very good question.
Like our military and our people. Now we don't leave nobody behind. Has anybody, any of them ever tried that? I heard of a story about an Air Force base where this guy was guarding this one in his cage, and the prisoner told the guard, "Let me go. You gotta let me go, or you'll all die." So then the guard let him go, and he got over the fence, and something picked him up. But then the person who was running the Air Force base, the general, called him in and was going to court-martial them. That's what he thought he was going to get. But then he went in and talked to the general, and the general says, "Thank you for doing that," because he found out that they were all going to be wiped out if they didn't let him go.
Technically, I don't have any reports where ET craft or ETs came back to retrieve their comrades. I don't have any reports of that. However, I will state that in some cases, we could be looking at freebies, we could be looking at hand-me-downs, and then here's where it gets a little bit more cryptic and dark and sinister. Not that I want to go down that road, but since we're here and we're talking about it, we have to cover it. There absolutely is an offshoot contingent of the military-industrial complex that is targeting, tracking, and shooting these things down to exploit their weapons advancement technology and propulsion technology. That is absolutely going on.
All right, awesome. Thank you. You can get some else.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, you talk about shooting them down and everything.
Yes.
There's reported that hundreds of thousands of people in the world disappear every year without knowing anywhere where they're at.
Right.
Do you think they got the same idea?
I can't say. I don't know where these other people are. That's something way beyond my expertise, my area of research. I couldn't even guess where these people. I've heard that before. I don't know where they went.
Okay, Michael, quick. We kind of talked about this a little already. When you hear about UFOs, we've been riding the coattails of Roswell for 70 years or better.
Right.
I think that is the first thing you hear and now they're coming up with new ways to discredit. They're already discrediting everything that Commander Favor and his other pilots said on that congressional hearing. That's the comment. I guess I don't know if you want to expand on that.
You're talking about the David Fravor sighting?
That's correct. The F-18s.
Yeah, F-18s. Well, one thing I will say that this is not the first time that something like that has happened, because in 1964 at Wacombe, Pennsylvania, we had a sighting report from a witness that saw a large, what she described as a boiler that looks like a Tic Tac. It had a series of rivets wrapped around the outer portion of it. It looked like a hot water heater. And then there were prongs and protrusions sticking out of this thing that curled and ended in these spheres. I thought that's interesting because in the high definition footage of the Tic Tac UAP by the F-18 Super Hornets, the high definition shows very similar prongs sticking out of the Tic Tac. So I think the technology dates back a lot earlier than we might think.
Does the U.S. military do crash retrievals in other countries? And if so, what countries are those?
Interesting. Well, I don't think it's limited to just U.S., and there has been a number of cases, specifically the Koyame case, where the United States military came in and stole a dish-shaped craft out from under the government of the U.S. Mexican military. So these represent the deepest black of the programs, where we actually go inside and we steal these craft from other nations because we want to exploit the technology. That appears to be going on. Although there is a transnational team trying to decipher what all this means in regards to hieroglyphic type lettering, other things involved in the technology. But we can bet our bottom dollar that the U.S. government will go to no lengths to get this technology and exploit it. No matter how it has to happen, they will do it.
I fully agree with that.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Lots of really, really great information there. It's very much appreciated.
Great to be with you. Thank you very much, and wish everybody a good holiday, and thanks so much.
Okay, so next up we have Larry Hancock. Larry Hancock is a member of SCU, or the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. Larry Hancock is going to talk to us today about UAPs and national security, from Project Sign to AARO.
Start this thing. Hello, good afternoon. Glad you all could make it. The weather was absolutely a lot better this time than it was last time. Hello to you people there in Moorhead as well. Today we got the pleasure of having Larry Hancock. Larry Hancock is, well, let me just read his bio here. Larry Hancock graduated from the University of New Mexico, earning his BA with honors and completing majors in history, cultural anthropology, and education. Following service in the United States Air Force, he pursued a career in technical education, computer communications, and technology and marketing. Following retirement, he returned to his interest in military and Cold War history, became known as the Document Geek, publishing several collections of CIA, FBI, and military documents, and becoming a board member of the Mary Farrell Foundation, which is a major online interactive history archive. Turning to writing, he has a dozen of books in print exploring covert actions, deniable warfare, 1960s political assassinations, and the national security challenge of UFOs. Currently, he serves as an SCU, which is the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, an SCU board member, and has been leading a study team devoted to applying intentions and analysis techniques to UAP activities in both military and public domains. The team has published 2 peer-reviewed papers, with the 3rd coming out this month and a 4th in progress. Larry, thanks for being with us this afternoon. I really appreciate it, and looking forward to what you have to say. So the floor is yours.
Well, it's great to be here. I know Rich was originally scheduled. Rich and I share a couple of things. We're both board members, and we're both have been involved in this since the mid-60s. So at least we have the same, time frame involved. It's kind of strange that there are so many of us still living that have been into this thing since like 1964 and 1965. But I'll be speaking from notes today, so every once in a while you might see me look down and glance, because there's a lot of material in there. My focus is and will be today on UFOs and UAPs and basically their history with the intelligence community, the national intelligence community. And an interesting thing is most people really don't. We all think of this as kind of starting in 1947, unless you go back to the Foo Fighters and World War II. But in reality, American intelligence and British intelligence first became involved with the subject of UFOs immediately following World War II in 1946. And that was because of a series of essentially what were referred to as ghost rocket sightings over the Scandinavian nations, starting with Sweden and then spreading further out. And of course, both countries were very much curious, very, very involved with what was going on at that time with the emergence of Russia, the early stages of the Cold War. And when the Swedes started reporting sightings of objects that appeared to be missile-like, rocket-like, if you will, at moderate altitudes and crashing into lakes, and then other reports of objects that looked very much like the V-1 World War II era pulse jets, there was a lot of interest. One early speculation from among the Swedes and Swedish press was that this was Russian, that the Russians were testing these devices, that they were sending them over Sweden and over the Scandinavian countries as part of testing out of the Peenemünde facility in Germany, where, of course, Germany had done its development of the V-2 ballistic missile and the V-1 pulse jet cruise missile type that we think of today. So that got a lot of publicity. And at the time, the British were actually much more involved intelligence-wise with the Swedes than we were. And the British actually started covertly sending in military representatives to liaise with Swedish intelligence and then with a couple of the other countries. And the U.S. got involved as well. But this was all very covert because it was the earliest stages of the Cold War, and to some extent, everyone was being a bit cooperative. The British had actually test fired V2 ballistic missiles from the Peenemünde area themselves before pulling back out of that, and the Russians took it over. So the British had done some testing of their own of V2s, and the Americans would be testing V2s, but in New Mexico. They transported them back and were going to be doing all their testing. So of course, both parties were interested because they absolutely knew that the Russians had taken over and collected a goodly amount of World War II era German aerospace technology, rockets, jets, and that they had acquired a lot of German scientists. So there was a lot of interest in what this might represent. The British actually helped the Swedes by sending in radar systems. The United States actually covertly conducted aerial reconnaissance flights over some of the islands that were then controlled by the Russians that had been identified by radar as possible launch sites. So this was kind of like really the first involvement of American intelligence with the phenomena, flying objects, UAPs, whatever we choose to call them at the moment. But it was all definitely all undercover. Even the personnel traveling into Sweden went under covers and not as military officers. And there was a real serious intelligence investigation that was conducted under the auspices of what then was called the Central Intelligence Group. The Central Intelligence Group was the precursor of what became the CIA. It existed during a brief intermediate period during 1946 into early 47 before the CIA was formally organized. And interestingly enough, we have access to a lot of the correspondence that went back and forth, and they're taking this very seriously. And actually, the U.S. Central Intelligence Group issued an official opinion, classified opinion, of course, that these things were very real, that they were real objects, that they had been observed in flight, that they had crashed, physical objects, no ifs, ands, or buts about the fact that they were real. However, in their opinion, they were indeed basically Russian adaptations of German technology. And the Russians were specifically, they weren't just testing them, they were firing them over countries like Sweden as part of essentially an intimidation program. Because at this point in time, Russia was bidding for the attention of these countries, the Norwegian, Scandinavian countries, bidding for their attention, wanted to keep them out of a Western alliance. There was a lot of competition going on economically, and they felt that this was actually part of in a sense, a political action campaign, and that Russia was doing it. The U.S., of course, had gained a lot of influence at that point in time by possessing atomic weapons. Well, this would be a way for the Russians to demonstrate that they had their own secret technology that was not only important and significant, but they were willing to use it as well. So that was the first official opinion that was tendered, and that was on file. And when you move in 1947, and we have all of what we're familiar with as far as the wave of UFO reports, and that was the context. So basically, when the United States started to look at UFO incidents reported inside the United States, they were looking at it with the background that this might well be the Russians. If the Russians had already been doing this over Scandinavia, perhaps the Russians were doing it over the United States. And so, again, in a very evolutionary process without necessarily announcing it to the public, the Air Force began a move to investigate UFOs very seriously. And I think it's kind of fascinating because at the time when we look at the public information releases from the Air Force, when we look at the public relations interviews with the Air Force, they clearly marginalize the subject. They essentially make fun of it. If you just look at the general press reports from 1947, it moves from, very serious reports to interviews with scientists and Air Force officers, and by the end of the summer, it's become almost a joke. But the Air Force was not at all treating it in that fashion. The Air Force had assigned the study of these reports to the Air Material Command at Wright-Patterson. So one of the questions, if kind of into the subject, the question would be, why would they be assigning it to AMC rather than keeping it within Pentagon Air Intelligence? And the reason they assigned it to AMC, because AMC, Air Materials Command, was the repository for all of the German and technical aerospace intelligence that had been collected during the war. Air Materials Command was chartered with reviews of foreign technology, foreign air, rocket, missile, aircraft technology. And the assumption was from the very beginning that if anybody had the expertise to evaluate this subject, especially if it was indeed derivative of German advancements, then it would be AMC that would do it. And so that's why AMC was tasked with the intelligence. And I think the thought was very likely that one of these things might crash, it might be recovered. And again, that's where the expertise to collect and examine materials was. They had the engineering teams that were familiar with propulsion, were familiar with aircraft, structural materials. So that's why it was left with AMC. The problem with that is AMC didn't have a lot to work with, and especially during 1947 and then 1948, they didn't have a lot of data. They were used to having data. They were used to having parts, materials from crashes. That had been very common during the war. They had teams that had evaluated Japanese and Russian technology, but they didn't have any pieces. They also did not have what we'd almost take for granted now, which would be film footage or radar, in particular radar tracks, because at that point in time, following the war, there literally was not a national air defense structure with the United States. So many people had immediately been taken out of service. By 1944, 1945, there was no real threat of attack on the United States, continental United States. So pretty much all the air defense systems and the interceptors had been moved overseas into the theaters of war. So there literally were virtually no operational radars in the United States, so there was no tracking. And that in reality was a real part of the problem, because the Air Force and the national intelligence community had already been issuing warnings that they were anticipating a potential Russian airstrikes, especially as soon as Russia got the atomic weapons. And early on, there was a real concern that we were not at all prepared for that. And there were some calls to establish an air defense network, but just as they started to move into that, the Korean War developed, and again, all of the resources that were available ended up being deployed overseas. So from the period of 1947 to late 1950, 1951, we really there didn't exist what we would take for granted now, which would be, a real air defense network with interceptors, with gun cameras, with radar tracking. And that it left Air Materials Command without the kind of data that it was used to do the engineering and technical analysis of foreign technology. However, what they could do is collect reports, which is what they did. They collected a lot of reports. There were a lot of reports coming in from military sightings in the continental United States, as well as from Alaska, Newfoundland. And one of the things that was worrisome about that is the reports started coming in from locations that were being considered as what would have been the strike routes for Russian preventive strikes. And that worried a lot of people. In fact, when radars did become available, the first radars were deployed in the Pacific Northwest and later in the Northeast, specifically because those were the anticipated attack routes. So again, in 1947, when we see a whole collection of reports coming out of the Pacific Northwest, not just Kenneth Arnold, but Seattle, Washington State, all over the Northwest, that again helped to confirm the concerns that this was possibly a Soviet reconnaissance. And by September of 1947, Air Materials Command issued its first estimate of the situation. This did not make the press. This was totally classified. The AMC estimate of the situation were that UFOs were real. They were actual devices. There was nothing fictitious about them, despite some of the reporting. It was something to be taken seriously. And AMC went so far as to actually issue basically a tasking document that says, look, here's the profile of the UFO. Here's size, shape, maneuverability, speeds, a full profile of the UFO, and was handed off to the intelligence organization within the Air Force and basically said, okay, these are foreign devices. We need to find out more about them. And yes, this is real. Take it seriously. And that was handed off to Air Intelligence. As I said, that's the sort of thing that did not appear in the press and was actually very contrarian to what was appearing in the press. But at that point in time, AMC and Air Intelligence was taking it very seriously. The FBI had taken it seriously for the time. They were collecting reports. One of the problems was that basically Director Hoover of the FBI got hold of a copy of an Air Force memo that said, well, let's let all of the investigation of the reports, let's let the FBI look into it, especially stuff that appears like it's a hoax. And Hoover was upset. It's kind of like, well, no, we're not gonna take your leavings. So he pulled the FBI back out of it after several months of interest, and they had investigated several hoaxes that were going on in 1947. So by the end of 1947, it's real. AMC says it's real and starts dispatching teams overseas because what their assumption is that this is German technology, that the Soviets have adapted. They're using it for reconnaissance. They're militarizing it. And so they need to trace that technology from Germany into Russia. And a project was created within the Air Force to do that. It was funded. It was officially assigned, and that was called Project Sign. And they were looking for signs of that technology. The problem is they didn't find it. And as a matter of fact, what happened, within about 6 months, they did track down the technology that they thought was being adapted, which was the Horton Flying Wing, some of the jet propulsion technology associated with it. There had been rumors that the Soviets were building a fleet of adapted Horton jet attack bombers. They couldn't confirm that. And by a point in time in 1948, what they thought was going to be a sure thing to wrap up this investigation totally petered out and came to nothing. And so in 1948, Sign is left with virtually no actually hard data. They're left with a trail that didn't pan out to German technology. And what happens at that point in time is actually a group within Air Materials Command, within Project Sign, actually had become intrigued by some of the airlines reports of rocket-like craft, and they actually, believe it or not, prepared an estimate that said that some of these sightings at least could well be interplanetary craft. And that was kicked all the way up to the head of Air Force intelligence, who kicked it directly back down and said, you guys don't really have any proof of that. Your case is not strong enough. I don't want to hear it. The people that submitted that estimate were reassigned. It did no good at all for their careers, something that you'd find later occurring to Air Force staff that came up with that sort of view. And Project Signed got the word, basically. And those people that have really studied it and studied the memos, it's sort of like, these people are smart. They see what's going on. They see what happened to the guys that said, oh, it could be interplanetary. So Project Sign tends to take a tack towards simply explaining UFO reports as natural phenomena, misidentifications, etc., which is really too bad, because it's exactly at that time, during 1948 and 49, that the really good reports start coming in. And actually during that point in time, but the strange thing is they don't necessarily, Sign doesn't pay any attention to them. But during that period of time, there are actually 2 or 3 very significant recoveries of what to be materials from just parts, not anything big, but debris and parts from UFO impacts. And some of those do get, we have documents on that, some of those do get evaluated, but not within the Air Force. For example, there was an incident that occurred close to Dow Chemical Company. That was evaluated in Dow Labs. There was another incident in any event that ended up at the National Standards Bureau. And I describe some of these in detail in my book, Unidentified, and some very interesting materials composition results come out of that. Nothing really, foreign, extraplanetary, but very interesting in terms of materials design. In one instance, it looks to be exactly like what you would find in a rocket chamber. In fact, one of the guys involved in the examination, who had been working with the V2s at White Sands, goes, hey, this looks like one of the composite linings for something that we're launching, except of course it was recovered in the Midwest. So it gets to be, but the Air Force doesn't engage with that. It doesn't engage later with another similar incident in 1952 where materials are recovered. It just takes the report and ostensibly doesn't do much with it. But of course, they're very busy explaining everything that they possibly can. And the other thing is that during 1948, 1949, we begin to have a first wave of truly significant observations from the atomic weapons complex. Hanford plant, Oak Ridge plant, Los Alamos, even White Sands. And more importantly, as time goes on, from the nuclear weapon storage sites, such as the weapon storage site at Killeen Base, which, if you've read Kehoe's books, became a real serious thing. It was reported to the Air Force. The Army took it seriously because they were doing security at the area and it was near a big Army base. The FBI took it very seriously, and Project Sign at the Air Force pretty much just totally ignored it, even though it was reported to them. And one of the most fascinating things is that these sightings at Killeen Base were actually observed over weeks and months by teams of Army artillery spotters. And the activity had been such large scale and so ongoing that the Army was taking it seriously enough to man observation posts to do triangulated observations. That's what these guys were trained to do for artillery fire location, and actually come up with triangulated observations to give you the speed, altitude, duration. All that data was gathered up by the Army, sent to the Air Force, and nobody did anything with it. Project Sign didn't do anything with it. Fortunately, researchers have dug that up. We actually have it today, and you can even see the calculation sheets from the observation locations. But it's kind of funny to listen to contemporary people talk about the subject and say, oh, if we only had solid data, if we only had real official instrumented observations of these things, we would absolutely know what was going on. Well, folks, you've had it since 1948 and 1949. You just apparently either don't know it or kind of missed out on this. So that's kind of how things were at the end of the decade of the 40s, going into the 50s. A lot of activity, project signing and in play, doing a lot of explanations, essentially dealing with the reports in a way so that they didn't become an issue that the Air Force was going to have to address, even though we had that official opinion that it was real. So I guess this would probably be a good point in time to see if there were any questions pertaining to this period of time.
You talked about a couple of crashes, other than the obvious Roswell and Corona, and a few others that I can think of off the top of my head. Where have some of these things crashed?
One was in Ohio. The other was in the Northeast, in the Massachusetts area, as I recall. And in both of those instances, these were, when I say crashes, what you've got is you got an UFO reported actually impacting the ground. Something like a fireball observed hitting the ground, and then you've got materials, parts, no, I shouldn't even say parts, but fragments that are recovered. And as I say, one of them was evaluated at Dow Labs, another ended up in the National Bureau of Standards for evaluation.
Okay, thank you.
We have a question here in Moorhead.
Where is the Colleen nuclear base?
Colleen is in Texas, near Fort Hood. What happened is when atomic weapons first were built, a few were assembled at Los Alamos, then they started being built at Sandia Base in Albuquerque and stored in Albuquerque. And then from that point in time, at that point in time, the Air Force, to pick up an atomic weapon, actually had to fly a B-29 to Albuquerque and pick it up at that location. They weren't deployed. Then the decision was that they needed to be deployed because you didn't have if you're expecting a Soviet strike, you don't want to have them all in one place. So they started deploying them out to storage sites, which we call Q sites because of the special security clearance associated with them. And the Q sites were about half a dozen across the United States. Fort Hood, the Colleen site was one of the first. They were located near Air Force bases, but in a couple of instances, Colleen being kind of unique, there was also a large Army base associated with it. But they were not major Air Force bases because, again, you wanted to spread the stuff out as far as you could. So yeah, the Q sites really only lasted into the mid-1950s because at that point they began deploying the atomic weapons out to all the Strategic Command air bases, and of course following that to the Navy, to the ICBM bases. So the Q sites were only around and operational from like 1948 through 1954.
The ghost rockets, was there ever any recovered material or?
With the ghost rockets, is there ever any recovered material or any impact sites?
Yes, there were a number of impact sites. There was a reasonable amount of impact material. The Swedish Air Force did study that, and actually I think the US and Britain helped as well. And it was evaluated as being related. They did evaluate it as being related to rockets. That was one of the things that made them think they were a combination of V1s and V2s that the Soviets were sending over.
Perfect, thank you. Oh, we got something on chat here. Why do you think there were so many crashes?
Well, from what I can see, aside from Roswell, there really weren't. There, as far as the official records, as far as the reports go, there were 3 or 4 in the U.S. that you would consider places where something was a UFO was reported and something was recovered. And as I say, in the instances, don't want to go into Roswell because obviously that would be, another 3 hours all by itself. But in the instances I'm talking about, it appears that literally a projectile type device crashed, not what we would normally think of as a maneuverable, UFO per se. And so I can't explain what crashed, neither could they, but there weren't that many of them. And they don't appear to be like a catastrophic failure. It was just like something came down and impacted. Now there were a whole lot of quote unquote green fireballs reported that were, similar to flares, similar to rockets. Generally speaking, those didn't crash. Those just passed overhead. And in some cases, they were triangulated and measured, but they did not crash. That was primarily over New Mexico and Texas in the 48-49 timeframe.
Another question here. Was the government shooting them down?
As a matter of fact, not only is there no evidence of that, we actually have records saying that orders were issued not to shoot down UFOs. Only if they could be identified as a threatening or as, actually as part of an attack, were you authorized to shoot them down. And that was very standard directive to the Air Force throughout the Cold War. There was only a period of time of about, I think, 8 months during 1948, and related only to objects that might be sighted over the atomic plants, were orders that were given to engage and take them down. And that was canceled. So there were no standing orders. There were no standing orders to engage them. In fact, there were orders not to engage and fire on them, just to intercept and identify. Yeah, I'm familiar with Missouri. In all honesty, I kind of weigh in with Kevin Randall on this sort of thing. I mean, Randall has written a book that evaluates like 150 so crash reports. Some of them Stringfield had done earlier. There really isn't, like the Missouri instance, that they're all stories. There's just no corroboration for them. I mean, Randall weighs in that his opinion, my opinion would be that those are good stories that largely came out of newspaper reporting in some instances. In some instances, they came down through families. But, all I can say is at this point, no corroboration for the one in Missouri, and he's the one that looked at it most recently.
We have another question here in Moorhead. Go ahead.
As far as the nuclear, was Hanford, Washington, and Umatilla, Oregon part of what was going on then?
Yeah, Hanford, Washington. The atomic plants were Hanford, Washington, and Oak Ridge. Okay, in Tennessee, those where the materials were being produced. Then they were shipped by rail to Los Alamos, which was where the atomic bombs used during World War II were assembled. And from then on, they were shipped down to Albuquerque to Sandia for assembly. Later on, the assembly in the early 60s moved to Pantex plant east of Amarillo, Texas. But yeah, Hanford, the atomic warfare complex in the 1950s and 60s would be defined as Hanford, Oak Ridge, Los Alamos, Sandia, and the Q sites.
Thank you. I just was curious, Umatilla, Washington, was that just like hazardous waste? You familiar with that?
I honestly am not familiar with that location.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, the Hanford Reservation is so big, and there was somebody. The Hanford Reservation itself was like 100 by 100 miles. So you kind of like some of the when we talk about some of the missile sites, it's like 1,000 square miles. So it includes a lot of places.
Yeah, Umatilla would be in there then. Thank you.
Yeah, we got one more over here.
Go ahead. when the event happened over Tunguska in Siberia in 1908, when an unknown aerial fireball detonated over the tundra and devastated vast regions of the land, some witnesses claim that it made a curve or an arc as if trying to land before it detonated. Do you have any validity on that?
I didn't hear that in total. You're talking about the Russian incident? Did I get that right?
Over Siberia where it devastated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been looked in. That's been looked into a lot, and actually even more recently during the latter part of the last decade. And they've now recovered enough fragments and actually located what appears to be the central body of what caused that. It appears to be more likely to have been a comet that actually entered the atmosphere and fragmented. And one of the reasons the airburst was so big was it wasn't like a stony or iron meteorite or something like that. It had less cohesion. So when it did blow apart, it blew apart over a wider area. But that's pretty much been resolved now. Tunguska or something like that is what we're talking about, I think.
Yeah, but how about some certain witnesses claim that it made an arc, a curve before it blew up, like it was maybe extraterrestrial?
Yeah, again, that is not totally unusual. Would not be unusual for something like that, in that it doesn't have a ballistic path, right? It's breaking apart as it's coming in. So depend on which parts are, actually glowing and fragmenting. You might track it other than in a completely straight line. And it's not totally unknown. As a matter of fact, I have a Sky and Telescope magazine over here on my shelf from about 1958 that has an article about another, what probably was an asteroid that entered orbit, maintained an orbital and then a suborbital trajectory, fragmented, and was observed appearing to be separate objects and maneuvering about 3/4 of the way around the globe before. But in any event, that's about all I can offer. I'm familiar with the report from the witnesses, and I know, again, it's one of those things. In the first books I started reading back in the 1960s, it was very mysterious. It's one of those that's become a little less so over time.
Thank you.
Hey, I think that's it for questions right now.
Okay, let's go on to the next. Okay, so what really happened is, in the early part of the 50s, 2 or 3 things happened. Okay, first of all, the Korean War began to slow down. There actually became even more fears of a Soviet preemptive strike once they got atomic weapons. And there were intelligence forecasts that they were building a strategic bomber force equivalent to our B-29s, and a lot of real concern that especially the northeastern corridor and the west coast would be subjective to preemptive Russian strikes, basically intended to take out our industrial complex in the Midwest and the Northeast, and all the aircraft plants on the West Coast. So radars were deployed in the Northeast, on the West Coast. Interceptor groups were deployed, and we began to get a lot more radar tracking of UFOs. That doesn't necessarily explain what they were. We just began to get more radar tracking and some actual data, and more reports coming out of the military. Reports of interceptions and attempted interceptions, and a lot of them probably more persuasive, because the interceptors were getting up there, trying to engage with them, tracking them on radar, losing them off radar. You began to find simultaneous ground and air radar tracks of these objects, and they were clearly maneuvering in a fashion that would be considered intelligent. Pilots thought that they were actually being engaged. The things would come in, circle them, get on their tail. They felt threatened. In a couple of instances, one I particularly love over the Dakotas, a SAC bomber on a mission over Canada as part of a routine mission basically observed a UFO, reported it on its way back to the US. It was tracked by the UFO, tracked by the aircraft, tracked by the ground. When it got into US Air Force airspace, it was intercepted. It ran away from the interceptor. The interceptor ran out of fuel. It followed the interceptor back towards the space. They sent up a separate interceptor. Anyway, playing games with it. These sorts of reports really started getting the attention of the military and started getting the attention of people in air intelligence. There was also a real concentration, ongoing concentrations of reports from the southwestern U.S., especially over New Mexico, Los Alamos, Sandia Base. This is when all the warheads and bombs were still at Sandia Base in New Mexico. And that began to worry air intelligence. And Sign gave way to Blue Book. And Blue Book was a much more serious investigation. That's where you find Captain Repelt, who later wrote a book on it, which I'm sure many of you have read on his experience. And they started investigating it more seriously and actually came up with sufficient proof for them. There were recommendations to air intelligence that they establish a formal observational network, an instrumented network, that they put special cameras on aircraft interceptors and go up looking for them. And Repelt and Blue Book made that recommendation to air intelligence, and air intelligence accepted it. Well, this is going into 1952. So they were really moving forward with that and taking it quite seriously. And then in the summer of 1952, there were a series of incidents up and down the northeast coast, basically Baltimore, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., New York, and starting in the spring of the year 1952. And that really, again, was establishing credibility for the fact that we needed a serious study, not just the Air Force, but bring all the intelligence community into it, move it up to a strategic tasking level, and take it seriously. Well, that summer, then over a period of 2 weeks, several incidents occurred directly over Washington, D.C. And I'm sure many of you have heard of the Washington, D.C. sightings. And a couple of things came out of that. First of all, they proved to be very embarrassing to the Air Force, because even when commercial air controllers, even when requests were generated to the Air Force that there were real foreign objects operating over the nation's capital, it took between an hour and 2 hours to get an interceptor over the Capitol. Think about this. This is like the height of the Cold War. Everybody has been concerned about a Soviet preemptive strike, and a UFO shows up over the Capitol and there's no interceptor there for an hour. This is not something the Air Force wants to talk about in detail to anybody. And when this happened twice, and the president became aware of it, he actually called the Air Force in, and we know that there was a special meeting between the president and the Air Force. We don't know what was said, but the memo title for the meeting is Defense of the Capitol. So you've got a pretty good idea of what the conversation was about. And the president was unhappy, and the Air Force didn't give him the answers he wanted to hear. They could, like, who was this? Well, we don't know. Where'd they come from? We don't know. None of the things he would want to hear. At that point in time, he got fed up with the Air Force and actually picked up the phone and called the director of the CIA, and essentially, we don't have a transcript, but essentially said, well, the Air Force can't tell me what's going on. Can you? And the CIA director handed it off to his technical intelligence division. And at first, the people in that division started going through some information. They were very negative towards what the Air Force had been doing, because they didn't think the Air Force had really been conducting a serious study of the subject. But after 2 or 3 months, and after being shown the information, some of the incidents that I've just talked about, the incidents from the atomic warfare complex, they actually wrote a memo to the director of the CIA saying, this is serious. This needs to be elevated to the level of national security tasking. It needs to go to the National Security Council. You know, here's the CIA and the Air Force in saying that finally this should be taken up to the level of strategic intelligence, at the highest level to be studied, not one-on-one reports, not, you know, but studied as a pattern of activity, basically. Well, the director of the CIA actually proposed that. And the way things work in the hierarchy is that to get to the actually on the agenda for the National Security Council, the National Security Council has its own intelligence study group. So they said, you know, you're going to have to convince this group that you're really serious about this. These are real things. We don't know what they are. They're totally unexplained. They're intelligence and they're a threat. If you do that, then we'll put it on the agenda and maybe we'll take it on at a national security level. At that point in time, we've actually, some researchers have done some fantastic research on this, and we have that correspondence. I talk about it in the book, but the bottom line is the director of the CIA backed off and said, well, gee, I don't, you know, and the bottom line was he convened a panel, the CIA convened a panel with the Air Force participating called the Robertson panel. You probably heard about that. And basically what it involved was neither the CIA nor the Air Force were going to be allowed to elevate this thing to a national security level unless they could line up a series of credible scientists to support them. Just their reports, their observation, their data, their photos, they needed to have academics lined up behind them to support it. They convened this panel. It was very hard to find anybody willing to serve on the panel. This has never been a subject that academia has been excited about because, let's face it, it's not repeatable. You can't do experiments with it. It's tough. And the Robertson panel met over a period of only like 3 days and produced a report that says, we're sorry, we can't confirm this, that these are real devices, you know. And the report that was crafted came back and said, yes, they should be considered from a security standpoint, but not that kind of security. There's a potential risk here because if people keep reporting these things in large numbers, they could actually affect our air defense. You know, a foreign power might do something to trigger hundreds of reports just before a real strike. It would confuse the whole system. It could divert attention. So there is a risk in UFOs, but the risk has to do with it as a threat from something we can't identify, but as a problem for our air defense system. So what you people need to do is make the public comfortable so they don't report too many of them. You know, you need to explain these. They're natural phenomena. They're misidentifications. And for the next decade or more, that's the way it went, based on the directives that came out of the Robertson panel meeting, like it or not. This is all documented. So it was seen as a security problem, if you will, but not as a national security problem where it was actually handed off to people who study national security issues as tasked by the National Security Council. And for the next, through the late 50s, through the early 60s, what you really find is Project Blue Book in the Air Force in charge of the subject, collecting reports from anybody, you know, and you find no reports from the Army, virtually no reports from the Navy because nobody told them that they had to. You find some reports from the Coast Guard, and you find a lot of civilian reports and a lot of reports from the military, lots from pilots, lots from radar tracks, that sort of thing. But it's being carried out strictly at the level of the Air Force, dealing with reports and as the collections point for these reports. And their focus literally is on explaining. They take them one by one and explain them if possible, throw them in a bucket called unidentified if they can't do that, and then they publish statistics. And the whole point of the statistics is to show the unidentifieds are really not a significant numerically part of the reports, so you can kind of ignore those. There's not a single report. Every time they publish an annual report, it's like there's not been a single incident where a threat has been identified or where hostile action has been taken by a UFO. We can't document any of that. There are very few of them that are unidentified. And so, you know, don't worry about it, and like, don't report it, and don't report them unless you really have to, because we don't want to deal with them. It pretty much translates to that. That's a little subjective, but that's the way it goes. And this becomes the era of where the civilian investigative bodies really start to gel. National NICAP, National Investigations Committee, AARO, the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization. I was a member of both of them for periods of time. It becomes a process of essentially offloading some of the serious approach to it from the Air Force in particular, because the intelligence community has already left it with the Air Force. The intelligence community, which we think of today as, you know, a whole bunch of organizations, but back then was run by the NSC, had not accepted it as a problem. They had left it with the Air Force to deal with. The Air Force deals with it statistically, and by saying there's no proven threat. And so the civilian groups start collecting reports and investigating them. And that continues on through the 1970s. What happens at the end of the or I should say starting in the middle of the 1960s, it makes it even more embarrassing though, is that the Air Force deals with a couple of reports, large-scale reports from dozens of people, hundreds of people in one instance, and they come out with explanations like, well, all you people in the Midwest in 1965 who reported seeing formations of UFOs were really seeing the constellation Orion. Now, the problem is that the reports were at 9, 10 o'clock at night, and Orion is not visible in the sky at that point in time of the night, at that time of day, at that time of the year. And that was really embarrassing. Then they came out with the infamous swamp gas explanation from Dr. Hynek in '66. So they got a lot of bad press. They were just doing as best they could because they didn't have other explanations. Got a lot of bad press, which left them deciding they didn't really want to deal with this at all. And so they cut a contract with the University of Colorado to finally make the academic community investigate it. Like, here's the way to get rid of it. We're actually going to pay the university to investigate it. Long story short, you can find books on all of that. The professor, Dr. Condon, who took it over, had already been writing memos about how they could make it go away even before they started the work of the project. And he finally published a report which says it's not even worth scientists looking at. This is a phenomena that doesn't even have any scientific value. You should all ignore it, which the Air Force wholeheartedly did, closing down Blue Book by 1970. So at that point in time, the intelligence community, even at the Air Force level, has exited the whole thing. And then we can go on into the 1970s. But I will say, from the 1970s on, to understand what was going on, the Air Force does not have any study program. They don't even take reports. If they call them, they'll refer you to the FAA or to one of the UFO private UFO groups. They won't even talk to you. When something happens that is serious related to UFOs, like sightings at ICBM bases, the Northern Tier sightings that occurred in 1975 at Malmstrom, and a number of other bases across the Northern Tier states, there's no group at the Air Force level, and certainly no group at any higher level, to take those reports and investigate them. They go to Within the Air Force, they go to the command, which might be the Strategic Air Command. They might go to the National Military Command Center at the Pentagon. They might go to NORAD. But that's where they stop, and they're investigated on a one-off basis. And there's, again, no strategic level study whatsoever during the next 4 decades, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. They're just, it's not there. The intelligence community is not engaged, even in a minimal level with it. The individual service commands might be, but only as it relates to operational security or operational situations. So let me pause and see if we have more questions at this point.
None from Moorhead. Well, the only thing I could think of was you had mentioned the Air Force was kind of wanting these things to be more of a threat than anything else, or else they're not even going to bother with it. What is your opinion of it? Do you think this is a threat to our security, or just a threat to the military complex?
Well, basically, that's short answer is that's the reason we launched within SCU. We launched this series of intention studies that my team's working on because nobody had done a strategic assessment. I mean, the Air Force can say it's not a threat to one of our bases, it's not a threat to one of our aircraft, we've never observed anything like that, you know, whatever. The question is there really a national security threat there? So we launched a study using the practices. If this had been kicked up to the intelligence community, to the strategic studies groups that would really have evaluated it over a long term, I mean, you need a long-term baseline of data to see if there's really a pattern in what's going on. And then you can assess various scenarios. You know, is this just, let's say it's just a study of our atomic weapons capability? That's all there is to it, regardless of who's doing it. Is it a survey of our general military capability? Is it whatever? You do a pattern study, and then you map the pattern study out and say, well, do the patterns correlate to a particular scenario? Nobody was doing that. Okay. The practices are well documented. It's called strategic threat and warning analysis. In business and marketing, it's called intentions analysis because you want to see what your competitor is doing, you know. So the practices are well defined. We kicked off this study within a team at SCU about 5 years ago. We've completed our 2 papers on what's going on in the military domain. We are now working in the public domain, and we studied the period of 47 to 70, well, basically 45 to 75 is our data, okay? Primarily off Blue Book unidentified reports and off NICAP reports that we hand curated. Everything had to be officially reported to the Air Force, to law enforcement, you know, so we did curate down the reports. Our conclusion is that what was going on in the military domain was essentially an assessment of our atomic weapons capability. Not a threat, no signs of preemption, literally an assessment of what our capabilities were, what our technology was, what our weapons capabilities were, and in particular, what our weapons delivery capabilities were. Because one of the things we did was to track the patterns from the original, the pattern very clearly travels. The pattern of UFO activity over some 3 decades travels from the material sites where there's a burst of activity and that stops, to the Q storage sites, the weapon storage sites where there's a burst of activity and that stops, and then out to deployment, in particular at the missile sites. So this appears to be a survey of what you would call strategic atomic weapons capability. They're not concerned in tactical weapons. They're concerned in early on in kiloton and then megaton class weapons. And primarily, there's much more focus in the mid 60s, early 60s and mid 60s. There's much more focus on the IBM sites continuing into the 70s than there ever was on the SAC sites, where they just had, I won't say just, but kiloton class weapons. So that's our assessment, is that no, we do not see, we can only look at that data and that time frame, but during that study, we see signs of a survey and an assessment, but not a threat. And you can profile what you would expect to see if there were signs of preemption and some other scenarios, and you'll find that all in the study as to why we didn't see those. It's not a matter of not seeing it. It's when you look at the activity, the amount of activity over time, and kind of roll it up to which scenario fits best, that's what you see in the study. And now we're looking at what's happened with the public, and that appears to be something totally different, and a real transition from the military to the public domain starting in the mid-60s. So, long-winded answer to your question.
Okay, that's okay. I see we got another one. Chris, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, my question is, had this actually been a threat, how do you think we would have handled it? In a positive way or in a negative way?
Well, first of all, we have absolutely no way to handle the UFOs. And I can say that, I will say when I talked about that initial estimate of the situation from Air Material Command in terms of the capabilities of those objects, what they reported back in 1947 is the same thing that we're still reporting as of 2014 on. They have the same acceleration capabilities. They have the same speed. I mean, literally, they can accelerate at like 150 G. They could back then. They can now. We still have nothing. I mean, we're still wrestling with coping with a Mach 5 hypersonic weapon, so literally, there's nothing we could do about them if they had been offensive in nature or wanted to preempt. So, honest answer is I think that was the embarrassing question. If the Air Force had have acknowledged that they were real and a threat, then the next question would have been just what you said, and the answer would have been surrender. We can't deal with them. We just literally can't. This is a technology way beyond us. It's physics that are way beyond us, perhaps, but it's also a technology, even a materials technology. SCU has done a material study on a couple of incidents like Aquadia and Nimitz, and it's not just a pilot, because you could have a drone. You can obviously have an AI drone that can pull 150 G. We do not have any materials for that size of craft that could stand those forces. So no, that's out of the ball. And the interesting thing, to answer your question, is it's also very clear that they weren't bashful about showing that. There's no sign of covertness. I mean, in the first years, there are lots of reports of formation flights, interactive flights between objects, daylight flights. There was never any attempt not to. In fact, it's almost counter. If you want to do inferential messaging, it's sort of like, yeah, we're here and we're really, we really have something you don't. So you could recognize that. If you're looking at a contact protocol, that would be kind of like the first step. Like, we're here, we're intelligent, and okay. So again, that kind of supports there's no sign of covertness in any of this. It's just right up there in your face. And now, of course, if you're the Air Force pilot who's, they're playing games with you going back and forth over North Dakota, you might feel a little threatened. But as one of our team members said, look, you can infer non-hostility when there's non-hostility. Like they showed that they could and they didn't.
Right. Thank you.
Why don't you come on over here? You got one more.
Hey, thank you, sir. You mentioned the green fireballs. Would you mind telling us a little bit about that? I'm curious in this because I've seen something like this when I was a kid, so I'd be curious to know kind of what was that phenomenon like and what's our assessment of that. Thank you, sir.
And I have myself. I've seen them on 2 occasions. So you might notice there's a Celestron 8 telescope back there behind me. So I've been kind of a long time amateur astronomer. Starting in 1948, just about the time sign transferred to grudge, right? And like there's an attitude going on here. Over New Mexico, West Texas, Eastern Arizona, primarily New Mexico and West Texas, there were a series of literally dozens and maybe as many as hundreds, a few hundred reports of green fireballs. Literally, it looks like a bolide, looks like a very bright meteor. A couple of problems with that is that actually one of the astronomers from my alma mater at UNM was an astrophysicist involved in meteoritics, and his whole career was devoted to studying meteors. And he got involved with the Air Force as a consultant, and immediately they were able to triangulate several of these. In a couple of instances, actually, they had been reported from below Air Force planes. So that's immediate clue. You don't have bolides and meteors, flying at 5,000 feet. That just doesn't work. So most of these, or many of these, were too low in the atmosphere to be what we would expect as meteors. Okay. So many of them actually were crossing over Los Alamos. The Los Alamos staff reported this to the Air Force, to Project Sign. Sign paid no attention to them. They reported it. The FBI got involved. Air intelligence out of Albuquerque at Sandia was very concerned about it. They actually called a series of meetings, and they brought in physicists from California, advanced people dealing with advanced aerodynamics and aircraft design and that sort of thing, to examine the sightings and the reports. And the confusing thing was that the scientists were themselves confused. It's sort of like, this can't be happening. There's no normal material that we could make a rocket out of that could, pass through the air at that altitude and not make a sonic boom. Even if, so how do you deliver that? If the fireball is a warhead or just a flare or something like that, we're not even sure how you would get it there. Interestingly enough, they came up with a concept called a pencil rocket, which would be a very, very small rocket with a flare on it that might not make a sonic boom, because sonic booms were reported with none of these. And actually, sonic booms are not that uncommon with bolides, with very bright meteors higher up in the atmosphere. So the bottom line is that for a period of about 14 months, there were a lot of these reports over this one particular area, ranging as far east as western Oklahoma and Kansas, that really had people worried, but then they stopped. And I should say they did not stop. I mean, over following years, every year you may have a report of, half a dozen green fireballs a year from all over the place, but never with that kind of frequency and that concentration as over Los Alamos and Albuquerque. So that's what made it particularly interesting and particularly worrisome as to what it might have been. There was never a meteoritics explanation. What the Air Force did actually said, look, officially we conclude that this is an atmospheric phenomenon. So we're going to study it as an atmospheric phenomena, and they launched what was called Project Twinkle. And you can look up Project Twinkle, and we'll put special cameras in place, and we'll observe it, and we'll find out what it actually is. And they did put the cameras in place. For some unknown reason, they didn't put them in the place that was getting the most reports. And by the time they got them in place, this burst of activity had stopped. So like the whole thing was, we'll explain it. And nobody ever went back and said, oh, no, we weren't able to explain it. And it just faded away. So I don't know that that's a good answer. And at this point in time, you can make of it what you will. I've seen a green fireball myself on 2 occasions. And the interesting thing about the ones I saw, and that you would expect with any bolide, is bolides always have a downward trajectory. They're entering the atmosphere and they're coming down. Many of these green fireball reports were on parallel paths, even parallel to the observing aircraft passing above or below it, or in a couple of occasions ascending paths, which is very strange. But so it just, they don't seem like they were, even though you can do a search right now on the internet and come up with pictures of green fireballs. That's not the issue. It's how these were behaving that's very strange.
We do have a question here in Moorhead.
Yeah, going back to the 40s really briefly in Sweden with the ghost rockets. You mentioned that the Swedish authorities or the military did some analysis of some of the crash debris, and they determined it was rocket parts. I was just thinking, you know, V2 rockets, I mean, just read from what I read about World War II history, they're extremely loud. You know, when the Germans were shooting them at London, they sputtered and roared and whistled and pretty much scared the crap out of the public. But one characteristic of the ghost rockets that I've read, and it's been a while, is that they were called ghost rockets because they were quiet, like no noise at all. And I just thought that was interesting, you know, the comparison with the rocket.
I think two things to report there is that there was one class of ghost rockets, which would be more similar to the V1 pulse jet. Those did make a lot of noise. All those reports had noise associated with them, which is one of the reasons I thought they could have been V1s. For the more rocket type things, I think if most of them were seen, they made noise when they crashed, okay? But you're right, they were not reported making any noise in transit, as it were, but that would also be true for a V2. I mean, you're going to have a lot of noise when it launches, but once it's in ballistic mode, especially when it's descending, you wouldn't necessarily have any noise until it impacts. And there were noises associated with the impacts, especially one of the things that made them suspicious, and I go into this in a little bit in the book, is that the Germans had come up with really quite improved targeting on the missiles, and they could bring them down within like a mile or two. And the Russians had done the same thing. That's actually documented. And one of the things that convinced the Swedes that it probably was a rocket is that several of them impacted in the large lakes. And it's almost like somebody was targeting the lakes. So, you know, to destroy the evidence, if you would. But so there's not a perfect answer to that. But there was a lot of noise associated with the V1 types. True, but not with the rocket types. Especially the rocket types were primarily seen at a fairly high altitude or when they were descending. You know, so I'm just not sure how to answer that. But the good news is there are a lot of reports. There are a lot of reports online. If you do at Project 1947 website, I give some of the links to the reports in my book. You know, there are actually a lot of Swedish military reports that you can read now that might give you a better feel for that.
Okay. Thank you. Very interesting.
Well, maybe we need to step up to, another question or current events.
No, we're good. Go ahead, Larry.
Okay, so that's where things really existed from the 80s, 90s into the first decade of this century. Is there was no intelligence organization collecting reports. There was no collection of reports even within the Air Force, and there were certainly no strategic studies, no pattern analysis, no intention analysis. What changed that was starting in the second decade of this century, there began to be a series of reports from military pilots, specifically Navy pilots, that were flying missions, either training missions before deployment or with task groups that were preparing to deploy, especially off southeast U.S. off San Diego, or flying similar deployment area off the southeast coast, or flying in one of the actual test ranges that are restricted flight areas off both of those. And I'm sure everybody's heard of the Nimitz case. Well, the fascinating thing is that although incidents did get reported with Navy pilots sighting UFOs, UAPs, and engaging them and maneuvering around them. The whole thing started off in the Nimitz case by an air controller on a carrier having seen so much UFO activity that they decided that it was actually a security risk, a flight security risk, to the exercises the carrier group was about to conduct. And they got permission to dispatch Navy planes out to really see what was going on, with the understanding that, you know, we might have flight risk going on here. And they did. They dispatched fighters. Those fighters encountered a UFO, imaged the UFO on video, imaged it on infrared. 2 other fighters were sent out afterwards. Anyway, long story there. Everybody can look up the Nimitz incident. But the interesting thing is, it appears that that got reported, but in the context of what I've been saying, it got reported as an operations report to that task group exercise, situations report. If you know what's going on, yeah, we sent up planes, we had this, and it appears that there was no way for it to get beyond one level of Navy headquarters, because there's no organized collection, right? So it gets reported operationally to fleet headquarters that task force is operating out of, and it stops. It goes in the files. Same thing on the East Coast. A whole series of flight security reports go to one level of reporting. They've got no place else to go. But in the interim, the Navy pilots themselves start circulating some images and talking about it. It gets on the internet, gets to the press, questions get asked, and it becomes a hot topic of discussion on the internet with UFO researchers. It gets some news coverage, and eventually Congress gets involved. And there's some interim phases in this, but just kind of catch us up on where we are now. After some questions are raised in the House in particular, legislation is passed creating the AARO. Now, it's another one of those acronyms, but let's talk about it's an office that is supposed to investigate and resolve anomalous aerospace incidents. That's a mouthful. But the interesting thing is that this is authorized within the Department of Defense. It's not with the Air Force, not with the Navy. This office exists as a new body, empowered by Congress and empowered by legislation, but with no real command relationship to any of the services, or any to the FAA, to Homeland. So it's kind of sitting over here all by itself. And how does it do its job? Well, it was hard enough to sign and blue book to do a job within the Air Force within a chain of command. Now this place gets set up, it has no staff, and it starts soliciting reports. The reports that it primarily gets, as far as we can tell, to start with, are from the Navy. We know it's kind of connected to the Navy because this is where these interceptor reports come from, but we have no view into the structure. So far, I've yet to speak to anyone that has actually even seen a form for reporting something to AARO. We have no chain of command for how the services report to it, much less FFA, or even more interestingly, Homeland. So we know that through congressional action, we've got an office set up here to deal with this subject and report on it. But to date, what they're doing is they will give a report to Congress, to the Intelligence Committee, and say, well, we've had 150 reports or 228 reports in total now, and we've looked at them, and they're mostly misidentifications. Here are, a couple of dozens. We do have some video footage that we can't explain, but objectively, they're treating it much like Blue Book did, collecting reports, looking at them one by one, and either explaining them or not explaining them. And then they just get dumped in a bucket and become statistics. There is still no strategic analysis. This is not something that any of the services wanted or asked for, nor do any of the services own it, nor does Homeland. DOD owns it, but if you've been associated with the military, you know, DOD is Department of Defense sets over everybody, but they're not very operational. So it's not a national security level tasking. Certainly no intentions or pattern analysis that we're aware of. So it's almost like a new blue book, but it's kind of worse than a new blue book because we don't know how they're taking reports. We don't know who they're taking them from. We don't get to see the reports themselves. We just get to see the buckets that they get dumped into, basically in terms of numbers. And most recently, when I looked, at this point in time, if you looked at the AARO website, which got set up in July, you will see that they have a portal. They have a portal up to take confidential reports from military or contractor personnel or someone who claims to have information, highly secure information, classified information on a retrieval, a crash, reverse engineered technology, because all of these issues were raised in a separate House committee, not so much the House Intelligence Committee. Basically disclosure stuff, if you're familiar with disclosure. They have a portal to take those. And they have some there's very interesting language in the legislation that grants anybody absolute exemption from any classification laws, any contracts, anything else. I mean, I've never seen legislation like this that says anybody can come forward anonymously, provide this information to us. You can contact us in many different ways, including this portal, and we'll look into it. So that's there. But so far, there is not any portal to take reports. There's not any portal to take UFO reports from the military or from Homeland or FAA, or much less from the public. However, the most recent report, AARO had 40 staff on board and expect to be fully operational by 2024. Now, it was created in July 2023, but it's supposed to be fully operational by the end of fiscal year. So my call would be that, again, this certainly is not what I would consider a strategic tasking in terms of priority. It's basically, how do we respond to Congress, which nothing wrong with that, but it's not a lot different in a way than Blue Book. It's just more contemporary. And there is one other thing, just within the last few weeks, another bill has been proposed in Congress to create the Safe Aerospace Act, which would allow pilots and aviation personnel to report UAP incidents, again, through a special portal anonymously, and to ensure that there are no repercussions to them from commercial aircraft, to the pilots, to their employers, anybody else, to kind of, this sounds like a good thing to collect information and ensure that it doesn't get blocked. But that legislation has not even been passed. It's been proposed. There was legislation proposed in the Senate that would have been much, much stronger than any of this, and it would have actually created an investigation board authority with legal authorities, even with subpoena power. That legislation was a rider attached to the last defense bill, and it was in joint session. Basically, all of the hard stuff was scrubbed out of it, and about the only remaining thing is that, as far as we can tell, it requires somebody, the Air Force, not quite sure who, it requires Department of Defense to turn over all its UFO files to the National Archives within a matter of weeks, like as if anybody knew where they all were or how NARA would know what they were supposed to get. Anyway, very, and not a lot of happiness with what came out of that legislation as first in our community. So that's kind of where we are today. It feels in a way not much different than Blue Book, and we can't see what's going on. We don't see how the information is being collected. In the incidents that they do share with us that are unresolved, we have no information on collections, no technical information. And without that, nothing. If we don't have the sensor systems, if we don't have the original metadata from the video, we can't do anything with it. Plus, there's no sign that all the servicers are involved or that Homeland Security is involved. So it sounds good, but it's very ambiguous as to what actually might be going on. So that's kind of where we are today.
Awesome. Thank you, Larry. Really appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions? Not so much here.
Question here in Moorhead.
So, with regards to, like, say, some of the whistleblowers currently, like Michael Herrera and DC Long, if you're familiar with any of them, what's your opinion on what they've stated?
Well, the interesting thing is a lot of what I'm seeing now with the so-called whistleblowers is the same sort of thing that we have seen with the quote-unquote disclosure project. I mean, a lot of it is military reports and pilot reports, which I think are very substantive. There are a lot of reports about the ICM bases, the Northern Tier sightings, a lot of pilot reports that I think are very substantial. Yes, I absolutely. It's hard to parse out from that the reports about the alien bodies, the reverse engineering technology, because while we actually have historical data on the ICBM and pilot incidents, we don't have that other stuff. Now, supposedly that was either given to AARO, which AARO says no, but they have created the portal and they do have laws to support collecting it. So it's hard personally, this is just a personal view for me to assess. Part of it, but there are three things going on. There are claims about UFO hard data from pilots and missile sites and the military complex that are very substantive. There's the other stuff that you can't judge because you don't have the details. And then the other thing that comes into play is the claim that this has been reported to the IG. Yet when I look at the actual complaint to the IG, it complains that people that were talking about this were harassed or taken action against because they were talking about it, which has nothing to do. I mean, that's a completely separate subject, and that's an IG whistleblower issue. That doesn't have to do with UFO data. So I'm kind of giving you a waffling answer, but it's like there are three parts to that question. The IG reporting is irrelevant to my view, and then the disclosure stuff, I still don't have any hard data. I just have reports other than the military stuff, which we've had hard data on for decades now. I mean, we can give you, our military study included extremely hard data about ICBM related reports and pilot related reports and strategic air. We've had that forever. People are coming forward with it, which is great. It's just not new. Did that answer your question, or was I off base?
Well, I guess
I know it didn't answer all your question.
No, I was just, I guess I was just kind of wondering, because Michael Herrera in particular has discussed, being black site and actually meeting these people, again, since the first time. And I guess what I'm kind of wondering is, if they are claiming this and he's a whistleblower and he could face prison if he's lying, what is stopping, I guess, the government or whomever to, they have this information, go in and say, okay, we're going to go in, we're going to find this now. I mean, I'm sure they move things quite often, but.
And that's a good point, because I can speak to that. Right now, he has absolute protection. if he goes with what he said before and goes through that AARO portal, provides that information to them, the laws, if you look at the AARO site, look at the legislation that was passed by Congress, he has absolute legal protection. Nobody could act against him. Now, could he be legally, I'm saying, could somebody be dismissive towards him in a job and he not get a promotion or whatever? Well, we all know that all happens when you say something your boss doesn't like. Okay, that's life. But legally, with this legislation that was passed last year, all of the so-called whistleblowers who have talked about alien bodies, reverse engineering technology, whatever, have absolute protection. That's why Congress passed it. Now, we don't know what's happening with that, but I can finally say he has protection. And if he can, and I've seen this before, if he could provide proof with that, along with that, if he made a report to the FBI that he was being harassed, threatened, or otherwise, he would definitely be entitled to FBI protection.
I guess I was just kind of wondering, as far as timeline, when they report this, I mean, I'm former law enforcement, military also, but I understand and everything, but with the claims that he's making, and if he has this documentation and has been there and everything, I guess I'm just kind of wondering, when are they going to actually try to pursue this, to go do something, or is it in the works, or is there more whistleblowers coming forward now?
From what I've heard, let's put it this way, and this would be the sort of conversation that occurs in the skiff. It is absolutely legal now for the Intelligence Committee to demand that AARO reveal to them each and every complaint of this nature, each and every report of this nature that has come to them. They have to. They're mandated to reveal any of those people that have said that and go to AARO. That has to be shared. It's going to be classified, but it has to be shared. So now it's kind of the onus is back on, if you said it before, but you don't go with it now, it's like, were you not serious before, or have you just been scared so much you can't? And I'm not trying to be dismissive, but right now, AARO has to report back to Congress whatever they collect on those subjects, any remains, any technology, and now what the Intelligence Committee does with it, or I can't predict that. I can just give you the structure of what has to occur. And I will say again, this is brand new. This never existed before. There was never any avenue to deal with this at a national security level. Now there is.
Yeah, I have a question for Larry. What do you think of the validity of what the whistleblowers are actually saying?
Okay. First of all, okay, I'm doing this a lot of time. The strange thing to me is I've seen nothing new in what the whistleblowers are saying than I saw 30 years ago. The same sort of reports, the same sort of claims, the same sort of information. So I don't see anything relatively new to it. I mean, we've had the Corso event. You've got a guy an Air Force senior officer, Army, well, anyway, who comes forth and talks about reverse engineering tech and having a task to do that. That story's been totally deconstructed. His remarks about seeing bodies are totally deconstructed. I can think of 3 or 4 incidents of that same sort where we've had people bring up these same sorts of claims before, and they've been deconstructed, okay, and disproven, literally. Nobody quite knows. I can remember a time in which we were all saying, boy, if we just had a senior officer come forth with this and say, and then he did, and no one can figure out why he even did it now, except, so it's not new to me. So maybe I'm a little bit desensitized to it. I've seen nothing in my work so far that says that we have technology that we reverse engineered, whether it's fiber optics. I mean, that several of those types of claims have been, if you look in the history of the business, when I first started with fiber optics, that's been disproven. So I've seen nothing as far as the technology transfer that convinces me. I've seen nothing that says, quite frankly, that we have unless somebody turned us over a working craft with engineering diagrams and operational diagrams, we might be able to run it. I see no evidence that we have the physics knowledge to understand what's going on with it. It doesn't make sense to me, especially since I've kind of followed military history for so long. And if you look at what the capabilities of our own craft are now, if we got something in 1947 that we've been trying to reverse engineer, I mean, we've just gotten up to, you know, yeah, we've got rockets that will give you, you know, 8 Gs, 10 Gs. We've got hypersonics are a new thing for us, right? Mach 5, Mach 8 with steerable systems. We haven't come that far, and we've not come anywhere close to what the UFOs were profiled as having back in 1947. So maybe it's all our fault. Certainly, if somebody has turned this over to us in whole pieces, we haven't even figured out how to run it yet safely. Another factor that I have to consider just personally and subjectively is I will tell you that there are a number of reports associated with UFOs that relate to radiation and suggest that the objects themselves may be very radioactive at close distances, and whatever field or propulsion system is involved might be very dangerous to us. I will tell you, back in 1948 over Oak Ridge, there were a series of UFO sightings where actually UFOs at low altitude triggered a series of radiation monitors at the plant. Now, radiation monitors aren't scattered all over the place, so this is kind of unique. The air intelligence officer at the plant recommended to Blue Book that they establish, you know, an observing pattern, because he had interviewed the guy who was working on one of our prototype atomic powered aircraft. And the guy said, yeah, if we flew our aircraft over this plant at that altitude, you would detect us. You know, so one of the things that throws me off a little bit is there may be something associated with these devices and their propulsion that is dangerous to us, literally, when they're operating, which may explain why even close approaches are dangerous at a certain distance. It might explain a lot of things. I don't know. That's just one of the piece parts that nobody's really investigated. Ruppelt actually even wanted to do that. And you will find a whole series of materials in his reports that he really wanted to pursue the radiation angle and did not get to because of what happened to Blue Book. We'll tell you also that a whole team of physicists at Los Alamos did the same thing and came up with the same results. When after the green fireballs, when no one would listen to them, they set up their own observations with radiation monitors and detectors and recorded the same thing. But there was nobody to listen to them either. So I think I got way off track on your question. I'm sorry. Should I go back to something?
I was just wondering what you thought of the more recent whistleblower statements and whether or not you found them to be valid, or you're aware of any evidence to support that.
I will say that the law firm that handled the IG, I mean, that was the real whistleblower action from Grush, right? The law firm backed out of it and basically said, look, we're not substantiating any of this. All we're doing is representing our client in making a report to the IG. We can't vet any of the claims. We're simply sustaining his legal right to make a claim to the IG. As far as I'm concerned, we've seen nothing from the IG back. So I really don't know. The IG would certainly have the power to investigate it. As far as the claims, I absolutely, honestly believe that there would be harassment, because we've seen it over and over again. When you come in with some of these kind of stories to your chain of command, the chain of command wants to discourage you. This is not something they've ever wanted to deal with. So I certainly can see elements of that as being not unusual and having happened before. As far as somebody being threatened with murder or physical harm, that seems out of line to me, just because there are so many other areas that you can discourage the reporting without doing that. So I have mixed emotions. Unless we see something back from the IG itself on that complaint, it's an open issue to me. And if I sound kind of like a conservative person, yeah, I am. Maybe because I've seen so many of this over and over again, too many years, but whatever.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, we got a question.
I do, in my own defense, I have behind me on this wall a collection of all the books written by the contactees during the 40s and 50s. You know, I've been through all that. I've got books on all of the UFO cult groups. I mean, it's not like I've not been there. So, you know, in my defense.
Yeah, Larry, this is Larry. How are you?
Hi, Larry.
Live long and prosper, okay? As kind of a preface to my question, it'll kind of give you an idea where my head is at. I grew up with my first UFO experience, not personally, but back about 1967. My uncle was in the Air Force, went to the CIA, worked on the Skunks project for SR-71 with the Kelly Johnson team. So there's a lot of stories came out of him. He's the one that sparked my interest in aviation, which I ended up spending 23 years as a military pilot. Strangely enough, I have no experiences throughout that entire career, although the one and main experience I had takes me back to 1972. I was growing up in a little town called Eagle Lake, Minnesota. And I hopefully if we have enough time, I can show it here. I emailed you the Google or the website to it. Maybe we have time. My question is, you kind of hit in and around this, is why is Congress or why is the government unwilling to just open the books and say, here it is? I mean, is it no, we know this and you don't? I don't get it. We've been playing this game for 75 years. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are probably three different reasons. Certainly up until 1970, until the Air Force got back out of it, I think there were two legitimate things. The first legitimate thing is, and you and I both know, ex-military. I mean, everybody has a day job, right? And everybody has a mission. And if it's not part of the mission, it's just taking your time away from it. During this whole period of the Cold War, the Air Force and the rest of the military had one overriding mission, and that was nuclear defense against the Soviet Union. I mean, so if you could not tie something explicitly to Soviet reconnaissance, Soviet craft, if you will, whatever, this doesn't fall in my mission statement. You're just taking my time, making me look at this. Let the academics look at it. I think they were being honest. That says if this is a phenomena, even if it's extraterrestrials, whatever, unless they're a threat, they're not my business. Let the academics take a look at it. The academics overwhelmingly refused to take a look at it. I can remember they had Hynek conduct a covert survey by going to astronomy meetings, professional astronomy meetings, interviewed like 100 different astronomers. The majority of them said they were interested in the subject. A few of them had said things themselves, but they would absolutely kill their academic career if they admitted it, and they would never say so in public. And he reported that back to Blue Book, as a matter of fact, or might have been Grudge at that time. He did it fairly early on. So there's always been this, if they're not hostile, they're not part of my mission. And if they're not scientifically, they're not predictable and repetitive, and I can't really study them on an organized structure, they're not academic either. So they're nobody's job, military or whatever. The interesting thing, though, is all of those records, if you will, all of those records from the Blue Book era, all the Blue Book files have been released to us. So they weren't protected forever. Nobody was scared that we would ever see them. And there are some truly sensational incidents in there, not only from the interceptor encounters, but from the ICBM bases, even back to the early 60s, the SAC flights. truly fascinating. So they didn't protect that. They didn't destroy it. They didn't throw away. It's now public. Then we run into the fact that between 1970 and 2000 something, nobody was collecting it at all. It just was not there. If it was there, it was in an ops report, or it was in, a deck log off a carrier or something like that. And that stuff gets shredded after certain, documents control practices. So it went away. Now, I guess the kicker is, now why aren't they giving it to us? And the answer is always sources and methods. And you and I both know, anybody that's been with the military, they don't want to tell you what collections capability they have, what sensor systems they have, where they're looking, how good they are, whatever. We're just right now in 2023, we're seeing all of the detailed engineering records off the spy satellites from the 60s and early 70s. And it's fascinating stuff. But we don't get to see that until 50 years later because they were protecting capabilities. So that appears to be what they're protecting right now. I mean, that's efficient. AARO will not let us see, and SCU has requested them. We want the technical details on their unidentified reports. They will not give them to us because if they gave us what we needed to study them, they would reveal their capabilities. That's kind of like three answers to your question. I think they know and have always known intuitively that UFOs are real, that they're there, that they're intelligent, they're beyond our capabilities. That's not what they know that. They just can't say that publicly because then they would really be forced to deal with them, and they can't deal with them. But as early as back in 1952, one of Ruppel's people did what was called a motion study of UFO formation flight from an engineering pattern study that says, look, these have to be intelligent. They're maneuvering with each other at this distance and this formation. I've studied their angles. This is not birds. This has to be intelligent. And he made that argument, and it just didn't go anywhere because that's so are they threatening and intelligent? No, apparently not. None of the formations have done it. Did they fly over an air base at 500 feet? Yeah. Okay. Did they drop anything? No. Again, I'm not trying to be dismissive, but to some extent, this is as much as a socio-psychological cultural problem as it is a UFO problem. Larry, did I get off topic again? I'm sorry. Was I close enough?
Yeah, that's good.
How do you do? So what is your take on the MIB phenomenon sometimes preceding a significant UFO sighting? Men in Black?
Yeah, familiar with the MIB. I think my take is twofold. We know one thing for certain. We now have seen several incidents in which we know the people that were reported as mysterious, sometimes in black, sometimes not, just mysterious and representing themselves as government agents or whatever, unidentified, were actually UFO researchers. So one of the things is that's contaminated that whole area because we know of actual real incidents where UFO researchers would go into an area where there'd been one or two. John Keel is an example with the Kentucky situation where there had just been a few Mothman things, and he went in and people started doing questioning, and then suddenly there's this huge burst of Mothman reportings. We also know that the military, in particular, the Air Force, has done that. If you've read Project Beta, the book, if you've read, there are a couple of books on how active Air Force intelligence, not intelligence, I should say, counterintelligence, has been at penetrating UFO reports, UFO report groups like AARO in the early days, and literally spreading disinformation to protect what was in Project Beta, as an example. an engineering manager in Albuquerque started reporting to AARO, seeing some things at Sandia Base that he thought were UFOs. Air intelligence, counterintelligence got involved. The whole upshot of the thing was they were very concerned that, and this goes all the way back to the Robertson panel, that Soviet intelligence would use UFO groups as a source of open collections on US technology development. Well, in this instance, we have a proven case where the Air Force started feeding him misinformation, really nasty misinformation. The guy ended up committing suicide. And this was done by actual intelligence operatives, plus some other people, UFO researchers, that were participating with him, feeding him information from the backside to confirm that these were aliens, when they were not at all. This was a series of tests going on at the base, air base near Albuquerque. So again, I followed that from the very beginning. There are a couple of very good books on the first UFO researcher that brought this up in the beginning. I could refer them to you if you're interested in, and really originated the concept of the men in black, and that show about how that came about. That the honest answer is, I see a lot of things going on, but none of it that I could actually attribute to quote unquote aliens. That may just be because I'm suspicious of everybody.
Yeah, hi. I'm just kind of curious if you could just kind of speak on what kind of work that SCU does. I know I just read through your report that you guys released last month, and I'm kind of curious, moving forward in the next couple of years, what you guys do in terms of researching or even looking at different data here and there. If you could just speak to that.
Yeah. The primary mission for SCU is really literally scientific investigation. And as such, I and my team are kind of outriders because we're not doing pure science. We're doing intelligence. And we're applying practices out of strategic intelligence where you can't do real science. The events are unpredictable. They're not repeatable. You have to have a very long-term chronological database. It's not real science. And SCU has been pretty good in letting us go along with that because it is rigorous and it is methodological. And no matter how many times our science advisor chides me, it's kind of like, okay, as long as you're transparent, show your methodology, you can proceed. But what SCU is really about is doing scientific studies with technical data, radar data, video data, imaging data. They want to get in a position of actually doing data collections, but up to this point in time, it's published about 4 or 5 different reports using radar data and imaging data, the case in Texas, the Aquadia case in Puerto Rico, that are all studies of anomalous aerial objects that would confirm those insane accelerations and maneuvers and speeds that show it's anomalous and unconventional. So that's what a SCU would like to do a lot of, but it's also doing, we've all published one chemistry and actually 3 different chemical and materials analysis studies. Robert Powell, my friend, has published material studies again that show that's his career field is metallurgy, and that have analyzed physical samples as far as chemical constituents and whether they are, normal or not normal and atypical, and so how much so. We've had another report on a chemical study from the circle in Kansas, if anybody's familiar with that, where the ground was actually calcified and changed under the UFO, and he goes into the chemical structure analysis. So SCU is really about doing scientific research. At this point in time, other than our intelligence work, it's been primarily physical analysis studies, and that's what it would like to do. We'd like to come up with, it's not that we don't want to do social science studies. Out of 280 some members, about a third of those are social scientists, but it's just so hard to get your hands around social studies type data that so far we don't actually have a working project in that yet. We'd like to, and maybe in the future, but mostly what we do is we take in the last year or so, we've had several proposals. One of the more recent one was on studying Skylink satellite reportings to determine when a UAP could be matched to Skylink and when not, because that's been a real issue for pilots in particular to see something strange. And actually it's a Skylink either launch or insertion into orbit or partial insertion into orbit or decay, whatever. We have a paper working on that. The answer to your question is we like to take topics that can really be studied through chemistry, physics, in a more pure science manner, and offer proof. We actually issued a press release saying we objected to both the NASA study committee and the AARO study committee when they said they didn't have any valid scientific examples. And we literally issued a press release and said, yes, we do. Come look at them. Strangely enough, no one has been knocking on the door.
And of course, that doesn't surprise any of us.
No, I can't say that we were shocked or appalled, but it's sort of like we figured we needed to do that. But that is published, and all of these are peer reviewed. The recent intention study that we're working on now is 8 months with 3 peer reviewers and now 3 SCU reviewers in progress. Just that it took 2 years to do the study, and now we're 8 months into peer review.
Well, thank you, Larry. We really appreciate it. Does anybody have any other questions? Because we're kind of getting close on time.
It looks like Lou does.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I remember Roswell like it happened yesterday because I was a kid home on the farm. But what about all the stuff Bob Lazar talks about?
I have to say I've devoted a fair amount of time to Lazar and to people that knew him, that have done studies on him. This is just a personal opinion. This is just me speaking. I honestly can't give any credit to it. There are people that have told they're part of disclosure that has talked about studies that I can relate to and would give some credit to and still am open-minded about. But I'm afraid in regard to Lazar, I'm just not. So. Sorry. And I remember Roswell, I was born in 1947. We won't make anything out of that other than maybe I arrived then. I don't know.
A question was asked whether you could watch the recording of this meeting, and that'll be on northlandmufon.com as soon as I get done editing it. So other than that, Larry, thank you very much for presenting for us today. We really appreciate it. Hopefully we can have you back next week or at sometime this year. You know what I mean?
I'd be happy to do it. And if anybody wants to drop me a question, I'll give you my email. It's Larry Joe, all one word, LARRYJOE at WestOK, WESTOK, which is West Oklahoma.net. So if anybody wants to drop me an email, I'd be happy to respond that way too. And you all have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, last but not least, we got Rich Hoffman. Rich Hoffman is on the executive board of SCU, or the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. Rich's presentation today is going to be really good. He's going to talk to us about, after 6 decades of investigating UFOs, what has changed.
So Rich Hoffman has a BA in Organizational Communications from Wright State University. He's an information technology consultant and strategist. He's currently working as an enterprise architect at Redstone Arsenal and the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville. I think you're still doing that, Rich. I'm not sure if you've retired yet from that. He's got over 50 years, probably over 60 years now, experience in the research and investigation of UAP phenomena. Rich is also a MUFON member and an executive board member with SCU, the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. If you'd like more information on SCU, it's a great organization. Just head to their website, explorescu.org. And I'll turn it over to you, Rich, I'm not quite sure what I have to do here. So Jared, can you help me out with that? I think I have to stop screen sharing and send it to Rich.
I call this thing investigating UFOs for 6 decades. What has changed? I've been doing this now. I got started in 1964. If you go to the next slide, my start into the UFO world, if you would. I got started from an 8th grade science class, believe it or not. I was told to do a 10-minute presentation on a topic that was on a list that was passed around. I was late to class. Nobody put their name next to the word UFOs, and so I was the stucky for it, So I got my name now next to that, and I had no idea what it was. I went up after class and I asked my science teacher. I said, "Well, what's a UFO?" He said, "Unidentified flying object." I said, "What's that?" I'd never heard of it. Young kid. Anyway, 13 years old. What do you expect? Little did I know that he was very knowledgeable about it, because I lived in Dayton, Ohio, and that's where this thing was, and of course, Wright Pat was just up the street with all the different projects from, Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project Blue Book, and obviously my teacher was a little bit older and understood what the heck all that was, right? So, I mean, he put it on the list, and so, I literally bombed it. I didn't really do any kind of studying. I think I might have looked at an encyclopedia and got a little bit, but I was probably reading a book, My Trip to Venus, or My Saturnian Lover, or something of that nature, because I bombed it. And then he hit me up with all of the wonderful questions, like, well, what about jet pursuits? What about this? What about that? I'm going like, well, what book did you read? So I got my D on the report that day, and I went home that evening, and I was like watching the news, and Walter Cronkite came on talking about the Socorro, New Mexico case with the patrolman Lonnie Zamora, who had seen this egg-shaped object out in an area with an insignia on it, and a couple beings that were apparently walking around the craft. And then the thing takes and shoots up in the air, and then there's like what looks like maybe a flame or something underneath it. The object then stops and then shoots off over him, and then goes into the town and is seen by other people along the road. Anyway, the point is that I heard that, and I'm thinking like, wow, that I was now kind of curious and interested, to the point where a couple days later, my aunt was going into a bookstore, and I went in and I said, "Well, do you have any books on unidentified flying objects?" And the next thing is, I got the book called The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects by former head of Project Blue Book, which was Ruppelt. And I started reading that. And if you read the very first sentence of the book, you'll find out that they were shooting at him. So I figured that this must have been the book that my professor actually, or my teacher had actually read, or something of that nature. So if you go to the next slide, that's kind of my foray into the whole thing. I began getting as many newspaper clippings as I could on the topic. The next thing I know, I was at age 15, I was already going around doing presentations on the topic to adult groups, like clubs and various churches and stuff like that. And then Phil Donahue heard that I was in town, and he was as well. His show originated there, and then went up to Chicago, where he really became famous. And I went on the Phil Donahue show, and the next thing you know, I became the UFO guy in Dayton, Ohio. And then eventually in 1969, by the way, I heard about this group called the Midwest UFO Network. I joined it, and that later became MUFON. So I've been with MUFON since it's just after its inception anyway, and so I got to understand what that was all about. Anyway, just a note about some of the times, just to help bring up some recollections for maybe some of you who were around at that time, or if you weren't, you'll be aware of it just from what I'm saying. But we didn't have things like cell phones, computers, and even cassette players, and so rotary phones were still used. Cameras were boxy kind of cameras with negatives. I mean, it was even before the Polaroid stuff started to come out. really. It was right around that time that Polaroid was starting to develop. We had, World War II vintage Geiger counters. That's what I used when I was out, because the next thing I was investigating cases like left and right, because there was what they call a flap in 1965 that I was caught off guard with. And a flap is just a high concentration of sightings in a given area. And so I was running around trying to do this on my own, and occasionally would bump into, a Blue Book investigator. Got connected to the people at the base at Project Blue Book. I was even given a phone number that I could call up to go to radar approach control. And I could let them know I've got an object down here, and they would be able to just point out what it might be or something like that in the area. Obviously, they didn't give me classified flights, but they, definitely did say that, hey, we do have something down there that we're picking up, which was nice. Also about this, we still, use paper and pens. If I had cases I was going on, I'd have people draw it with paper, give them a piece of paper, give them some crayons or something like that, colored pencils. And that's how you had to, give me some information. The libraries are basically where I got information. I had to go to a library and check out things because, like you're looking at star charts or various other kinds of things, it just, you didn't have that like phone like you have now. And so it was a bit odd. And then, you had to mail using the post office. So it wasn't such a thing as email, but you had to mail to people via the post office. And that's how you exchanged your information with anybody that was a witness or something. So well, that's a little bit about the time that I got started, about this is a kind of like, the Beatles were popular. Okay, well, anyway, that's the nature of the time. So I wanted to give you that. Next slide, please. Okay, in the objects that were being seen in 1960s to the 70s anywhere, were mostly sightings of like, you had daylight discs were being seen, disc-shaped objects followed by spheres. You had cylinders that were also being reported. People called them like cigar-shaped objects or cigar objects at the time, and even before that, in the 50s and stuff like that, they were called cigars. But you also have nocturnal lights, so lights in the sky that would be reported. You have a variation in the shapes and sizes being recorded. You'd have everything from a disc-shaped object, they were called, some people call them flying saucers. Some people would use different terminology to talk about them. But, you had everything from very small objects to very, very large objects that were being seen. So it seemed like that there was no consistency, like they were all a certain size or anything like that. You had vehicle effects, electromagnetic effects that were being reported, where cars would stop and then they would start back up again that were happening, and so we seemingly, for that time period, the nature of how the car engines would work, it seemed like you had some sort of like effect from that. Occasionally, you'd also have things like, radios, people's radios in their houses or their TVs would act up, or you might have, other kinds of electromagnetic effects being reported. But, again, it wasn't like, somebody's cell phone was going off, because that was not even a part of the equation, or their computer was acting up. You had ground effects and trace cases that were periodically reported, where people were seeing things like damaged limbs, trees, burnt soil, burnt grass, burnt everything you can think of that were going on. And so that was pretty much common throughout that time period. You had physiological effects, some people talking about burns or paralysis, or their skin heating up, or headaches, or various other kinds of things associated with sightings. Sometimes it was proximity to the craft. Other times it might not even be a proximity to the craft that were being seen. You had, a lot of variation. Some people saw beings that, they would describe as being very human. Then you had some that were being reported as being very hairy. If you look at the Kelly Hopkinsville case, even back in that time period, you're having like, where they were shooting at these things. They were like small, diminutive, like robots, if you would. They had a metal sound when the bullets would hit them, and then they'd kind of like roll backward, if you would, or something like that, and then come back at them. All kinds of variations of beings, just as much also in the variation of the craft. So there's not like a common thing. Even when we talk about flying saucers or flying discs, even those had variations with them. But there would be certain things that you would hear about and understand. Well, the discs, and I'll talk about them a little bit later, but there are also abduction cases that came along in the 61 time frame, and even before that. But 61, you had all the Betty and the Barty Hill case or stuff like that. Eventually was brought up, and then the next thing you know is you were starting hearing more and more about abduction cases that were people claiming that they were actually being taken aboard the craft. You had in the 70s, you had in 73, you had a huge flap period that was going on, and that's when Calvin Parker and Charlie Hickson down in Pascagoula, Mississippi, had their encounter and were taken aboard the craft. So you had a lot of that type of thing going on, and cases that you'd have to deal with that actually got into that. Let's go to the next slide, please. Hang on a second. I'm trying to get my slide to change. Okay. Object characteristics, primarily, again, you had everything from hovering discs. Typically it was the disc-shaped objects that were the ones that were doing what we call a falling leaf pattern, where they kind of like a leaf going down in the fall, it rocks back and forth as it's stationary. That was, at that time period, the disc-shaped object was especially being seen like that. Today we have the triangles, and they don't have that same effect. And so that's an interesting thing that we can talk about. You also had things like instantaneous acceleration from the standpoint. So you would actually see the object shooting off. The problem is that we didn't have the radar capabilities that we have now to be able to track something that's going at hypersonic speeds or something of that nature. But, and so you were trying to interpret that from radar. Sometimes they're picked up on radar, sometimes they're not. But again, objects that were described as like departing at very, very quick speeds. You didn't have any kind of repulsion effects quite often where they were coming back and you felt something hitting you. If you were standing there and watching it on the ground, the object would take off very silently most often, and then it would just be gone, So sound was not a common thing described with them. They seemed to be always talked about. No sonic booms were heard or anything of that nature. There was no observable propulsion that was being seen. It's not like you could see necessarily all times an effect in the atmosphere that indicated that the propulsion was coming from, let's say, a certain hole aboard the disc-shaped craft or anything like that. You didn't see any kind of propulsion system when you looked at it. And these are all the same thing that you're going to hear today from the 5 characteristics, for example, that Lou Elizondo spoke about, which are the, instantaneous acceleration, no observable propulsion systems, and the vertical lift issue, and then the what disappearing or cloaking like kind of thing not being able to be picked up. The object would make 90-degree turns back then. It could make 120-degree turns. It didn't matter. It could just be going one direction. The next thing it's taking off in another direction. It could also do a complete reversal and come back the opposite way. So you had that kind of a thing being reported. Again, electromagnetic effects, depending upon proximity. There seemed to be sometime lights around the craft, and then other times no lights around the craft, or it was like the craft or whatever like that was completely glowing. So people would report it as being just a light in the sky. And quite often when you did manage to get any kind of photographs that were taken, it was often the fact that they were quite blurred. And so we question whether or not there is a field around the objects that is causing that blur or distortion, and not always just the camera. But you do have a problem with motion blur that you'll find in a lot of photographs and various other kinds of things like that. So, I mean, it's hard to tell, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But we are starting to pick up the fact that there are these fields around the craft, and sometimes the interaction of that field with our actual atmosphere is creating what they call an ionization level, where the electrons are now exchanging or going back and forth between the field and the atmosphere. And then that causes it to light up. And so consequently, it can go through those kind of changes. Next, if you go to the next slide, other noted characteristics are they appearing to be both solid 1 minute and then non-solid the next. You can have structured or non-structured craft. And then you have to question whether or not you were dealing with something that was actually physically there, or was it more like it was just an illusion, or something of that nature, because we really didn't understand where the craft were coming from, how they were being, what they were doing, whether they were distorting space and time in some way, or whether they were doing some other kinds of things. So it was very, very difficult. And then you have the problem with the fact there are natural phenomena that also can look or be non-solid. And I'll give you an example of that with the Earth light phenomena. Earth lights have a tendency to be balls of gases that can glow and can move against the wind. It can get up to 22,000 feet altitudes and even higher. And it's nothing more than just a bunch of gas that's in like a bubble. And that I've investigated those are kind of like strange. They're also all over the planet, where these things repeatedly are being seen, and they're confused with being, structured craft or UFOs by a lot of witnesses. You also have leaving effects on soil, plant life. I told you about, you get those physical effects. You can have microwave radiation, magnetic effects that will show up, like on automobiles, for example, where the car is now magnetized, if you would. You can have burned vegetation. A lot more kinds of effects are noted. If you look at any of the work by Ted Phillips, who was part of MUFON as well, he had collected something, this is decades ago, but he had collected over 4,000 physical effects cases that he had looked at and recorded what was going on there. So quite a bit of that type of thing that's also going on. You have objects that can materialize and dematerialize out of nowhere. We've talked about whether or not that is some sort of we think of the show called Star Trek or something like that, where the Romulans are able to decloak and cloak. We don't know if that's the kind of thing, whether they're materializing or that's some sort of an effect of them moving in between, space and time, if you would. We just don't know. There's variation. Sometimes they have landing gear, sometimes they don't. Why is it 1 minute that they've got landing gear, like the Socorro, New Mexico case, and then other times where they don't seemingly have that kind of gear and they just hover above the ground. So again, those kind of variations happen. And then there's the question about weight variations that's come up, where, for example, in France, you have a situation where an object had something that basically came down on a railroad track, and it actually dented the railroad track, which is a huge weight being applied to that. You also I've investigated cases where you've seen depressions in soil from something of a weight that's in the center of it, that's compressed to soil. And other times you don't have that. If you and we'll talk about this in the Nimitz case, you have an object that basically it must have been reduced to having no mass to be able to move at 44,000 miles an hour. Anyway, you have the question of whether they're piloted or not piloted. Of course, if no being steps out of it, you don't know. You assume that it might have some pilot in, but you might be wrong. And then you have objects that are also being seen the size of a grapefruit that maybe is glowing, that can move around and do things just as quickly as the larger craft. And you have to question whether or not there's like somebody that can fit on the inside of a grapefruit. So but one thing you also can tell is sometimes they appear, besides of their crazy random behavior of where they show up and when they show up and what they do, which you try to figure out, like, well, what is it doing, and then we try to use our own human understanding on it, and we want to go and put our own little bias on that and say, well, it's doing this because this is what humans do. Well, it's not necessarily the case that what an alien race, or if that's what it is doing either. But they appear to be intelligently controlled back even in the early days. They seem to skitter off very quickly after they've been detected. It's almost like they were doing some sort of a mission and they didn't want to be seen. And so if you look over the period of time that I was doing cases and investigating with MUFON, bottom line is that you couldn't figure out why they were doing what they were doing, why they were showing up at these locations, what was the purpose. And I think now we understand a little bit more of that. In fact, many of you probably heard Larry Hancock's presentation, where we're looking at intent now on nuclear bases, and we're saying that there was an intent to go and visit these things. I can talk more about the intelligent control later on. Patterns, the next slide. They seem to be seen quite often over, under, around water. I noted that early on, even in the Dayton, Ohio area, where I was starting to see that it seemed like that they were around water quite a bit. In fact, I had cases that were popped up where they were hanging over ponds and doing something like sucking water into them. I'm going like, okay, there seems to be water going on. That's important. And of course, today we hear about all the naval ships that are reporting them in their exercise areas over or around water, right, over the ocean. And we're starting to see more and more that the objects are actually transmedium, and that they can come out of water, go into space, and they hit all three of the mediums we've got with equal ease. We obviously note then, I've already talked about it, but nuclear materials, production sites, storage, and detonation events, they seem to have an interest in that nuclear aspect. And I don't, you could argue the fact that when we started having detonations in the ocean, that quite conceivably we were probably upsetting where they were actually had a base and are quite concerned about what the idiots upstairs are doing, and started showing up with greater frequency. And then trying to send them to follow and go where all these nuclear storage areas and production sites and everything else are. And then trying to figure out, well, let's send them a message. Let's detonate, let's turn off 20 of their missiles. Do you get it now? Okay, quit playing with nukes. So anyway, you could look at it like that, but bottom line is we know that they seem to have this connection to nuclear materials. And we're also, that was noted in various early Air Force projects, by the way, that they seem to be around these sites. And that was a concern. The time of day, I heard Dr. Jalen Hynek present to the Engineers Club in Dayton, Ohio. And during his presentation, he was giving all these different statistics. He talked about the time of day, when's the most frequency. Obviously, it's easier for you to see a light on a dark background than it is for you to see a dark object on a light background. So consequently, more reports come in for nighttime sightings because your eyes are directed to the light and you see that. But how many times do you see the aircraft going overhead during the course of the day? Not very often. And so unless it's relatively close or you get something that drags you out in the day, you rarely see them. But it also had, like, there was a frequency from 9 until 1 a.m. at night. And then also, interestingly enough, from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. Sorry, I think I blinked out there for a second. Can you hear me again?
Yes.
All right. So, time of day from 9 to 1, 5 to 7 a.m. And then certain months, it seemed like the period of July was like when we're all outside, or June or July, we started to see increased frequencies in the northern hemisphere. And interestingly enough, in the southern hemisphere, when they're having their winter, that's when they had their largest number of sightings. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Next slide, please. Then you have I mentioned flaps. During peak years, there seemed to be like these cases where you'd have a large volume of UFOs. In 1965, I told you I got hooked into that one. In 1957, you also had a large peak. You also, in 1973, had a large peak. And then it goes on from there. And then over a period of time, you had a lot of other areas where you'll see those concentrations. I literally had 100 reports easily in Dayton, Ohio, a week that I had to investigate. And it was very, very tough. I was trying to be able to get as many people read into the whole thing and how to do it. And, I was quickly training up, investigators to be able to go out and to help me get that. And so, we were able to get through it all. But 73, if you ever read Leonard Stringfield's book called Situation Red, the UFO Siege, it's all about the 1973 cases. And you can also see me in the cases that I covered in his book. Next, if you would. Okay, so possible origins. So when most often I'm asked like, well, where are these things from? Yeah, it's not like I know, it's, have I had a chance to talk to any one of them? I haven't had that, I'd like to be able to have that experience and say, hey, where are you all from? You come and visit me sometime or take me up there where you're from. But that doesn't happen. So now we're left looking for example, is there a license plate on the back of the craft that I could look at and it would say like, it's from North Dakota, or something like that. No, it's nothing like that. So we sit there speculating because, until you have one of them land, you can actually talk to one. You're left with abduction cases or something of that nature to go on. And I've got books over here with, beings reported from every part of the universe, and so, you've heard that Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 with Betty and Barney Hill, and you've heard other cases where, oh, it's the star Sirius or something of that nature. So, you also have things that are competing hypotheses like, they're time travelers. If you take a look at many of the beings that are reported, again, I mentioned that they look like us, look like humans. And, even the grays, if you would, that are being reported are bipedal. And if you think about all the beings on this planet, we are the only ones that are bipedal all the time, that stand upright, have our heads turned up the way it's turned, and have the two eyes, the mouth and the two ears and everything else. And so then you have to question whether or not these could potentially be beings from us, if you would, from a future, and that these objects are basically, materializing and dematerializing, might be objects from a future time, or they're somehow manipulating space and time to be able to do this. And so, if you talk to Dr. Michael Masters, his whole thesis and his works are on the fact that that's probably explains the explanation that's the best suited for them, or at least some of them anyway. You also have the extraterrestrial hypothesis, which is they're from another planet somewhere else, and maybe they've been here. Maybe they've been out roaming the universe over the billions of years, even ahead of us, and could have been from a planet where they've got like millions of years ahead from us. And they've been out scanning the universe for a very, very long time and happened upon some sort of beings like us and just stuck around and said, let's have a base and let's just monitor and report back what we're seeing from these beings, right? You also have the idea that there might be interdimensional. Of course, that's the difference between Hynek and Hynek tended toward the ET, and then Jacques Vallée tended toward the interdimensional hypothesis, saying that they're not really from here, that they're potentially like from another parallel universe or another plane of existence, and they move between these dimensions. And then you have to question with scientists. Well, they believe that there's multiple universes, if you would, and they can believe in the multiverse to some extent, and they believe that there might be that kind of thing going on where there could be potentially other dimensions, if you would. I think the latest count was like up to 10 or something of that nature, according to scientists. But anyway, the idea is that they can manipulate that type of dimensional change or shift, and that's what they're doing. And then I came up with one called "They've Always Been Here." Bottom line is that if you look throughout recorded history, all of our earlier writings, and if you look at all of our cultures on the planet, throughout time, we've had instances where people have reported them. And so the question is, have they always been here on this planet? And maybe they preceded us, or something of that nature. And then there's the question about, the abduction cases, and are they doing genetic hybridization or manipulation of the genes? And have they been doing that for a long time on this planet and helping us to evolve, if you would, or whatever? We don't know. I mean, who knows? I don't have any way of knowing. But again, it's a hypothesis, and we just like sit here and say, well, let's try to see if we can prove a hypothesis, and that's become very problematic. Or it could be completely something else, an unknown. We just don't understand at all. And then the other hypothesis is that it could be all of those, or all those things could be coming into play, meaning that we could have ET visiting us, we could have time travelers visiting us, and interdimensional kinds of objects that are being reported. And so, how do we know? We don't know. So sightings are a mixed bag of objects. They're all over the place. We just are, we just don't know. And the vast majority of the objects or sightings that people have are most often they're misidentified natural or conventional objects that are being seen. And anybody that's been out watching a drone moving across the sky can readily see how quickly it can appear to be moving in the sky and confuse the heck out of people. And then if you look at our advanced aircraft that we're developing, which are, it's phenomenal. We're starting to see these changes and stuff like that, where they're starting to take on appearances and flight characteristics that could readily confuse people. And so, I've been out, I was literally put into a patrol car in Dayton, Ohio, and I went out, they took me out to a case where there were 30 people standing out there looking at the sky and saying that they were seeing something. And they were seeing the planet Venus. And so I had to go break the news that they were all looking at the planet Venus. And anyway, bottom line was the rest of the time that I was doing what I was doing, I was getting reports going around the entire city of Dayton pointing out the same thing. So we've had objects that are seen by most all of us. If you talk to young people, they're all looking down at their cell phones instead of what's up in the sky. And we don't spend a lot of time looking up and understanding what's up there. In fact, I was doing with MUFON, I was trying to get people to understand you need to really investigate IFOs as opposed to UFOs, because you have to be able to sort through all that stuff and figure out when you investigate a case, what's the logical explanation for it. And you find out that many of them are misidentified. I mean, people are just not knowledgeable about what's up there. So anyway, I've already mentioned that objects and beings have large variations in shapes and sizes. Okay, let's the next slide. Again, doing investigations, I kind of got into the investigative world early on. I told you I joined, I was in NICAP and early on, and then I was in MUFON. Then I told you about the flap. But, here I started receiving, calls and tips about sightings in Dayton, and they were about, 10 calls a day sometimes. And I didn't know initially how to investigate. I had the initial Midwest UFO Network investigator's manual, if you would, which was only about maybe like 10 pages or something. Not quite enough to be able to help you out, but you tried to figure that out. And so, trying to do investigations was a challenge. But it also put you in touch with the witnesses, and you were talking firsthand to witnesses all the time. And so there are so many people that research this topic who have never done that and never gone out and talked directly with witnesses or investigated the sites where these things are. But they speak from their perspective of wisdom, if you would, that they get from other books and things like that. And it's a whole other experience to go out and to talk with witnesses right after they've had their sighting. And that's a problem too, because it's always right after their sighting, and the object's not there for you to see, right? So that's a problem for early investigations. It even was the same true for Blue Book. Blue Book officers and stuff like that were always after the effect, trying to get people to draw and describe what they were doing, and you're left with human problems with misperception, lack of memory. Some people didn't have their glasses on at the time that they were seeing him, and so the details weren't there. And some, you could have two witnesses watching the same event, and one witness sees something completely different than the other, or hears something different than the other. So you have that kind of a problem that all comes through when you do a case investigation. That comes through quite often. And so I was telling you even about cases where I had multiple witnesses, like, 20 people that are all watching the same thing. And I would have them, draw what you saw. Well, some are, artists, some are not. The majority weren't, so you got everything from crazy drawings, and then you had colors that didn't match up. And, you were trying to make the best you could out of the entire thing to make it, help you to make sense. But anyway, and then you tried your best to contact witnesses, and took over information over the phone when you could. You have to have them mail a form back and forth, and it was reliant on the mail many times to be able to get other information. And so you really didn't get the complete picture of what's going on quite well. And, even trying to record them, you had early days, you had reel to reel, and you didn't have even a cassette. And eventually we got into having cassettes to be able to do it. So you could start to really get the witnesses emotional, where some of them were quite disturbed by the event. And then, you'd like to be able to get that on tape and have it looked at, and you couldn't do that. Anyway, next slide, if you could. So when bottom line is I got, I was into MUFON and trying to be able to do what I could around the city of Dayton. I was a state section director for a long time. And then, I became also the director of investigations for what they call the Ohio UFO Investigators League. And we were trying to be able to have teams with equipment to run around this in Dayton, Ohio, and other parts of Ohio to do cases. Then our tools started to improve because we had better cameras. We had, cassette tape recorders as opposed to the reel-to-reel. We still used the Geiger counters we had. We had some electromagnetic equipment. We had obviously binoculars and various other kinds of things. And those are still pretty much in use at the time. And you'd still do those kind of cases. But, you could start to see that a little bit improved technology. And again, we don't run into computers until much later in like the 80s or something like that. But anyway, I contacted police departments. Basically, my telephone number was all the police departments around the city of Dayton, and they would be able to call me if there was any kind of reports that were coming in, and I got cooperation from a lot of those police departments. I already mentioned that I used radar approach control to also help me identify aircraft in the area. So I was reaching out little by little to as many people as I could to be able to help gather some sort of data, if you would, some other perspective. For example, you might have a police report at the same time, and that was seen by somebody else in the other part of Dayton, Ohio, and they saw the same object or something of that nature. And so you had that, and you had to look very broadly whenever you did a case investigation, not just with the witness in front of you, but with anybody else, like neighbors or anything around, and help and try to help get as much information as you could. Next slide. In the case investigation process, we contacted the witnesses, arrange a date and time, you go out in the location, you meet with them, you record their testimony, you complete all the wonderful forms that are out there, everything from trying to have them to draw it to also completing the standard MUFON form, which also was similar to the Air Force form. And you tried to get as much details as you could. Again, going back to there's problems with witnesses. For example, if I asked you what the angular size of a vehicle is a mile away from you, what would you say? And that's probably your only way of being able to determine that. And then also knowing the distance of what would it look like a mile away. If you've ever looked down a highway when you're driving it, you'll see that it's like a little pinpoint further down the highway, right? And you're trying to get those kind of like details. And then at nighttime, how do you determine the distance you will have it, an object, what's the size of it, how close was it? Because if it's very close, it might look big, and the speed might be reported as being extremely fast. But the fact is that it was really at a larger distance, and people can't make that determination very well. And so there's a lot of inaccuracies in terms of that, and are trying to interpret the data when we do get it. So it's problematic. And so you have to use other ways of being able to help them get understanding of size or the distance metrics in place. Anyway, you try to visit the exact spot. Many times I was jumping into fields and going over and walking through briar patches and various other things to be able to get over to where the sighting was, and you're trying to get that through. Or 1 minute I might be out in the middle of a field and there's a bull out there, I'm waiting for it to charge me or something. So, you collect any evidence you got. So you're all walking out with gear and, and all that stuff like Geiger counters and you name it. You're trying to go out in the field and to do that. So again, that it's challenged, and you complete your report. You have to come back and write the report up, submit the report, and any of the evidence that you've been able to collect, and then come up with, in MUFON, you came up with a determination of whether it was an IFO or an unknown or whatever it was, and you had a category you had to place it in, and typically had to do your case investigation within a relatively short time. I think it was like 90 days at the time. I don't know if that's still true or not, but you tried your best to be able to get the cases done as quickly as you could. And reports were sent into MUFON. Most of them were all paper. It's not like I had to send them through the mail. Yeah. And if you can imagine, and then you'd question, well, did it get to MUFON? I don't know. I mean, I sent it in, and then you go looking for it. Even now, you can't even see it and find it because none of those records are not digitized, right? So those cases that I did back in the 60s and 70s. I have no idea if they still have them or not, because there's no way for me to actually look at them, So then you had to question that. Next slide, if you would. Well, over the period of my time, the 6 decades, now you had some, various Air Force projects that were going on, Project Sides, Grudge, Twinkle, Moon Dust, Blue Book, all those different things that were going on. You had, in the 53 time period, you had the CIA, the Robertson panel. You could look at that and see how that was treated and find out that it was very poorly treated. You had the Blue Book Special Report, number 14, that was done in 55. You got to look at that and get to study. You hear about after the swamp gas sightings, you had Gerald Ford having a House Committee on Science and Astronautics meeting. So there were a lot of different things that were going on where you had some government openness, if you would, and panels that were allegedly meeting and projects that were ensuing. And then, what happened was, after like roughly 1969, when the Condon report came up and basically closed the entire government program, you started to see us going into what I conceivably call the dark ages, because then you had no top cover from scientists, if you would, that would be able to study this at all. They were, refuted and refrained from even publishing papers if they did anything on the topic of UFOs. And so consequently, scientists just shut up and went into their closets and didn't talk about it. And that's a problem, big time problem. Well, then, early in the early days, also as time went on, then you found out that, that there was a project in 2009 that was going on. And of course, MUFON was engaged with Bigelow at the time, which was looking into, and there was money that was provided to be able to study this, that worked its way through. Harry Reid and a number of others got engaged with, and so OSAP, and there was like NIDS, but even before that, there was OSAP that came in 2007 to 2009 roughly. MUFON was engaged with Bigelow. That was part of that whole thing. A lot of it was looking into things like the Skinwalker Ranch area and so on and so forth. I'm hearing some sound. Anyway, somebody's got their mic open. Anyway, then you heard it go through and became ATIP. I talked with Lou Elizondo. That's when he came on, and they kind of like moved it into the strictly UFOs as opposed to the Skinwalker Ranch kind of thing. Then obviously we've heard that it went into the UAP task force, and then it became this thing called IMSOG, or what, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Yeah, but it was the Airborne Object Identification Management Synchronization Group, which is, let me tell you, I work in the military. They love acronyms. If I told you where I worked at the base, I'd have to use a whole bunch of acronyms, and you wouldn't, and even telling what I was going to be doing, you'd be like, what? You do what? Anyway, a lot of different projects, and then now we're getting into the ones where we're starting to have hearings and stuff like that are being held here, which is very, very exciting, because those are coming forth with a lot of information, and very, much like, even like, with David Grush, who I got to meet in 2022 at the conference we had. Next slide. Okay, so then you had the changing attitudes. I was hopeful, like a lot of others, that the Condon report was going to actually do something to help open up, that whole UFO thing, and show that it was legit. And it was very clear that the gentleman you see on the screen, the Condon, Edward U. Condon, who was the lead for it, was trying to get it closed down, didn't even read his own report, and basically helped shut down the entire thing. Which was, sad for me, because ultimately, again, I was hopeful that they would come up with some sort of conclusion. And if you read the report, you'd actually see that they didn't explain 30% of their cases, and so they were unknowns. And so, I mean, how can you come up with 30% of your cases not being, or being unknowns, and then making a statement saying, well, they're not here to threaten our national security. It's, there's no need for us to engage in it, and let's just get it closed down. And of course, then you had the Academy of Sciences that basically blessed this crazy report that was put in place and basically helped shut it down. So let's go to the next slide. So, again, I mentioned that the National Academy of Sciences blessed the Condon report, and that put the final nail in the coffin. And then any time that any scientists after that wanted to do anything, they were shut off, because now UFOs were put in the bin with ghosts, paranormal, Bigfoot, and anything else that bumped in the night. It was all considered fringe science, and not even hardly science. It was just all fringe stuff. And, scientists were discouraged from doing the reports. I remember going to one site where it was trying to teach you how to do scientific research and stuff like that. It clearly stated up there, don't do anything on UFOs. Okay, so much for that. you remember that Jacques Vallée came out with a book called The Invisible College, where it was about scientists that were in the closet that were still trying to be able to continue on with the study, but didn't let anybody know about anything. And so many of those people were in existence, and I would bump into them all the time at the base. They would, UFOs became a laughing matter because if you looked at any of the tabloids that were out there, they were all jokes about, aliens and stuff like that. And you were discouraged big time. Hynek, of course, had left, after Project Blue Book closed, left his role. He started to create CUFOS, the Center for UFO Studies, and to do his best to be able to corral as many scientists that he could possibly get. Next slide. The tabloids were out there like helping to basically just say that this is all a bunch of crap and hooey, nobody needs to get involved. They're conveniently placed at the checkout counters in grocery stores, so you'll see those things as you're going through to buy your food, and to be nothing more than just helping to create it and make it into a joke, and so you'd see things like this at the checkout. And you come to find out later on that the lead for the publications was an ex-CIA person who was basically helping to do the misinformation and getting you to believe this. All right, so media began making it a joke. And if you listened on the evening news, it was always a joke to talk about UFO sightings in the area. You might recall the fact that, if any newscaster was talking about a sighting, they were followed up by a laugh, and it was just a joke. And, it was very difficult for you to be a MUFON investigator at the time because you're out trying to do the best to be able to study it and make it into something as serious as possible and credible. And your whole reputation was about that. And anyway, I'll tell you about the reputation. Then I kept getting involved more and more from a standpoint. I later then transitioned over to Washington, D.C., eventually worked for the Army Material Command. I was out working with them in the D.C. area. And, I couldn't even have a conversation about it with many of the people that I worked around. Occasionally somebody would hear about the fact that I was into UFOs or something like that, and they would maybe tell me a story, but nobody was talking about it. And so, and hardly anybody wanted to bring it up. Even my family were, like they saw it as being nothing more than a joke, and they would laugh. Oh, there's that Uncle Rich who's out doing this thing, like looking into this crazy stuff, this UFO stuff, and it's just all a bunch of hooey. All right, next slide. So I mentioned that I considered from 1969 until 2017 to be like the Dark Ages. We were struggling as an organization to be able to keep reports coming in, to be able to get investigators who were willing to be able to go and study them, and also to have try to get scientists to engage was doggone near impossible. You couldn't get conversations with many of those in academia. I mean, they just weren't talking, right? Nobody was wanting to do anything about it. You didn't see any papers hardly ever being written on the topic. You wanted to study it, and you just relied on whatever you could hear. If you might recall also that when the Project Blue Book closed, you also had the nuclear cases that were just starting to crop up more and more. Had during that period of time some very serious cases like Malmstrom and everything, that Dunn Loring and a whole bunch of others that were still having these encounters. And so you would think that there would be some, notion about them looking into it. And why wouldn't you consider an unknown object over a nuclear silo as being not national security interest? It's kind of like, that's insane. But yet, nobody in the government side wanted to take it up, raise their hand, say, yea, verily, let's do something with this. And it took a while before that eventually did happen. And that's when those programs like OSAP and stuff like that became, started. and they started to have at least some interest that were put in place by a small group of people. And there you go. We have now, we continue to get cases. We continue to look at them. Next slides. So, if you look at the next several decades that were going on, cases continue to progress, technologies increased and improved. We were able to get computers and various other kinds of things, and we started to have interactions. We didn't have to rely on the postal service for the mail. You could send an email to somebody. Cameras and video cameras, they continue to progress and improve. Now you are starting to get better videos and various other kinds of things that were able to help you with your investigations. The Geiger counters moved out of the dark ages into something where you could actually use much better ones. You had other tools that you could, basically, start to use in your investigations. And so that we were encouraged by that and allowed you to start to do things in a holistically different way. There was an increasing amount of mobile platforms that were being looked at with elaborate equipment on board. You had everything from now looking in different parts of the spectrum that was starting to come up where you could do a little bit of that. In the meantime, nuclear cases continued, and they still are, by the way. Next slide. Then you have the constant reports of crashes. I was living in Dayton, Ohio, and I was constantly hearing about the Roswell crash that happened, and the fact that the beings, or not the beings, but the craft were taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And if you look at the history of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, you have originally was called ATIC, the Air and Technical Intelligence Center, followed by it becoming the Foreign Technology Division, FTD, and then now it's called NASIC, which is National Air and Space Intelligence Center. And, I work here in Huntsville, and just over on Redstone Arsenal is the Missile and Space Intelligence Center, which basically gets all those things like Scuds and various other kinds of missiles and types of things sent to it to go re-engineer it. And that's also what they did with FTD and all those other things, that they would get things sent to them that applied to air or like that they would then, look at and re-engineer it, try to figure out what it was made of or anything like that. And that's what intelligence centers do. And then they pass off the intelligence to the defense industry and leaders to be able to help them understand. So what these technologies are, they pass it off to also your contractors to be able to help them figure out how they can build better countermeasure equipment to be able to go after that stuff like that. So it's all fed into these circles where it's now become, useful intelligence that we can now do something with. So you had, people like Stanton Friedman, Len Stringfield, Don Schmidt. Len Stringfield got into it, wrote 6 monographs on the topic of crashes, that he was getting a whole bunch of witnesses. You have the Don Schmidt and Tom Carey that were dealing with, obviously, the Roswell stuff. Stanton Friedman, of course, got into it as well with the Roswell kind of case. But you had all these reports of crashes throughout that have happened. And then you were like, well, okay, these are past events. Did they really happen? Did they not happen? I mean, why are we hearing about all this stuff? And I would hear, so, I mean, the whole nature about what David Grush is saying currently is, that's been no surprise to me. I've been hearing about it all my whole the time that I've been doing this. You had even the crash that happened over in Pennsylvania was, Kecksburg was actually reported to be picked up and hauled off to the military and taken off probably to one of those intelligence centers where they were going to check into it and figure out what it was, how it operated, and everything else. And so that's like going into a big black hole that you never hear about it, right? So the bottom line is that those crashes were being reported. You didn't know if any of them were true or some of them were not true. And of course, you're looking through history in many cases where you only have a few witnesses to go on. All right. But then you have the cases where you'd also find additional information that would support the fact that something like that did happen, right? So you hear about the fact that it's going to the government, the military, or somebody, and somebody's got this thing. So how can they possibly deny that the government say that there's nothing to this phenomena when they've got all these crashes and all these materials and allegedly bodies? So, it's just made no sense whatsoever, right? Let's go to the next slide. All right, so 2017 kind of changed everything at least for many. You had the report in the New York Times, the glowing auras, black money, Pentagon's mysterious UFO program that Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal and Helene Cooper put together that kind of opened the Pandora's box and said, wait a minute, there's something going on here with UFOs. And oh, by the way, it was secretly funded and it had $22 million applied to it. All right, well, that kind of opened up the door. Suddenly, there were 3 videos that were released. I talked with Lou. They used these things first off, they stripped all the intelligent data off of the videos, the 3 videos. And you can do that. You can strip off the sounds and various other kinds of things like GPS locations, and you can edit the videos, and they're small clips and you can put those out. But it's great when you call it something like, well, this is a lens flare, or when you go through the review committees, or this one here is a balloon, or this one's something else, because they don't think you're calling it a UFO, and so it might have a better chance of getting through there. And of course it did. So as he was departing, the government role, he was able to help put it into what they call the TTSA, to the Stars Academy, that he now was starting to work with, other Jim Semivan, Hal Puthoff, and a number of others to be able to now try to bring this out in the open. And you had Tom DeLonge helping to fund it with his Blink 192 or whatever it was, Blink 92 or 192. Anyway, bottom line was you had that kind of thing going on with TTSA coming out and trying to say that there was something to it. And now, next thing you know, is that these clips are out. Well, they're pretty compelling clips, and I can talk to you about what we did to investigate some of those. Next slide. So TTSA was formed. You also had, now the Dark Ages were kind of changing. Science was once again now being brought to the forefront a little bit, because you had these videos that were popping up. And by the way, you could have a hallway conversation in the military base about, did you see those videos? Those are pretty incredible. Those were military cases, and so suddenly you're starting to see that you could have a hallway conversation now that was going on, where you could start to talk about it. And then next thing you know is we formed the SCU and got it going, and putting actual scientific papers together on the thing. And some of our papers are rather lengthy. We looked at a case in Agua Día, Puerto Rico. That was about 167 pages long. And then we also looked at the Nimitz case, and that's about 277 pages long. And some of those things were being passed up on to people on the Hill, and they started to look at it, and they started to get interested. The Invisible College kind of started changing that I talked about. Next thing you know is you have a whole bunch of other kinds of scientists that were willing to join SCU because it was a scientific-based coalition group, and we were trying to be able to do scientific papers and put those things into scientific journals. And so you started to see them come out of the closet, so to speak. Next slide. You had Lou helped put together the 5 observables: positive lift, transmedium travel, sudden instantaneous acceleration, low observability or cloaking, hypersonic velocity without signatures. And as I pointed out to you early on, UFOs have been doing that throughout history. So it's nothing new, but he just put them into those categories. And a lot of people kept thinking that this was something new. I'm going no, they were doing that back in the 50s and 60s and 70s, We didn't understand them back then. And so there's a lot of, And there's even potentially more observables that you could get into. I could get into talking about that. But anyway, bottom line was that became a little way of understanding it. And the nice thing about it, using the terms that Lou came up with, was the fact that you could talk to those with scientists and use those terms, and then they would see it as more acceptable to have a conversation about now, because you weren't talking about, well, the fact that the flying saucer made a 90-degree turn or did this, and you don't even use the word flying saucer. You got away from using, even UFO. You went to UAP because now you could get it at least acceptable to talk to a politician about it, because you weren't calling it a UFO, which immediately, in many respects, became something of the fact that it's a joke, because UFOs were made into a joke, as I pointed out throughout the history, early history. Next slide. And then we started to see now that other countries were starting to gradually come on board and to start, they either came on board or they had projects and were doing something with the topic. And the fact that all along was that these things were global. They've been seen all over the planet. Why wouldn't another another country be interested? Do they also not have concerns about national security with objects that they can identify flying over their airspace or in their territorial waters? And because they can't identify them, they can't discriminate, but whether or not they are also an enemy or an adversary? Come on, that's ridiculous. So the bottom line is you have these politicians in these other countries who have been slow to accept it, but that's suddenly a little bit changing. And you're starting to see, because this is in the science world many times, that they now see it as a little bit more accepting, and they'll talk about it and they'll get engaged. And we're starting to see some of them now actually and setting up reporting centers. And of course, now we're getting connected, and we have many people and I'm having meetings all the time with people over in Europe. I was asked to represent the United States to presenting to NATO on the UAP subject. So they flew me over to Bologna, Italy, and me and Ryan Graves went over and tried to convince them that they need to look at, doing something more with the topic of UFOs or UAPs, and to look at flight safety, as well as the fact that these objects are seen in space, in water, and then also in the air, and that we've and a lot of those countries are small. They like Lithuania or something like that, where they don't really have an organization to be able to do it. And they haven't had many reports from their citizens and all this other wonderful stuff. But, again, the larger countries like the Five Eyes and various other things are now starting to take it very seriously. And a lot of it's a wait and see what the United States does with it. They always wait and say, well, we're not going to get engaged in it until we see what the United States does with it. So we're kind of like leading the charge in many respects on the whole subject and the investigations. But they're coming on, and the light bulbs are going off, and now there's more of an embracing that we need to do something with it that's going on. Next slide. So in 2013, just to give you a little bit of history, I was the Deputy Director of Investigations and also the STAR Team manager with MUFON. I was told at a conference that we had, the one in Covington in Cincinnati, we had that basically that symposium at that time, and I was asked to look at a video, and so I looked at a video that was an incredible video. Morgan Bell, who was the state director for Florida, had showed it to me, and it was out of Homeland Security, and so it was a Customs and Border Protection aircraft who had allegedly was taking off and saw this object, and at some point turned on a camera and got about a 3-minute and 54-second clip. And bottom line was that Morgan was telling me that it was handed to him by somebody that he knew, and it came from a pilot in Miami that was with Homeland Security. And anyway, apparently what had happened was that it was like April 25th, 2013, as the aircraft was, the Homeland Security mission was that they were going to go off and check for drug smugglers, and they take off from the Rafael Hernandez Airport. And as they're taking off, they get up in the air and they see that there was a light that was coming in. And, you know, bottom line, it was moving toward the airport. And they're now asking the control tower and saying, like, why didn't you alert us? And I thought you had us cleared for takeoff. And yet there's this object that's coming in toward the airport. And then the air traffic control tower said, oh, no, hold off, you know, on a FedEx plane, just sit on the runway while we figure out what the heck this is. And the bottom line is they now make a big circle thinking that, well, this is unusual, we'll check it out. And so they made a big circle around it. And they got back to where they almost made it for where they took off from the airport and that same space. And the light that was on it went out. And now they're really interested because they're trying to figure out, well, is this some drug smuggling mission that's right there where they are? And so they have thermal cameras. And so they have, the pilot told the operator of the thermal camera to turn it on and follow this object. So they went around a second time and did a loop around and kind of like followed the object for 3 minutes and 54 seconds. There was 7,027 frames that we analyzed when we took a look at it. And then we spent the next 2 years actually breaking down that entire video clip the best we could, looking at individual pixels that were on the image and trying to detect the size of the object and various other kinds of things, speed and various other types of things. Bottom line was we put our report together, and then we had to all sign non-disclosure agreements in order to be a part of this, because the pilot in Miami said that the pilot that actually saw it was in Agbadia, only wanted it treated scientifically, and they tried to go up through the chain to the Air Force intelligence. They said, well, we don't do that anymore. They tried to go up through Homeland Security. They said, well, we don't do anything with UFOs, and so there's nothing that they're going to do with it. So they were a little bit like, well, where do we go? And then somebody mentioned, well, I can give it to MUFON, and they can get some scientists that will look into it. And so there you go. So we signed the non-disclosure agreements. There were 5 of us. You know, we had a mathematician, we had semiconductor scientists, we had myself, who was working with the military, you had also a nuclear physicist, and then you had Morgan, who had got the video. Well, we took, like I said, almost 2 years to investigate the case and pull our report together. Needless to say, when we put the report out and we got approval that we had done our job and all this other stuff, MUFON headquarters was not happy with us because, you know, why are we doing this as a separate group, and why couldn't we talk to MUFON? And when we said we signed non-disclosure agreements, we weren't going to be able to talk about it, you know, and that's what you agreed to in order to be able to do it. So, you know, I ended up at one point being in Irvine, California for one of the symposiums, and Robert Powell and I were called into a private meeting with the board. We sat around the board and explained to them how it happened and what went on. And in the meantime, you had Dave McDonald, who was the international director at the time, not happy with the fact that we were looking at Puerto Rico as a group because, you know, that's his domain. I later pointed out the fact that to him in the 2016 symposium in Orlando, when I delivered a presentation on the case, the fact that it was reported to the Puerto Rico MUFON and nobody was ever assigned to it. And that was 2016. So it sat in the database from about 2013 for 3 years with nobody being assigned to the case. So that's not good, right? So, you know, I mean, in 2017, when we started to see that MUFON was starting to get into the discussion of conspiracies and things like that about beings on the planet on the moon, and Obama might have been a part of it, and they had those kind of presenters at the conference. We started to see all of the science. I was a part of the science review board. We were looking at cases scientifically every month. There are 5 of us that were doing that. That went to a science review board. They looked into it and would publish the best cases of the year. But what happened was the scientists were saying, I'm out of here. I don't want to be a part of the organization if they're going to get getting into conspiracies. So that's what happened, and eventually I relinquished my role as I was the deputy director of special projects, which was looking at doing technology. I was still the state director for Alabama and Mississippi, and I resigned from all those positions. And the 5 of us kind of said, well, I guess we'll have to put together some sort of a scientific organization. So we created, SCU to be able to go and to try to tackle and keep scientists engaged, because we worked so hard to be able to get them to be engaged that we didn't want to see them now just drop out of, because they said, well, I've had it with all that conspiracy stuff, So our purpose was to get science to come together, and so that's why SCU was formed. And we became, the promoters of getting that to happen, not looking to also do anything that would jeopardize MUFON, because we think that, and I'm still of this opinion, that the reports that you all put together and the fact that somebody investigates the case is what's definitely needed to help us filter out the IFOs from the real UFOs, so we can focus on the real UFOs to find out what the heck they are and how they work, right? And so, ultimately it's about getting an answer and not spending time needlessly on, everything from, camera lens flares and all that other stuff that often gets reported in MUFON or in other databases as well, right? And if any of you know that when you do a case like this where it has a lot of scientific evidence, you're going to spend more than just 3 months or 90 days on that case. It warrants that you spend a lot of time on that case. And something as significant as Homeland Security leaked video of thermal image of an object that now goes around the airport, and it then goes into the water, and it's seen underneath the water transiting, and then coming out of the water and splitting into 2. That's definitely something you want to spend time on, and you want to make sure that you really fully investigate it, and then put together a scientific report that hopefully then you can get other scientists to now accept and get on board as well. So that's what SCU is about. It's about getting scientists talking, collaborating, and sharing information across all disciplines, by the way. And that's what we want, and that's what's happening. Next slide, please. If you haven't seen the video, I encourage you to go up and take a look for Aguadilla, Puerto Rico video. Again, it was taken with a Dash 8 aircraft that was taken off. You had 4 people aboard that. It was witnessed, by them. They saw the lights. The control tower people saw the lights. It was 9 o'clock at night. By the way, it was complete dark. And when you look at the video, you'll say, "Wow, it looks like daytime." But that's also the fact that it was a thermal camera, and so you're seeing heat. And where the object is black, that's where they had the settings on black being hot and white is cooler. You can also reverse that and make white being hotter, but they had it black hot on the thermal. And so you're seeing thermal contrast. Anyway, it's a very compelling video. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you, again, it's on YouTube. You can take a look at it, and you'll see that on the screen, all that wonderful metadata you have. Everything from the date, the time in Zulu, by the way, also the bearing of the aircraft. You also have the zoom settings on this is a Westcam camera. It's got the aircraft's GPS location and its altitude, and we used every bit of that to be able to help us to be able to figure out what this object was about. So if you haven't read a report, It's available because we make all of our reports and things like that available to anybody at exploresu.org. So I encourage you to go up and read it if you haven't done it. Next slide. Again, as it rises from the water, it darkens, means it heats up even more, and it splits into two objects with their own distinct thermal images that are very unique. It's not a lens reflection or anything of that nature. It's two separate objects that, and by the way, the camera, the Westcam camera, is capable of seeing 1/100th of a degree difference. So when you're looking at heat, it can look at that level of detail. So now you're talking about, $1 million piece of equipment that is recording this that you don't often get. And it's like most of the witnesses around the country are using their cell phones, or something like that. This is a holistically different. So that's why it was so in need of being that you spent as much time as you could on it. Next slide. So then in 2015, Robert Powell also became aware in an article in Fighter Sweep about an encounter off the coast of Catalina Island involving an F-18 pilot, and that happened to be Commander Fravor. And also there was a commander, it was a Commander Perth, I believe is his name. He was from the Marine Corps, and it's a situation where they were having an exercise that they were going to go on, and then Kurth happens to see an object in the water. Basically just bubbling up of the water. He didn't see an object at the time, and they were going through this exercise, and they were going to test their equipment and do this exercise. And then you had Fravor, of course, in one F-18. Then you had Alex Dietrich, the female, she was the pilot in the other one, and Commander Slate, who was in the WISO position, the Weapons Systems Officer position. And he was a lieutenant commander for the fighter wing. So we heard about this incident, began our next investigation. We found out that there were some people in a Facebook group that existed for the Nimitz. I became a member of that and started to find out names of who was there and referred some of these names over to Robert Powell. Robert went and was able to then schedule interviews with, we actually spoke with about 18 people aboard the whole event. And so we interviewed Kevin Day, and he told us about, what he had seen, which were some incredible readings from the radar, meaning that he had been seeing over the period of a week in this exercise, objects that were dropping from like 80,000 feet to like seawater in just short times. And then on that one particular day, when they were about to do the exercise with Commander Fravor and all them, he had picked up an object that was out in the water about maybe 100 miles away or something like that. I can't remember now what it was, 40 miles away or something. From their position, and the bottom line is that he vectored the F-18s, the two F-18s, towards where the object was, and he described a thing called merge plot, where they must have been right near it because now the object as well as the aircraft became one. And so sure enough, there was an object and distortion in the water, and then you had Fravor jumping down to go after it and circling around, doing a merry dance with the object as it became swirling up. And then he tried to cut off the circle and to surprise it, but the object knew he was going to do that, stopped in the air, and then shot off and went to basically an unknown position, unknown that it shouldn't know about, but it was called the cap point, which was basically a combat air patrol spot that Fravor and them after the exercise were supposed to go to. And so it very quickly at hypersonic speeds shot off from where it was initially. It went to the cap point, and now they've lost it. And if you've ever heard the Fravor talking about it, he said it was gone, just instantaneously. Well, we put a report together, or we started investigating it. We spent, again, 2 years, 2 to 3 years, just looking into that case, and pulled that 270 some odd page paper together about what we looked at. We looked at 3 different things. There was a video that was taken. We were able to look at the video. We were able to analyze it, determine the speed of the object there. We were able to then also take the fact that you had Kevin Day reporting that the fact that the object dropped from 20,000 feet to stop above sea level in 0.78 of a single second. So before you can say the number 1, it had already dropped 20,000 feet and stopped. And then you say, well, let me see if I can, okay, we know the size of the object. It was roughly about maybe like 13 to 15 feet high. And then it was allegedly like, about 40 feet wide. They called it a Tic Tac because it looked like that Tic Tac like candy. There were no apparent, propulsion systems on it like we typically see. It was just a white object that was there. And, it was moving at these incredible speeds. So we took a look at the physics that would be involved if you have an object the same weight and it's about the same size as the F-18. If I took an F-18 and I dropped it from 20,000 feet to obviously stopping above the water in 7/8 of a second, what would the physics be of that? And first off, as you very well know, it would disintegrate because and this was going roughly about like, Mach 50. So, it was going at an, hypersonic is 5 and above. And this is going, at Mach 50. And when we took a look at that physics of that, the fact that you should have had a sonic boom, you should have had kinetic energy being released from the drop. You would expect inertia to have made whatever was on the inside a puddle. If we were in it, it would be a puddle on the bottom of the floor of the thing when it stopped. Then you have to think about like when we do things like shoot off at speeds, we increase our acceleration. And then we have to, in order to stop, we have to decelerate, which means we have to apply a force to be able to stop, right? So if it was 0.78 of a second that it dropped from that distance, so it means it was accelerating, and then halfway down, it had to apply brakes. So now we're talking like which fraction of a second that it did that, right? So you're talking about an incredible speed. You also looked at the video. The video was also doing at least Mach 50 when the object is out at this distance that the thing object that was being picked up on that when it shot off to the left. And then when you talked about the fact that Fravor saw it, and then within like seconds or something like that later, it was his cap point, and you looked at the time that would have happened for him to go from this point to like 40 miles away. It was also a Mach 50. So, and above. So you're talking about what are considered to be interstellar speeds. If I had that craft and I could fly it without that resistance in the atmosphere, the non-heating up, the sonic boom, and I had the same from my pulse, I could literally go from this side of the universe to the other side of the universe in probably a little over a month. So we're talking about interstellar speeds that the objects are already maneuvering around with, that then, going back to the various hypotheses about where these things come from, are you talking about an ET that can do that? Sure. Well, why not? And what kinds of things are they doing? Are they reducing their mass of the object to 0? Are they stopping it from having any mass? That's how they could do that. How are they stopping? What kind of a thing are they doing to be able to do that? So you try to like put that in the realm of physics, and you're struggling to figure out, well, how do I do that? And our report then, like I pointed out to you, went up. it was filtered up by Chris Mellon to a lot of different players up on the Hill, which then starts leading into a lot of those meetings that you're hearing about, where they're now saying, well, we need to look into this, right? Because we don't know what it is. So we were helping to provide the science and the study. Next slide. And again, this is just talking about the fact that, going from the 20,000 feet altitude to 0.78 seconds, stopping above the water, that there's no heating, no sonic boom, no kinetic power, no disintegration of the object. Shape was not aerodynamic at all, no propulsion system. And, what does that? We haven't got anything like that. Now, next slide. So obviously, we've got different terminology. Now we have a tic-tac. We got people reporting tic-tac shaped objects. Okay, we have people reporting triangles that are up there. And I talked about the fact that, gone are what they call the cigar-shaped craft. It's more like cylinders now. You hear people talking about that. You also don't hear as much about discs, yet they remain the most commonly reported when we did our study on shapes and stuff like that we're working with in SCU right now. Does shape really matter? Does it make any difference? And the answer to that is no, it doesn't make any difference, because they can all do those kind of incredible things. Next slide. So our challenges remain trying to be able to do scientific research in a very complex and controlled way, as opposed to an uncontrolled way. Studying a phenomenon that seems to be sporadically able to appear, with no predictable pattern. That you're doing, poor signal to noise ratio of UFOs to IFOs, meaning the fact that there's so many IFOs, we just, we're wasting our time on looking for the UFO quite often, because we find out that we just don't get good reports that are solid enough to be able to do something with. There's fewer reports and a decrease of intriguing sightings, including physical evidence. So we're not getting as much in the way of that physical evidence that we need as well. And then the reduction of the number of daylight events. It seems like that there's a huge increase towards people seeing lights in the sky that don't really reveal much of anything to you. So there's a challenge there for us to study this, because nighttime observations don't give you the details about the shape of the craft or anything about it. People will see 3 lights at the sky, and in their brain, they make it into a triangle. And so suddenly you have a triangle report. And it's just 3 lights. We don't know if they're separate lights or not, but they don't see a structure. They can't tell you about the structure of the craft. I see somebody asking a question real quick. I'll just make a reply to that. We're starting to look at the nature of the what do disc-shaped objects do that cylinder shapes don't do, that, and try to see if shapes in terms of missions means anything that we can figure out. And so we have a study that we're actually doing right now. It's called we're looking at the kinematics associated with certain shaped craft. I pointed out to you before, like the falling leaf pattern that the discs made, that now you have triangular shaped objects that can remain perfectly still in the air and don't have that falling leaf effect. Where do we see triangular shaped objects? Well, I got, started looking at the fact that it seemed like a lot of those things were showing up at military exercises, which then made me curious as to whether or not triangular shaped objects were around those live fire exercises, and that's what their mission is. But again, until we do the proper study on these things, we don't know yet, but we're going to get there. Hopefully that answered your question, sir, or ma'am. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of challenges, the overall lack of progress and paucity of the physical evidence that we get. Our understanding of the phenomena is still entirely based on, like verbal and written reports. There are some, events that are using different kinds of measures. That's helping, but again, you don't have for example, on radar, is it calibrated properly? We don't know. Is the radar, is that why sometimes they're picked up on radar and sometimes they're not? Because it might be a calibration problem. The physical traces, as we pointed out to you, the fact that if we're not collecting evidence in the proper way, then we don't necessarily get a lot of information that we can work with. Pictures. Most of the time, they're taken by people, the witnesses in the visible range. We need to see what they look like in other parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. For example, ultraviolet. What can like an object in ultraviolet give us? What can it do? And we've already starting to see the thermal ranges or in infrared, and we're starting to see it in near infrared, mid infrared, and far infrared, and starting to get a better understanding about objects. We need to do that as well, and get improved, photographic evidence, even in the visual. We're starting to use things like LiDAR and a whole bunch of other technologies to be able to help us to get information about it. So the technology tools are starting to help, and it's starting to come in, and we're starting to get some information. But again, they need to be done under controlled conditions as opposed to just random or one-off, because a lot of times you just don't get whether it was properly calibrated or something of that nature that would cause it. So we're looking at medical records. We need to do a better job holistically in the abduction phenomena. Sad to say that I get reports all the time from people who are claiming that type of thing, and you couldn't get a medical doctor or a psychologist to play into it at all. We were struggling to be able to help get them, because not necessarily trained in that field. And I've always been one of those people that likes to get smarter people in that field to be able to help me out. And if I were the investigator in a state, whatever like that, now I'm looking into abduction. What do I know about psychology? What do I know about medicine? What do I know about anything? And so people would show me their arms where they have golf ball size, protrusions, and saying that they had some sort of an alien, whatever device in them. I said, well, did you get it checked with a doctor? No. And I'm like, well, maybe you want to, Anyway, bottom line is that we don't have those kind of people coming in, engaging in that whole area of that. And sad to say, we had people like Dr. Mack and all, and all these others that were trying to help spearhead that. And of course, Kathleen Martin with the ERT and everybody, that all those people were trying to be able to help in that world. But we don't have that discipline in place to be able to really do what I think scientifically we ought to be doing with that, to help us to really get solid information. So it's very sad in that whole aspect. Next slide. Well, again, we got everything from LiDAR. We're starting to have meetings and talking with people over in Sweden about LiDAR technologies. There are a lot of apps that are coming out now, smartphones we have, that I encourage people to use the tools that are on smartphone. I can now conduct an entire investigation from my cell phone. And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Think about what I told you before. When I did this before, I'd have to mail the witness, post office. I had to go and have them do some sort of drawing. It was always after the fact, right? Think about what you can do now. You can have a witness who can turn on their camera and be allowing you to see the object as they are seeing it, right? We can do a FaceTime. You can show me what the object is. I'm able to take that and I'm able to look at Google Map, find out your exact position, where you're standing, see your house, know that you're standing next to a tree. I can then go to my app that I've got for aviation and look to see if there's any aircraft above you for your spot and say, hey, do you see any aircraft? And I'm seeing one. And if they say no, then, well, that's an interesting thing. I can also look at the stars and planets above you. I can look at satellites above you. I can do a whole lot of different things directly from my cell phone when I'm talking to you while you're still having that experience. So, I mean, it's absolutely incredible what you can do right now. My phone is also a Geiger. It can be a Geiger counter. I've got devices that I can attach to it and now make it into a Geiger counter. I've gone on case investigations where I've now using it to also fly my drone. And I have got cameras attached to my drone I can go up and look at. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there's a tremendous amount of these tools on that phone now that that could help an investigator to the nth degree that I didn't have back when I got started. And I encourage you, if you're not doing it, to use it to your advantage. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are things like, I'm sure you're probably, some of you might be with Flight Aware, Radar 24. You can see where the aircraft, some of the aircraft are, not all of them. There are some that are still, appearing and not there. You can't see, obviously, things like where drones are. The flight radar, and some of them actually do track where balloons are, by the way. Balloons also are providing some of that information. You have things like plane finder you can go to. Next slide. I'm just trying to illustrate that these are some of the aircraft recognition. I can do a plane ID. I use some of those things to be able to show different angles of aircraft to witnesses and say, did it look like this? Did it look like that? And so you can do that to help analyze the type of aircraft. I live on a flight path right now of the Huntsville airport, so I'm constantly seeing aircraft. And I use that to also get my understanding of the size of it, because I interpret that from how big is it, and can I measure the degrees that like the moon is like, a half a degree. And so like you can figure out, well, okay, like it's twice the size of the moon or something like that at a distance. You learn the distance and you practice, and helping people to understand it. Next slide, please. There's heavens above that allows you to see everything from where the ISS is to a thing called iridium flares. Iridium flares are up there, and they're satellites that glint and get the sun, and they reflect down, and you get a big flash. And I had people reporting iridium flares, that I've been able to check on and find out that it correlated with the time and the location. Heavens above, of course, to be able to see where some of the other types of natural things are. Where's the planet Jupiter that people, where's the planet Venus that people often report? You can do that with those tools. ISS often is seen as being an object going across the sky. And I've seen the ISS, and it's pretty, wow, it can really zip across there. It's pretty bright light. Anyway, next, please. You've also got Stellarium, a common tool that you can go back and reset the clock and stuff like that in a given location. You can see what that's about. We're starting to connect into the various other things like all sky cameras that are being reported. And we're looking at FAA, the flight data, and I'll talk to you about drones, but actually there are drone incursions. And so we have a project now that's going through that. We're finding out in the FAA drone database that there's things that you could call to be UFOs. They seem to be performing more like that than they are about drones. So they're being reported there as well. Next slide. Again, GeoSat Watch, ISS trackers, there's a whole bunch of tools. Next slide. Satellites are fascinating. This is one I like because this is it's called theodolite. It costs you a little bit of money. I want to say like maybe $3 or $4 or something like that to be able to get it. You can put it on your phone. And the nice thing about it is that it gives you where your direction, your GPS location, all this wonderful data that I'm talking about, your bearing that you're looking at, which direction you're looking at. It's also, you can use it to determine height of the object or the altitude, because you can do trigonometry from this tool. You can take and have somebody actually send the data to you or to a scientist that goes along with all this wonderful stuff that you're seeing on the screen. So you can use that again to do trigonometry and find out the altitude of the object, the size of the object, and a whole variety of things. just because and we should really be having and encouraging our witnesses and people out there to use this to actually record or take a picture of what they're actually seeing, because it helps you. For example, it also gives you the perspective of, you could use this like picture and have the witness draw its altitude and say it was above the tree line. Oh, there's the tree line, right? Or it's below the tree line, or it's above the house. It was just above the house. And you could have them draw the apparent size of the object in comparison to the house. And you get a closer estimation now of what the object's size was, where its position was, than you can normally get from any photo that has none of this on it. So really, you want to encourage people, and I tell this people all the time, this is a great tool to be able to help you to work with witnesses, help them to understand the size aspects, the altitude aspects. You get the direction that was going on and where they were standing, the GPS location, and from the photo you get more. But it's all wonderful data that you get sent to you. Okay, next slide. Obviously, Google Earth helps you to see. Like I told you before, I can say, oh, you're standing next to that tree or next to that pool. You're looking out a certain direction. Okay, I can get that from here. I'm able to go and see what the distance that was covered. I was able to calculate speed using Google Earth. It went this distance and this time, and I can put that and measure it on Google Earth, and I can find out, and I can tell you that speed pretty quickly. Next slide. There's also night vision capabilities on your phone. You've got for investigations, I also can go and take a look at, for example, all that wonderful data of that photograph you took. I can say, well, your GPS, some phones will give you the GPS location. It'll also tell you the time that you actually took the object, where you were, and you look at the EXIF aspects or the metadata on the photograph to help you to do your, and you can do that with your investigations. All right. So I look at all the photographs that I think that are relatively credible. I put them under EXIF viewers. I also look at things like whether they were embedded into the photograph, and I can look at the pixel level, the deep pixel level, using a tool called ImageJ. It's a free tool that you can get from NIH, the National Institute of Health. And I can zoom up to like 800 times the image of the object. And so, I mean, I'm able to look at that, and I can see individual pixels in the cell. I can measure the pixels and tell you the size of the object in comparison to some other things as well by looking at the pixel size and the field of view information from the camera. So again, great tools. Next slide. Meteor showers you can look at when they scheduled. You can look at a calendar and find out when that's going to happen, because those often get reported as well. Next slide. Weather Underground. I go back and I use Weather Underground and a number of other things to be able to look at what the weather was on that given day and that time. You can look at if they say that the object was just below the clouds. Okay, you can go in and look at the cloud data and get the METARs, what they call it, METARs, where the cloud actually the altitude that they were at, and you could then use that in your analysis to be able to figure out as much as you can about the cloud layers and where they were. We use atmospheric soundings, which tracks. You have all these wonderful weather balloons that are being watched around the multiple times of the day at airports quite often, and they give you the basically the speed at that different altitudes that you can then use. And you say that if the object was at 20,000 feet, you're able to look at wind direction, wind speed, and various other things at 20,000 feet by looking at the soundings of the weather data. Next, please. Your phone has a lot of other things. You can use it for EMF detection. There's a Tesla meter tool that allows you to see whether or not that there's any kind of like electromagnetic field interruptions. I can record the data. I can also pass that off and play it back and look at that. Next slide. You also have on it a sensor toolbox, which will give you everything from these different kinds of data sensors that are part of your iPhone camera. Everything from gyroscope to gravity indicators to geometric fields, linear acceleration, accelerometers, rotation vectors, pressures, microphone locate. It gives you a whole host of things that you're able to also look at as sensors that objects can also, track or record. So I encourage you to look and consider that as well. Next slide. So you can see from what I'm getting at is that bottom line is that the technology is advancing and continues to advance. Now you're going to be having things like AI tools and various other things you'll be able to use to help you to do things. Drones allowed me to operate above sighting locations to see if there was any traces that I couldn't see from the ground. Seeing other parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, again, as I pointed out, is now becoming a lower cost element. There are better tools for acoustic capture. In other words, when we say that these objects are silent, is that really true? Or is it just because it's out of the range of human hearing? In other words, is it above or below our hearing capabilities? In fact, there are some cases where, like for example, in Sweden, where people are detecting, actually, no, I'll take that back, it was Norway. In Hesteland, Norway, where people are actually hearing the objects first, and then they go out and they see them. So it's not always true that they're silent, and some actually have humming noises. Triangular objects tend to often have some sort of like a humming noise associated with them, where you didn't get that with a disc-shaped object. Again, the acoustic capture is something we need to really study. Better cameras, are able to see at larger frame rates and various other things are very much needed. We're getting from 4K to 8K, wow, think of the resolution there. And alerting tools are being developed to assist in letting us know about reports in your area, which is another thing that I've talked about. You want to be able to have an alert that goes off, the fact that you have an observation, so you can go out and see it, photograph it, and somebody else is doing it from a different part of the city is doing the same thing because they got the alert. And now you can triangulate the object's position in space. Next slide. So you got MADAR. A lot of, Francis Ridge and stuff like that has been pushing the radar thing. UFODAP, Ron Ulch is also doing some other things. We're seeing a lot more technology that's coming and being used. We also are now engaging the Earth observation satellites that they're doing in the European Space Agency, which will be able to now help us to also look from satellite levels. And that's openly available to the public. And we're encouraging that. And plus, NASA's also developing tools to be able to use satellites for their own detection purposes as well. And then we're continuing to have conversations with, by the way, AARO and a whole bunch of others in terms of how can we cooperate and help doing scientific work with them as well. So it's all good. Next slide. UAPX, I don't know if you saw a tear in the sky. That was one observation that was a 5-day observation off of Catalina Island with a lot of different equipment. But these are the kinds of things we're trying to encourage. They're partnered with SCU as well, and we got a number of other partners as well that are doing that. Next slide. So we're a little bit about SCU. We're a coalition of like-minded individuals, basically scientists. We are not scientists, but researchers who believe that science ought to be able to solve the equation and try to our best to be able to follow scientific principles. We got everything from all disciplines, whichever psychologists, medical doctors to physicists to and we're all talking to each other about this. We're over 300 members now. 31% of them are PhDs, and 56% of them have advanced degrees, and stuff like that. So we have very educated people that are engaging with us and working with us now. And we have a whole host of different projects we're doing, which are all science-based. composed of a lot of different people. We have both current and former members of NICAP and MUFON and everything, all part of us. I mean, you don't have to be you can't be a part of MUFON and then join SCU or whatever that's all about. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm still a benefactor with MUFON. I'm a lifetime member of MUFON. I'm just not active in working to do the science stuff with them as much as I am now. But anyway, our aim is to do scientific studies, to publish papers, to be able to get our work published and made it available, and being as transparent as we can. We have the annual scientific conferences, published newsletters. They're all available online in our website, and you can go up there and check things out as we do that. We also are putting press releases, trying to encourage the government to be able to continue to get and treat this thing and scientifically, and there needs to be more cooperation amongst all global players, and so we're pushing for global participation. Next slide. And we just had our 5th SCU conference. These are all the types of people that we had. Ross Coulthart was our keynote. We had Julian Mossbridge, who was talking about neurosciences, how that comes into play. Joshua Pearson got into talking about, the intelligence world and how they apply their principles to studies. He did his doctoral dissertation at the conference. Kevin Knuth is a physicist, along with Matthew Shadegas at the University of Albany. Doug Bittner is a PhD out of I think it was in Oklahoma or Utah, somewhere out in the Midwest. He had Nick Schnell, that was one of his students. Beatrice Villarreal, she's from Sweden. A great presentation on transient objects we have a database project that we got going on. And then we had an SCU panel and a whole host of it. And we had Micah Hanks as our moderator. It was a great conference. That was just happened around the beginning of June, the end of May, and a lot of good things talked about at that conference. Next slide. So some of the studies that we're doing right now currently are nuclear intention study, and you heard from Larry talking about what that they're doing. Larry Hancock was at your meeting. USO, looking at USOs in terms of just where they are, the distribution and the cases. We're looking at UAP characterization study. That's why I told you about the shapes and the maneuvers and size and colors and things like that. We're looking at that. Drone study, I told you about the FAA, and then we're looking at propulsion effects in the atmosphere and electromagnetic signatures. And so we're doing scientific work around that as well. So, and there's a lot more, but that's just some of the topics that we're addressing. Next. We partner with a lot of different organizations. We're all working as a coalition to be able to solve the phenomena. And so we support each other. Japan 3AF I was just on with them over in France. That's one of our international partners, as well as the Project Hestelin effort going on. But the rest of them are pretty much here in the United States, and we're all getting together to be able to say, we've got to combat this thing and come up with, some sort of answers. Next slide. In summary, as you can pretty well tell, over my 60 years, a lot of things have changed. I've seen it all. I've heard it all. Government acceptance, it's finally the UAP exists. We've got now full government investigation is about ready to unfold. They're actually all going to have to play in. There's the stigma that's being reduced gradually, and we're starting to see more and more report sharing and sharing of data. I can have those conversations in my building at work, and that's okay. Scientists, universities are now engaging and actually supporting and funding projects on the topic. Technologies have made a huge advancement. We're able to do a lot, and now it's cheaper. Databases, we're starting to have AI, machine learning, and quantum computing in the future. Well, that's going to be exciting. Cost of technology have dropped. There's more collaboration on a global basis. We finally got people talking to each other, and I'm thrilled about it. So that's my presentation. I hopefully, you got something from it. I'm sorry if it was like boring because it was walking you through the history of things, but I just wanted to give you a perspective that it's like I've gone through a lot in my time with this whole topic, and it's not very often you get to talk to somebody that's been at it for as long as I have and played a critical role in trying to bring it forward. I think we can end the slide share, and if there's any questions, or if you want to, if there's any interest at all, you want to talk, or I don't know what your time level is. We've already gone probably well beyond the time, and I apologize for that.
Actually, it was really interesting hearing about all of your experiences. I don't know anybody that probably knows any more about the phenomenon than you do. So we really appreciate you doing the presentation for us. We are running a little low on time, but I still would like to take a couple questions. I want to make sure that we get to Fargo, the Grand Rapids location, and any other questions from people online. So any questions here in Fargo? I'll have you come up by the laptop. We really need to get a microphone. We're technologically disadvantaged here.
Can you actually see me in terms of the instead of the presentation now, or what?
Yes, we can see you still.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hi, Rich.
Hey.
Hey, this is Jason in Fargo. I'm curious, or I guess my question, given your 60 years of experience and all of the cases that you've seen, like that you've been tied to, whether as an investigator or some other way, like you have this collection that validates that the phenomena exists, but what stands out to you as like a breakthrough case or one or two cases where it was like, ooh, where you get a little sneak peek at that solving the phenomenon, at that, like, what's next? Like, has there been a case that stands out to you like that?
So I didn't tell you about this, and thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. In the mid 70s, I had, first off, I have to understand, I was skeptical of the whole phenomenon. I was trying to be as objective as I could, even at the young age, but it was like I had never had a sighting. I'm thinking like, wow, I wish I had a sighting, but I've always been around cases where there's some like physical evidence or something like that. But in the mid 70s, I had my aha moment. My aha moment was going on a case up in Carrollton, Ohio, where a farmer had done, there were a whole bunch of UFOs the night before that were seen in the area. And then the next day, he's looking out of his second floor window or something like that, down on his field, his wheat crop. And in the middle of the wheat crop, there's a 70-foot area where there's no wheat anymore. It's gone. And he's like, not sure what the heck that was, but he called up the MUFON, I guess, or something like that. We ended up, Lary Moyers, I think, was the state director at the time and stuff like that. And anyway, there was a team that was sent out, and we got to go out there. And so we're doing the investigations and laying out the grid like you typically do when you're in MUFON. You learn how to do a grid pattern and take samples and stuff. Bottom line was that as you went from you're standing in the middle, there's no indication of any wheat anywhere around that's been damaged or flattened, or like some equipment was brought in to do this. There's no wheat there anymore, right? In fact, if you go down 2 feet in the ground, you don't see any roots. They're all gone. And then as you progress, and there's a depression in the middle of that, but as you progress in any direction from the center and getting out toward the edge, you start to see that there's a little bit of root that shows up underground the further out you get. And a little bit beyond that, you see a little stubble of wheat that's maybe above the ground. And then out beyond that, then you get a rotational pattern of the wheat. And then you see a puffed wheat, 70-foot in diameter area where it's puffed wheat, which means that heating was applied to it, right? So, and you're also detecting that there was like something along the lines of a microwave radiation detected, at the site as well. And you're going and you're standing there and you're looking at this and saying, well, the only thing that you could do would be to drop something from above to be able to create this. And then what could create that? And, you're perplexed. You're trying to figure that out, and you can't come up with any rational explanation for it, how overnight that would happen. Now, this is not a crop circle. Okay. This is an effect from something that's rather large that has now done that in the center of the wheat field. So that was my personal turning moment, my aha moment, where I realized that we were definitely, I didn't have to see one to be convinced that there was something there. There's something there, right? And so that was pretty incredible moment for me. Obviously, over my history, I've done thousands of cases, and I've seen incredible cases that to me also are just as incredible. I think also when we got to the Aguadilla case and when we looked at the Nimitz case, where you actually now have these scientific tools that are giving you data about speed and everything else, and you look at the sheer volume of witnesses and the fact that it was not just eyeballs on it, it was eyeballs and various sensors and aircraft and all this other stuff, that becomes one of those compelling moments additionally, where you've now got scientific evidence that you can haul off that nobody can account for at all, period. And so those are probably among my favorite, along with the 1976 Iran case, where you have the electromagnetic effects that are being two F-4 aircraft, their navigation and their missile systems, and also the control tower experienced those electromagnetic effects. So there are some very compelling cases out there that which you've got multiple kinds of data that you can use to help substantiate that it did take place. Hopefully
Very interesting.
Hopefully I gave you something.
Let's move to Grand Rapids. Any questions in Grand Rapids, Jer?
No, I don't think we have any. No.
How about online? Looks like we've got 14 folks online right now. Any questions online before we let Rich go?
Yes, up here, Brad.
Hi, Brad. Go ahead with your question.
Yes, fascinating presentation, Doctor. I'm fascinated by the equipment that we have available that's so low cost. I haven't been much of a fan of watching any of this stuff from Skinwalker, except one thing led to another, and I watched a little bit of season 4 and now season 5, and there is some fascinating observational data being collected by some really, really cheap and inexpensive stuff. And most of the equipment they're using is under $500. I mean, everything from single board computers, Raspberry Pis, to simple RTL, SDR radio receivers. The fascinating thing is that 1.6 gigahertz signal that seems to be showing up there, as well as what happened in that film that you talked about, shot at Catalina Island. But my question is, can you talk a little bit about the LiDAR device and how what's involved with that? Because they mapped out at Skinwalker, which is just so fascinating. They mapped out a cone with a distinct point using a ground-based horizontal scanning LiDAR device. Now, I don't know, my background is in science and engineering. We used LiDAR from either satellites or planes to map surface depressions, water courses, and all that stuff, elevation changes. I don't know how this ground-based thing is operating. Could you explain that?
Yeah, I know that so you have multiple tools that are going on there. They're using everything from ground penetrating radar, to be able to see what's kind of like below. And that you see over the seasons that they're continuing to advance even its capabilities to be able to see that. But you also can, you're also using, LiDAR, which again, you have the radar. I know you know this, the radar, which is a radio signal being emitted, and then you're looking for the bounce back, and you're looking for the time that it takes to be able to get that. the light is shooting, a photon basically to the ground or whatever like that, and then coming back and being able to interpret the distance. And you see them coming up and showing you, for example, that it seems like the GPS locations for different devices end up below ground at sometimes. If you take a look on a satellite chart for like 1.6 gigahertz, that is actually the frequency that GPS satellites use to communicate. So the now 1.6. So the big question then is, since you're having all these anomalies with GPS, is also that tied into whatever this GPS satellite is? And you have to look and also beg the question that, and I've talked with Travis, and I've been out to the ranch and stuff like that. There's a tremendous interest from also our adversaries about that location. So you have to understand, some of even the objects that are being seen, that are being misreported, could hypothetically be drones and various of other things that are trying to observe and record and capture what's going on at the ranch. So now that's become an additional problem. And you've seen even the helicopters, the military helicopters, and some other things that are out there as well. So there's concerns even about that. But going back to your point about the LiDAR technology, it's not going below ground as much as it's reading like an area above at the ground level. And there are other tools that they're using to be able to help give a different picture of that. But there's, for some reason, you'll see when they're using not the LiDAR, pardon me a second, where they're actually seeing like those, like, I don't know, like, think of it like a cloud or something coming up from the ground. And they're also detecting a whole variety of other things with a lot of other tools. And I'm encouraged by what those tools are. What I'm waiting for, and I told Travis, Travis is like my neighbor here, and we talk all the time. He's from Huntsville, and bottom line is they keep trying to be able to get more and more technology, to be able to figure out what they can, but they have yet to take all that data and converge it into anything like a document or an actual study that you could pass off and have it, looked at. And I said that's one of the problems that I see with the show. And then you have to understand the fact that even Travis will tell you that 1/10 is what you see on TV of actually what's being filmed. And a lot of it's on the cutting floor. And so you don't even get to see all the science that they might be doing actually to be able to do what they do. Okay. So there's problems that, in the sense that you have entertainment mixed with trying to do an investigation using scientific tools, and it's not being properly represented as the science. It's more the entertainment.
Oh, I absolutely recognize that. I've done stuff in the film industry, so I know what's required there. But I also I'm quietly chuckling because I'm now watching seasons 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm going back and looking at where they started to bring in the tools. Okay, and these are very cheap, inexpensive devices. And I know from a production company that they're not going to spend a whole bunch of bucks on spending stuff. So the expensive stuff, those photon cannons, those LiDARs, all that stuff is from a third party, and the production company just saying, hey, we'll give you guys some free advertising. It's not Travis's equipment. They're just, quote unquote, borrowing it at a really good price, i.e. zero, from someone else who is sort of curious too. So it's amusing, but I didn't realize that well, perhaps I should have, because of some other projects I've been involved in. First of all, Russia gets involved and China gets involved, in like how many other people, how many other eyes do we have looking around this thing? So that's an interesting thing. But I was really curious, how did they map out that cone? Because LiDAR requires a reflection of some sort, and yet that means that there's got to be a solid that's reflecting a beam.
So I'm talking with a woman who is up in Sweden, And she's also picking up and looking, and she does point clouds and various other things with LiDAR data. And she's seeing things like triangular shaped objects that are up in the air, or she's seeing some of those strange like clouds that are coming up off the ground in her LiDAR data. And she's saying like, this is the same kind of stuff you see on Skinwalker Ranch, but we don't have an explanation for it. Why is it happening over in Sweden in a similar fashion? And yes, the photons are hitting something and they're reflecting back, and they're pointing out and making it look like a cloud of some sort, or a whatever swirl. And so what is that it's actually hitting that's creating that? And we just don't know. And so we're having teams to try to figure out, are these errors? Are they something else? And we just don't really know.
Well, as Dr. Bob McIver has told me numerous times, good science starts with some observations, and let's go from there. And
Yes.
we'll ask a lot of questions. It'll demand answers to a lot of questions that we don't have right now.
Yep.
So kudos on Dr. Taylor Travis's work. If you see him, tell him way to go. Big thumbs up here from the center of North America, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Really got turned on by the equipment that he started to use there. So yeah, well done, Dr. Taylor. And thank you so much for this presentation.
Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you so much, Rich. It looks like we're getting close to being out of time, but we really appreciate the presentation today and your time. Lots of really wonderful information.
Well, thank you for inviting me. And I just want to say a shout out to all the people up in the northern part of the country. Thank you for taking and listening. And thanks for doing what you're doing.
Thanks for watching Northland MUFON's UFO Marathon. We really appreciate each and every one of you. Please make sure you hit that like, subscribe, bell for notifications, all that stuff. You know it helps us out. We're a small channel. We're trying to grow. Any and all proceeds for this is going to go straight to the chapter and help us dig deeper into this phenomenon. Hopefully we can find the truth. Keep coming back to our channel as well. You're going to find spotlight cases. You'll find what's up on the Northland. And you're going to find our monthly presentations on there as well. We'd love to have you join us. You can join us either Zoom, or you can join us here in person, Grand Rapids, Minnesota, at the VFW, or you can head over to Fargo with the Dr. Carlson Library. And I'm sure many of you are probably not even in the local area. You can actually join us via Zoom. Go to our website, www.northlandmufon.com. That's northlandmufon.com. On the website, you'll find links to our meetings. You'll also find videos of our old meetings. You'll find old Minnesota MUFON journals, and you're going to find a lot of other stuff on there. And if you have any suggestions for what you'd like to see on the site, let us know. NorthlandMUFONinfo@gmail.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.